The best friend of the person I like is secretly approaching me. Volume 1. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade. Audiobooks. Part 1. I Can Take Her Place. Chapter 1. How many people actually remember the moment they fell in love? Some might not even be aware it happened. Only later do they think, maybe it was at that moment. It's common for people to ask couples how they first met or fell in love. The answer usually highlights one of several moments that made a good impression on them. But the truth might be that they were already infatuated with each other before that moment. Because when you're infatuated, you start to notice all the good things about the other person, even if you mention the most impactful moment. I wonder if that can really explain why you fell for them. Such complicated thoughts race through my mind. The mind of Seko Rento. I am in love right now too. I thought to myself, I am truly living my high school life. No matter the outcome, I hope I can be proud of my youth in the future. I say no matter the outcome, but of course, I'm hoping for a happy ending. In other words, I hope this love will be fulfilled. But I've started to think that this love might never come to fruition. Because, the first time I realized I was in love was on the first day of my last year in middle school. Back then, I was the class clown. In the closed community of a school, a social hierarchy naturally forms. Students categorize each other into those who obey and those who make them obey roles subconsciously. Although it seems like individual choices, there's often a common understanding among the groups, which is interesting. But because of that, these roles become fixed. A common understanding is formed among dozens of people, and it's quite terrifying. The upper class can get away with anything. If they act playful during class, everyone laughs. If they act harshly to someone else, everyone decides the other person is in the wrong. On the other hand, the lower classes can't get away with much. Life is a bit restrictive. They're aware of this. That's why they gather at the edges of the room, quietly going about their lives and enjoying themselves in their own way. So what about the middle class? They can belong to either the upper or the lower. Some try to break into the top, feeling they're better than people think, while others act passively and settle into the bottom. People in the middle class are generally proactive, but I was different. I would call myself passive. However, I found myself in an upper class group before I knew it. It wasn't because I was appreciated. I was simply brought in as a toy for the upper class, a clown, in other words. When we moved up to middle school, students from various elementary schools gathered, making the community we lived in larger than before. Perhaps for that reason, the caste system became more rigid than in elementary school, and people were divided even more clearly, at the top or bottom. That's why, from my entrance into middle school until my third year, the laid-back life I had as a middle-class student in elementary school was taken from me, and a life of being picked on by the upper class began. The upper class had a certain allure. Their mere chatter felt like the epitome of youth, full of charm and vitality. Maybe I, too, seemed radiant from an outsider's perspective. But my heart was impoverished. I was placed in a position I never asked for, swallowed up by an atmosphere that treated it as the norm. I lost sight of why I even existed here, yet I couldn't bring myself to make a move, which is why I am where I am today. When I moved up to the second year, I thought I'd say goodbye to this position, but the caste system was unchanging, universal, and ruthless. So even when I progressed to the third year, and the classes were shuffled, it continued. True to that, the upper class boys would gesture to me sometimes, saying, "Hey, come over here." It wasn't exactly a friendly invitation, but I still came. I heard this guy is good at impersonations. Come on, show us. Do that popular scene from the current drama. I've been in the same class as him since the first year, and he's always thrown these impossible demands at me, laughing at my pathetic responses. I know this, and yet, stupidly, I still do it. I glance at the group and notice a face I hadn't seen before. A girl who is in my class for the first time after the shuffle. It seems he wants to impress her, but that doesn't matter now. I just have to do as told. Double payback. I imitate a scene from the drama I only briefly saw my mother watching at home. I'm not actually good at impersonations, and I don't even know the show well, so the quality can be imagined. but it's exactly what he ordered. Ha ha ha. Man, you suck. Were you lying about being good at this? Starting with his laughter, the classmates around us began to laugh too. I lower my head, letting out a forced chuckle. But there was one person not laughing. Boring. The moment she uttered that word, the atmosphere froze. The boy who had set me up was flustered, and the others awkwardly looked away. Ah, you didn't find it funny? Hey, Seko. It's because you made such a boring impression. You're the one who made him do it, right? Why are you blaming him? And everyone else, all of you just go along with it. Doesn't anyone think this situation is weird? Such boring people. She spoke in a tone of disgust. My classmates who had been playing with me suddenly seemed so small. The next moment, our eyes met. I felt myself being drawn into her large, beautiful black eyes. You just go along with what they say without any will of your own, huh? How boring. With that, she turned on her heel as her long, beautiful black hair trailing behind her as she walked away from us. After that, they never messed with me again. Then I realized I no longer had a place in the upper class group, and I wondered if I'd be alone from now on. But her words kept echoing in my mind. A man without his own will is boring. I knew I couldn't go on like this. I wanted to change. I realized that to do that, I had to take action to break this situation. Actively taking the initiative, I was left with two options: trying to win favor with the upper class or finding a place among the lower class. The upper class was out of the question. So, I headed for the lower class. Excuse me, huh? Yes? It was lunchtime when I approached a group chatting in a corner of the classroom. They gave me a puzzled look upon seeing my face. Of course, they had seen the whole ordeal. They probably thought I was coming to them because I had been cast aside by the upper echelon. I couldn't blame them for thinking so, but I couldn't just give up now. I had to hold on. I'm sorry if I overheard, but I thought you guys were talking about Torupani. Could I join the conversation? Torupani, officially titled Tornado Panic, is a shonen manga where the protagonist uses wind magic to fend off monsters attacking the heroine. The manga is known for the slightly risque scenes caused by the wind magic. They had been chatting about Torupani earlier, and since I'm also a fan, I thought I might be able to join in. One of my classmates, adjusting his glasses, asked, "Who's your favorite character?" Maybe Fu-chan? The spirited girl, Fu. What do you like about her? She's always cheerful and sets the mood, but she's actually very observant and secretly worried behind their back. Also, she's quietly in love with the protagonist. I get it. Casual fans might just appreciate her cheerful disposition or her kind nature, but the real charm lies elsewhere. The duality of her character, the juxtaposition of her public and private faces, and her hidden love. Oh, the sweetness of it. You've got good taste. Thank you. The unexpectedly enthusiastic reaction caught me off guard. However, inside, I felt elated. It felt as if a fog that had clouded my vision suddenly lifted. Since entering junior high, I had never talked about the manga I read. It felt like the first time I ever expressed my personal preferences. By the way, I'm Team Wind-chan. Those big boobs are the best. Come on. That's such a casual fan comment. How dare you? You can't talk about Wind-chan without mentioning her assets. Oda-san, you're still inexperienced. By the way, my waifu is Tatsumaki-chan. Lolis are supreme. It's not HMM? Are you not going to continue? That's shallow. One doesn't need to say much to describe the charm of Tatsumaki-chan. Spoken like a true diplomat. Talking with them, I often find myself playing the straight man to their jokes. The banter feels refreshing, and they laugh heartily. This way, I started spending more time with them, both inside and outside of school. While having one of our usual silly conversations in the classroom, I felt a gaze upon me. Turning in its direction, there she was, the girl who inspired me to take the initiative, Misa Yosaki. It was the second time that our eyes met. The last time, she looked at me with an expression of disbelief. But this time, Fufu. She was smiling. It was then that I realized I had fallen for Misa Yosaki, or perhaps, I had fallen for her from the moment she gave me the turning point in life. I can't tell which one is true. It's one of those things that only God knows. In the end, throughout the roughly 1 year until our junior high graduation, I never confessed to her. However, we did occasionally talk, and importantly, we were going to the same high school, so I wasn't in a big hurry. But I started feeling that if I continued like this, I'd just drag things on without making a move. I might have changed, but being proactive and being assertive are different things. Upon entering high school, I decided to shift gears from being merely proactive to being truly assertive. Being simple-minded, I called her to the back of the school building on the day of our entrance ceremony. Why? The wind picked up, and her hair swayed as cherry blossoms danced around. It was a magical sight. Entranced by her, I confessed my feelings. "I like you. Please go out with me." Straightforward words of confession devoid of any suaveness. The ultimate confession that I had thought of all night wasn't even on my mind. It had vanished the moment I saw her. In the early spring when the cold still lingers, my face feels hot, and I can even feel the warmth in my ears. Upon hearing my confession, she looked momentarily surprised, then showed that same smile from before and said, "I'm sorry." Chapter 2. I like you. Please go out with me. I'm sorry. Having confessed my feelings to my crush during the high school entrance ceremony, I faced a crushing defeat. Thus, my love was supposed to end, or so one would think, but once the runaway train started, it didn't know how to stop. Just because one confession failed doesn't mean I had to give up. I continued to actively approach Yosaki. "I like you, Yosaki. Date me." Yeah. Today's weather is nice. Look at that blue sky. It's as beautiful as you, Yosaki. Please go out with me." Well, being compared to the blue sky just because of my name, I bought Yosaki's new favorite snack series, and it was delicious. By the way, why does the word delicious contain the character for beautiful? You're beautiful today too, Yosaki. Please go out with me. Oh, it's really delicious. Every time I met Yosaki, I tried to express my feelings as aggressively as possible. Fortunately or unfortunately, we were in the same class, so my cries of love echoed and exploded in the classroom. Such days continued for a year. Time flew by, and the classmates who seemed so young when we entered school now appeared somewhat more mature. This was also true for Yosaki. She, who was beautiful from the start, now seemed even more attractive. As a second-year high school student in the same class, I once again proclaimed my love in the middle of the classroom. We're in the same class for 3 consecutive years. Yosaki, this must be fate. If you say that, then it applies to Adakan as well. For the entire year, Yosaki never accepted my love, but she didn't reject me either. She responded in her own way, and we'd have regular conversations after that. Some classmates watching our exchange would comment, "There they go again, Seko never learns, Yosaki-chan is so cool." They'd just chuckle at the familiar scene. "You harassing Misa again?" "She's already told you it's annoying, so stop it." Interrupting between Yosaki and me was Hinata, Yosaki's best friend since high school. Hinata stood defensively in front of Yosaki, arms spread wide. "Hinata, don't get in the way. I just want to express my feelings to Yosaki. What you're doing is forcing your feelings on her. Just go away already." "Haru, it's fine. I don't really mind." "Misa, he's getting more carried away because you keep pampering him. It seems like she's okay with it." "Enough. Don't get any closer to Misa without my permission." "HMPH." Hinata declared unilaterally, then turned away and hugged Yosaki tightly. "Misa is so cute today, and your hair smells so good." "You're pretty much the same just like him, Haru." No, our relationship is pure friendship. Unlike with him, I don't want to be lumped in the same category. I don't see much of a difference, really." Hinata rubbed her cheek affectionately against Yosaki's, then proceeded to sniff Yosaki's hair. Turning around, she flashed a triumphant look at me. Being flaunted with their skinship, I shouted, "It's so annoying," while biting my handkerchief and stamped my feet on the ground. Our classmates laughed at the scene. Maybe this is why I'm still the class clown, but it's not as painful and somehow different as it was in middle school. It's surprising how different situations can feel just based on whether you brought them upon yourself. "I see, Hinata's in the same class again." Sadly, Yes. I thought for sure you'd be in a different class from Misa this year. I wonder how the teachers decide. Well, they probably group close friends together. That's absolutely impossible. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. What did you say, Fufu? Maybe Seko-kun is not entirely wrong. Yosaki Misa, you're always spoiling this guy. TSK. Hinata began tickling Yosaki's sides. Hey, stop it. Then she exclaimed in a sultry voice anyone wouldn't expect from her. I couldn't bear to watch and turned my head away, covering my ears. Haru Hinata, a girl with distinctive short chestnut hair. She apparently did track and field until middle school, which honed her body. On that well-toned body, she notably has a larger bust. She claims it's a knee cup, which is larger than Yosaki's. She was in the same class as me last year, so she was also in the same class as Yosaki. Apparently, she had been engrossed in track and field for most of her life, and upon entering high school, she wanted to become more feminine. She dyed her hair its current color for that reason. Her decision to attend this school was also because they allowed hair coloring. When she first entered our class and saw Yosaki, she was taken aback. She looks like a doll, so cute. That was her first impression of Yosaki. After that, she quickly took action. She approached Yosaki, her ideal of beauty. Yosaki accepted her, and now both proclaim they are best friends. Being such a close friend to Yosaki, she probably finds my existence quite bothersome, though calling myself a fly is quite self-deprecating. Perhaps I'm like a pesky fly buzzing around her princess. Hinata and I often butt heads when it comes to Yosaki, and we both have things we aren't willing to compromise on. However, after our quarrels, we usually play together. Because of this, classmates sometimes ask, why are you two so close? I really don't have an answer to that question. Yosaki, who doesn't reject me even when I confess my feelings, and Hinata, who may lash out at me but shows kindness, like giving me a band-aid when I'm hurt. I always tell myself that it's because she is kind to me. Somehow, I managed to get through another tedious lesson today. The eagerly awaited end of classes finally arrives. Some dash home immediately, others head to club rooms in groups. Diligent ones go to the teachers to clarify any doubts about the lesson. Everyone has their own post-school routines. The three of us aren't in any clubs, and we don't have specific plans, so we slowly make our way home. I can't believe we're in our second year already. It doesn't feel real. I wonder if we'll be busy with exams around this time next year. Why'd you have to mention that? Misa, you're so mean. Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. It's okay, because I love Misa. With those words, Hinata hugs Yosaki. Yosaki, accepting her embrace, pats her head with an expression that seems to say, it can't be helped. Hinata's face melts with delight. I watch the scene from a distance. The two often engage in such skinship like this, especially when we are walking home together like this. Of course, I don't know what they are like when I'm not around. Realizing they can't walk home while hugging, they instead start walking arm in arm. I wonder why girls walk around holding hands or arm in arm with other girls. Mulling over such trivial thoughts, I walk alongside them. After walking for a bit, we reached a crossroad near a small park. My house is to the right, while both of theirs is straight ahead. So, this is where we part ways. Well, see you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Yay, finally alone with Misa. Come on, let's go. After hugging Yosaki all this time, you're still talking like that. Geez, see you, Hinata. We were never alone because of you. HMPH, bye. Hinata, relentless in her teasing to the very end, sticks out her tongue. I watch them walk away for a bit before turning at the crossroad, and entering the nearby park. I take my usual seat on a bench. A gentle breeze blows. Though the wind remains chilly, the temperature is getting warmer. I recall a day when a similar breeze blew, but the feelings and images of that time quickly faded, and my next thought was how much colder it was in winter. There was a time when I bought canned coffee from a vending machine to warm my hands, then it changed to corn soup, and now I no longer need to buy anything. It feels nice to bask in the sun and daydream, while I'm lost in thought. Someone approaches and sits directly in front of me. This sunbathing spot is my rendezvous point with Hinata. Well then, let's go to my house again today. At Hinata's invitation, I reply, yeah, and stand up next to her. Chapter 3. The high school we attend is located in the town where I live. Because of this, I usually commute either by bicycle or on foot. However, I chose to go on foot to walk home together with the two of them. Hinata's house is in the town next to mine, and since Yosaki attended the same middle school as me, she probably lives in the same town. Hinata commutes by train. So, she and Yosaki split up somewhere, whether that's in front of the station, in front of Yosaki's house, or somewhere else. I don't know because Hinata won't tell me. Now, Hinata and I were walking through the town together, and our destination was Hinata's house. Even though Hinata could simply take the train, she's walking with me saying she feels bad making me walk alone. On our way, we don't chat like we do when the three of us are together. It's not like we have a rule to do so, it's just the unspoken atmosphere between us, but it's not an uncomfortable atmosphere at all. Somehow, it feels natural. All I can hear are the ambient sounds of the town, our footsteps, and Hinata's breathing. After about a 30-minute walk from the park, we're already in the neighboring town, arriving at Hinata's house. It's a typical single-family home. Hinata unlocks the door with a key from her bag and invites me inside. Taking her cue, I casually remove my shoes and step in. First, I'm going to wash my hands. That's our routine, but, hey, Ren, hold my hands. Hinata, using the name she calls me when we're alone, extends both her small hands to me. Aren't you going to wash your hands? I will, but first, this. You want me to hold your hands, but don't people usually hold just one hand? Just do it. Grab my hands. Though I'm not entirely sure of her intentions, I grasp both of her hands. They're considerably smaller than mine. It was soft and nice to touch. You can grip them tighter. I'm not quite sure what you're aiming for here. Like this? Until now, I had just been holding them. I start to gently stroke her palms and occasionally squeeze. A sultry sigh escapes from her lips. I pause for a moment, but she doesn't say anything, so I continue. Do you feel it? I touched Misa's hair and stomach with these hands. Can you sense that? Honestly, I can't really tell. I'm just enjoying the feel of your hands. They're as smooth as ever. It's really nice. Well, I do apply hand cream and take care of them properly, so she does use hand cream. I thought all girls naturally had soft and smooth hands. The only hands of a girl my age I've held this firmly are Hinata's, so I'm genuinely ignorant of this kind of stuff. After enjoying the feel of Hinata's hands for a while, we headed to the sink to wash our hands. It seems she thought the sensation of touching Yosaki would disappear after washing. I think there wouldn't be much difference before and after, though. Once we finished washing our hands, we went upstairs to Hinata's room. A bookshelf filled with manga also holds trophies celebrating remarkable achievements. Alongside them, there's a photo of Hinata in her uniform. I moved to the center of the room and dropped my belongings in their usual spot. Relieved to be rid of the heavy weight, I let out a sigh. Hinata, having placed her things down too, turns to me and extends both arms, freezing in place. She doesn't say anything, but I know what I should do, so I act accordingly. I approach her and gently wrap my arms around her body. In response, she wraps her arms around my back and squeezes me tightly. After holding each other like that for about 10 seconds, she says, "That's not it, that's not it," placing her hands on my shoulders and pushing me away. Then she says, "Like this." She places her hand on the back of my head, guiding my face toward her chest. The moment the tip of my nose touches her chest, a sigh escapes from her lips. "See? How is it?" I hugged her a lot today. Even hugged her when we said goodbye. "Can you smell Misa? The scent should be strong, right?" Taking a whiff as she suggests, I detect two different scents, one of citrus and another reminiscent of flowers. I realize the latter is Yosaki's scent. "Yeah, I can smell it. Is it nice?" "I guess so." "All right. Then, I'll let you smell it even more." Hinata grabs my head with both hands, pushing it forcefully into her chest. It's slightly difficult to breathe, and I can't exactly focus on the scent, but I willingly accept the situation. When she seems satisfied, the pressure on the back of my head releases. I moved my head a little from Hinata, and then she lowered both her hands, and when they reached my back, she pulled me into a tight embrace. What's wrong? Ah, nothing. Then, should we do it? Section. Looking up at a familiar ceiling instead, I focus on the warmth I feel in my arms. Sigh. Ren, you really are a lustful monkey. I didn't expect you to go for a second round. It was you, Hinata, who suggested we do it a second time. It's not like I was in the mood, but it's because your body was excited. That means Ren was the one asking for it. Yeah, that's true. I'm a monkey. After I admitted defeat, Hinata chuckled with a victorious grin and tightened her grip on my arm. Hey, didn't you keep sniffing me around a lot just now? I'm naked now, but I don't think Misa's scent is on my skin. It doesn't mean anything. If you didn't like it, I'd stop. I don't mind it. Besides, you don't have to hold back with me, because I'll let you do whatever you want. You can use me to satisfy your desires. Otherwise, there's no point doing this if you keep holding back. Right. Sorry. It's not something to apologize for, but I'm glad you care about me. Hinata says this with a blooming smile, but I can sense her tone carries some sort of determination. So, how's it been going recently? Any progress? It's been stalled because someone keeps getting in the way. Well, it can't be helped. I'm still against you dating Misa. Besides, if you can't get past the challenge that is me, I won't let you have Misa as long as I'm around. That's dark. You've fallen into the abyss. No, I'm talking like that on purpose. Just now, on purpose. It's scarier that you did it on purpose. I'd rather it have been a mistake. We attend the same high school, but I can sense a difference in our academic levels. Hinata's is lower. This becomes evident even in our everyday conversations. You've been looking more and more beautiful lately, Misa. I heard you were popular across all grades. When I look back at photos from our entrance ceremony, it feels like we've really grown. I get you. People who used to have a round face before now has a sharp look. That's what it means to be an adult, I guess. Well, we've become adults too. Maybe even more so than our other classmates. Hinata's smile, instead of her usual sunny smile. It was a sultry and provocative smile. Hey, Hinata, can we do it again? Seriously, Ren? You really are a monkey. Sigh. Hinata exaggeratedly sighs. But in the next moment, she continues with her signature grin. Well, it's okay. Take it all out on me. Just like this. Even today, the best friend of the person I like is managing my sexual desires. Chapter 4. How did I end up in such a relationship with Hinata? To sort it out, let's trace back to the time when I first met Hinata. On the day of the entrance ceremony, I confessed my feelings to Yosaki and was rejected. Needless to say, I confessed to Yosaki again the next day. I forgot to mention this yesterday, but the high school uniform suits you. Yosaki, please go out with me. Oh, thank you. I really like this design. Despite being confessed to in the classroom and surrounded by classmates, she responded as if she didn't mind at all. What's with him, confessing out of the blue? Is he an idiot? PFF. He's getting rejected. Hey, this guy is funny. I could hear sneering voices from around me. It couldn't be helped, and those voices didn't bother me. However, what are you all laughing at? Laughing while seeing someone desperately trying. You are such boring people. For some reason, Yosaki, who should have been the primary victim, seemed most concerned about it and defended me. My classmates who Yosaki stared at looked guilty and averted their eyes from us. I was the one who caused this situation, and it felt strange for me to express gratitude, but just when I tried to say thank you as I thought everyone had left us alone, one of my classmates approached us. She intervened and stood between Yosaki and me and said, "Hey, stop doing that. Can't you see you're bothering her?" The classmate who intervened between us was Haru Hinata. "I'm not particularly bothered," that's what she said. "She's just being kind to a pitiful person like you." Hey, if you keep being nice to someone like him, you'll end up in trouble. Wow, super cute and super beautiful. Oh wow, up close you're even more amazing. Everything about you is just Amazing. The only thing that's amazing is your lack of vocabulary. Shut up. You just keep quiet. Ahaha. From that moment on, I started spending more time with Hinata. I would confess to Yosaki every day. Yosaki would gracefully deflect my confessions, and Hinata would try to protect Yosaki from me. Based on this relationship pattern alone, it's hard to understand how we've been getting along so well. Well, even I, as a party involved, don't fully understand. If I had to say, the biggest factor might be that the two of them tolerate a fool like me. Somehow, the balance might be just right. Hinata, who was smitten with Yosaki's beauty, rapidly built a close relationship with her, and within a month, they established themselves as best friends. Seeing Hinata accomplished something I couldn't, I felt a tinge of jealousy. However, their relationship was clearly within the bounds of friendship, so I found their interactions endearing. Well, admittedly, it wasn't always free from annoyance. Whenever Hinata hugged Yosaki, she would always make sure to flash a triumphant face my way. It was annoying. Misa and Seko went to the same middle school, right? Yep. We were even in the same class last year. Oh? So, you've liked Misa since then? Did you choose this high school just to follow her? You're like a stalker. It's a coincidence. This school has good academic performance and it's close to my house. So, isn't it normal that Yosaki, from the same district, would attend the same school? The way you casually make excuses makes it all the more suspicious. What should I do then? Hinata always picks on me, and it's difficult to handle. That's why we often clash like this. Ahaha. What Seko-kun is saying is probably true. After all, I never told anyone about my school choice except for my homeroom teacher. When Yosaki said this, Hinata looked at me skeptically and murmured, as if she was unconvinced. This is how it usually goes when the three of us are together. I do realize that constantly bothering her isn't right, so I've decided to limit my confessions to once a day after a while. Hence, I try to hold back as much as possible during regular conversations, but Hinata tends to confront me over trivial matters. Consequently, it's become routine for Hinata and me to bicker in front of Yosaki. So, how is it when it's just the two of us? Regrettably, I couldn't secure a seat next to Yosaki during our first seating change. Worse yet, I ended up at the very back by the window, while Yosaki was at the front by the corridor. It was a completely opposite position. Instead, Hinata ended up sitting next to me for some reason. We looked at each other and moved our seats. Seeing Hinata's tense face as if she had forgotten something, I decided I had to be extra careful not to forget my textbooks. Perhaps because of that resolution, I developed the habit of meticulously checking my schedule to avoid the embarrassment of forgetting my textbooks. However, hey, I forgot my textbook. Let me look at yours. Without waiting for my response, Hinata moved her desk close to mine, and then I placed the textbook we were sharing in between our desks. She leaned in to read. I remember she mentioned having good eyesight before, but she got extremely close during these times. This happened multiple times a week. At its peak, it happened once per subject a day. I've pointed out that she forgets too often, but she would just say, "I forgot." So it can't be helped. I think people don't forget things without a reason. Besides, unlike me, Hinata had another person sitting on her other side. She could have just shared with her since they are both girls and probably feel more comfortable. However, she said, I'm not that close with her, so this is fine. And so, my textbook was gradually being used by both Hinata and me. When it's just the two of us, Hinata and I don't seem to be on bad terms. We don't hang out or text each other frequently, but our relationship seems to exist because of the Yosaki section. Today was another day full of classes. During the break, I checked that my next class was World History and pulled out the World History textbook and notebook from my bag while holding back a yawn. Suddenly, my desk space doubled. It was just Hinata casually connecting her desk to mine. I looked over at my neighbor who does not say anything to me, but she was sitting as if nothing happened, fiddling with her smartphone. You forgot again today? That's right. Thanks. Why are you acting like it's so natural? And isn't there no need to connect the desks now? We can do it when the class starts. We should prepare for the class now. You know that, right? I get your point, But it's annoying. Hinata, without looking up from her smartphone and acting as if sharing my textbook was a given, made me sigh heavily. At that moment, Yosaki approached and chuckled at the sight of us. Haru, did you forget again? I thought I packed it last night, but I can't find it. I'm sure there's a ghost in my house. Don't blame it on a ghost. Is that why you're sharing it with Seko-kun again today? Are you two actually good friends? Upon Yosaki's arrival and her subsequent question, Hinata, who had been looking in her direction, dropped her gaze back to her own hands. There's no way. Seko is a beast that wants to attack Misa, and I'm the knight protecting her. We're basically enemies. Hey, who are you calling a beast? Then, you're a ghost. You're blaming your forgetfulness on me too? Watching our banter, Yosaki chuckled softly, and I found myself captivated by that smile. In the corner of my vision, I could see Hinata had already looked away from her smartphone. Chapter 5. We have a strange relationship, but we chat normally in class and even walk home together. We even hang out together sometimes. A friend of mine Ada once said that our bond is one of the 7 wonders of our high school. Being recently admitted to the school and suddenly incorporated into the school's 7 wonders made me feel like I owed an apology to the other wonders senior. When I mentioned this, he laughed and said I was being overly modest. Since neither of us is involved in club activities, we often have free time on our hands. So, on weekends, we go into the city for shopping or visit entertainment facilities like karaoke and bowling. Misa's beautiful singing voice resonates in the heart. Hinata's vibrant voice lifts the spirits of those who hear it, and I'm good at chiming in. Misa consistently gets spares, albeit with both hands. Hinata scores strikes with her innate athletic talent, and I've mastered the art of ball polishing. During Golden Week, we considered taking a trip somewhere since it's a long holiday. However, both Misa and Hinata ended up having family vacation plans, so our trip didn't materialize. They were quite disappointed, but from the stories they shared, they seemed to have enjoyed their individual trips. Still, the idea of a trip remained alive. As summer vacation approached, the two got excited and started planning for it again. Where should we go? Let's decide. Considering that staying overnight might be difficult just for high schoolers, we wanted to pick a place that was within a day trip range and felt summery. So, we settled on a leisure pool. Since our middle school days, there haven't been any swimming lessons, so I had never seen Yosaki in a swimsuit. I was wholeheartedly agreed to the pool idea, and the night before the outing, I was so excited and nervous that I couldn't sleep. As for the actual day, it was a continuous thrill. Yosaki appeared in a bikini with a black base color and white accents. The design wonderfully accentuated Yosaki's fair complexion, and I was taken aback by how daring her outfit was. Seko-kun, what do you think? It's amazing. Perfect. I thought a goddess had descended. Please go out with me. Fufu, I'm glad. This was quite a challenge for me. Hearing my words of praise, Yosaki smiled with satisfaction. Her charm was irresistible, and I could feel my face getting hot. What about me? Hinata, you look great too. HMPH, it's totally different from what you said to Misa. Hinata, who arrived with us, wore a cute frilled swimsuit, which was also a bikini but covered more area than Yosaki's. What was surprising was, in contrast to Yosaki's confident appearance, Hinata blushed and looked embarrassed, twisting her body. And her chest was so big that I struggled to keep my gaze in check. I couldn't let Yosaki catch me staring, and I had no idea how Hinata would react. Don't stare at Misa like that. Come on. What's the point of a pool event if I can't do that? Just enjoy it normally. Fufu, this is my first time coming to the pool with friends like this. Isn't it fun? Seko-kun, it's a lot of fun. Haven't even swum yet but I'm already having a blast. Oh, there's a water slide. Let's try it out. What's that? A slide. It looks fun. Let's go. So stupid. I tried to go to the water slide, inviting Yosaki, but I realized Hinata wasn't following. Looking back, Hinata was standing still with a gloomy face. Hinata, aren't you coming? I'm coming. When I called out to her, Hinata broke into a smile and started running towards us. Hey, don't run by the poolside, Kaya. Just as I feared, Hinata slipped on the wet surface and almost fell. Fortunately, I caught her. See? I told you so. Between leaving your stuff behind and this, you're quite the scatterbrain. Shut up. But, thanks. I'm startled by the posture of Hinata in my arms. I've been feeling something soft pressing against my chest, and I can feel my heart racing. Aren't you going to let go? Ah! Exclamation mark. Upon Yosaki's words, we hurriedly separate. Even after parting from Hinata, the soft sensation I felt earlier doesn't fade, and there's no sign of my heartbeat calming down. She also seems dazed. Normally, she would have snapped and pulled away even before Yosaki said anything. Hey, we're going to that slide, right? Let's go. Huh? Yeah. I've never tried it, but it's supposed to be super fun. Is that so? Fufu. I'm looking forward to it. You too, right, Haru? Yeah, but there's a chance Seko's info might be wrong. My source is TV. If it's wrong, blame the TV station. Don't deflect the responsibility. You're our informant. Own up to it. The usual banter with Hinata is back. I'm relieved, but a part of me feels disappointed. Considering it's summer vacation, there's naturally a large number of visitors, but undoubtedly, the water slide is the main attraction of this pool. There's a long line of people waiting on the stairs leading to the slide, but since there's no fast pass or anything, we join the queue. The three of us often spend our free time chatting, so waiting isn't an issue. If the conversation dies, someone brings up a new topic, and the cycle continues. However, there's a significant difference from our usual selves. Our attire. I'm unsure where to look, occasionally scanning the line or gazing into the distance. When I try to look at their faces during conversation, my gaze inevitably drifts downwards. So I force myself to look elsewhere. As we spent time this way, our turn was approaching. The slide looks higher up close, and my legs feel a bit shaky. In times like this, seeing someone more scared than yourself can be reassuring. This seems true, as the trembling Yosaki in front of me instantly stops my own shivers. Yosaki, are you okay? Yes. It's just higher than I expected. Really? I admit, I'm actually a little afraid of heights. Oh, if you had said so, we could have decided not to go. Do you want to get off now? No, we've already waited in line, and since it's a rare opportunity, I want to see it through. Besides, Seko-kun said it would be fun and invited me. To be honest, that reason made me happy. It felt like something just struck my heart. But then, that's a lot of responsibility, Seko. It's definitely going to be fun. They said so on TV, and look at how many people are lining up. If it turns out not to be fun, I'll immediately lodge a complaint with the TV station. But Hinata, you're fine with it? Well, yeah, I'm good with heights and I kind of like roller coasters. Roller coasters? I've wanted to try them, but I think they might be too much for me. That's not true, Misa. There are different levels of roller coasters, so you can find one you'll enjoy. How about we go together next time? I'll be with you. Really? Fufu, maybe I'll take you up on that. Thanks to Hinata's quick thinking, a smile returned to Yosaki's face. I felt a bit frustrated that I couldn't have been the one to do it, but I was relieved to see her in better spirits. Next, please. Urged by the staff, we moved to the starting point of the slide. The view from there had a different kind of intensity than before. I don't think I can. Yosaki began to tremble again. Maybe it's better for her to give up, I thought. Just then, if you're scared, why don't the two of you slide down together? Having someone with you can be reassuring. The staff lady suggested this and gave me a thumbs up. I quickly grasped the implication of her words. Hinata, who seemed to understand as well, said, Then, Misa, let's slide down together. Saying that, she reached out her hand to Yosaki. However, Yosaki only stared at the hand, hesitant to take it. It was a moment of uncertainty that lasted a few seconds. Then Yosaki looked into my eyes and said, Seko-kun, I want to slide with you. Me? A voice of surprise escaped from me because of the sudden request. Naturally, Hinata was also shocked, and while retracting her outstretched hand, she said, Why with Seko? Wouldn't it be better with me? I mean, we're both girls, and I'm not scared at all. You can rely on me. No, I want to slide with Seko-kun. Seko-kun, you're a little scared too, aren't you? You noticed? Yeah. Your body is trembling slightly. I felt relieved knowing I wasn't the only one, but if I slid with Hinata now, I'll be leaving such a scared Seko-kun alone. I don't want to do that. Besides, sliding with someone else who's also scared might be more fun, don't you think? Saying that, Yosaki flashed me a mischievous grin. It was an expression I had never seen before, and my heart skipped a beat. That's how it is. Sorry, Hinata. It's okay. If that's the case, there's nothing I can do. Go on. You scaredy cat. Don't call me a scaredy cat. Pushed from behind by Hinata, I ended up sitting at the top of the slide with Yosaki. She sat in front and I sat behind. All right, Unai-san, wrap your arms around her waist. Make sure to hold her tight. Yosaki isn't my girlfriend yet. Okay. Off you go. With a strong push from the staff lady, we accelerated due to the force of the water and gravity, rapidly getting closer to the ground. Whoa. The force was more intense than I expected, and I involuntarily tightened my grip around Yosaki. In that state, we were hurled into a pool below. As we hit the water, we got separated. I quickly lifted my face out of the water to check on Yosaki. She slowly stood up, lifting her face out as well. Her expression was different than before. It was exhilarated and somewhat content. We looked at each other and both started laughing spontaneously. Ha ha ha. That was so scary. I didn't expect it to be that fast. Ah ha ha. Really? It took me by surprise. I've never screamed that loud before. By the way, I remember that even Yosaki had screamed loudly. I was too overwhelmed, so I don't remember everything clearly. As the next person was coming down, we quickly got out of the pool. Once at the pool side, Yosaki, who had exited before me, continued, saying, "It made my heart race so much." At that moment, her expression was almost like the heroine of a romance movie. Splash! There was a loud sound from behind, accompanied by a spray of water. It must have been Hinata who slid down after us. She said she was good with heights, so she might have enjoyed it even more than we did. I turned around to see her reaction. Standing there was a girl with a much dimmer expression than the usual lively Hinata, but it was unmistakably Hinata. Wow, that was quite the thrill. The water slide really lived up to its reputation. Hinata, locking eyes with us, regained her usual brightness and expressed her thoughts. Seeing her like that made me wonder if I misread her previous expression. It was just as the rumors said. See? My information was spot on. Hey. You talk big for someone who just got lucky. What did you say? Foo-foo, but it really was fun. Knowing that there's water below makes it less scary. Oh, then let's go again. We're not going. As I was about to suggest riding the water slide again, Hinata immediately shot down the idea. Her voice was unusually deep, and it took me a moment to recognize it was hers. As I tried to gauge Hinata's downcast face, she suddenly looked up at me and quickly saying, "Look, if we do that, we'll end up waiting in line for ages. If we want to try other attractions, we won't have enough time." That's right. Yeah, let's check out other places. Is that okay with you, Yosaki? Yes. Foo-foo, maybe I'll experience a lot of firsts today. Hey. Watch how you phrase that. Seko, what are you thinking? Pervert. Hinata's face, teasing me, had returned to her usual sunny smile. Chapter 6. We also went to a summer festival in addition to the pool. It was a big fireworks festival in a nearby town. As I approached our meeting place, lo and behold, two people in yukatas were waiting. Yosaki was in a predominantly black yukata, which somehow gave her an air of allure. On the other hand, Hinata wore a yukata based on white, adorned with yellow sunflower patterns, which suited her well. We should come watch it together again, someone said while we gazed at the fireworks lighting up the night sky. Well, probably all three of us said it. Section. Summer vacation isn't just fun. Looking at the mountain of assignments given from school, I felt like dying. Hinata seemed to feel the same way, and thanks to her initiative, the three of us got together to tackle the tasks. By the way, Yosaki had already finished most of hers, so she assumed the role of making sure Hinata and I didn't slack off. Having spent such a summer, we returned to school like zombies, dreading the tedious and troublesome classes that awaited. However, the fall at school was packed with events. Sports day, cultural festivals everywhere. We had a blast, and of course, we spent these events together. Hinata shone on the sports day. Even though it had been about a year since she retired from the track and field team, her past experience still seemed to be alive, as she snatched first place in various events. The only exception was the scavenger hunt, where she came in last. Maybe the subject was difficult, but the item Hinata had chosen in line with the theme was me. As I was cheering from the class's cheering section, Hinata came over without saying a word and just reached out her hand. Realizing that I was the item she needed to retrieve, I took her hand, and we ran to the finish line together. To this day, I haven't been able to find out what that theme was. During the cultural festival, it seemed like Yosaki stood out. Since first-year classes were not allowed to sell food and drinks, our class decided to do a haunted house, which might sound cliché. Yosaki, being a cultural committee member, claimed she didn't know about haunted houses. She said she wanted to do some research, so the three of us went to an amusement park to investigate a professional haunted house. While Hinata, who is not good with horror, was screaming next to me, Yosaki quietly advanced through the route, taking notes. I felt like I heard a bewildered voice from one of the ghosts, saying, "Huh?" Afterward, Yosaki devised the plan for the scariest haunted house possible at a school scale based on her notes. We, the class, didn't quite understand the content when she told us, but as we worked under her direction, we began to see the shape of it and were impressed. By the way, her fellow committee member, Takahashi, was crying that he had no work to do. On the eve of the cultural festival, with the stage set up, we decided to conduct a test run. Naturally, Yosaki, the main person behind this, was unanimously chosen by the class to be on the guest side. Since we generally anticipated pairs of guests, the question arose as to who would accompany her. Logically, it would have been Takahashi, the other cultural committee member. However, Seko-kun, should we go together? Yosaki nominated me. Knowing about our relationship, the classmates around us said things like, "Go for it, Seko. Leave it to us. We'll make sure to scare you good." And so, half in jest, they agreed for me to join the test as a guest. Takahashi was crying again. As we followed the predetermined route inside, my classmates would jump out to scare us from all directions. But since I was also part of the production team, I knew what was coming, so I wasn't surprised at all. However, Fufu, we've made something amazing. Yosaki was trembling tremendously as she walked next to me. Why was the very person who planned it so frightened? Besides, there was no sign of fear when we were doing the preliminary investigation. It somehow seemed funny to me. That's why I couldn't help but chuckle. When Yosaki saw my face, her eyebrows drooped, but her gaze sharpened, and she puffed out her cheeks. "Why are you laughing, Seko-kun?" "Sorry. It's kind of funny. It's a gap, you know." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Hey, Seko-kun, can I move closer?" "Ah, sure." With Yosaki moving closer, the space that was enough for one person was now filled. A space that always felt like someone should be there. It was now occupied. Yosaki's shoulder touched my arm. It wasn't like at the pool. We were clothed now, so our skin didn't touch, but still, I knew it. "This feels comforting." Yosaki voiced such a sentiment. I felt the same way, but I was too shy to say it out loud. After that, Yosaki didn't tremble or make a sound. We then exited the haunted house and stepped into the hallway. Some of our classmates who weren't acting as ghosts were waiting for us. Among them was Hinata. "Aren't you two standing a bit too close?" The look in Hinata's eyes when she asked us this was very cold. It reminded me of the moment when she came down the water slide at the pool. The passage was a little narrow. It seems that two are the maximum number of people that can pass through at a time. Yosaki answered Hinata's question like that. From her response, I sensed she wanted to hide the fact that she had been scared, so I quickly agreed. "Yeah, exactly." "Really? All right then, we'll need to think about how to guide groups of 3. Not sure if we managed to deceive her, But Hinata didn't probe any further. Even though her smile was as bright as ever, her eyes seemed dark to me. Chapter 7. It is the first November in my high school life. With school events like the sports festival and cultural festival now behind us and no school trips in sight, life for us first years has become rather mundane. But who says the fun has to stop? Something exciting is just around the corner. Christmas. Gone are the days of receiving gifts from Santa and eating delicious meals and cakes with family. We are high school students in the prime of our youth. Christmas is a time for romance. And I will make Yosaki my girlfriend by Christmas. Recently, it's gotten really cold, but Yosaki's kindness warms both my body and soul. Please go out with me. People say cold hands, warm heart. I wonder if that's really true. Another failure today. Well, considering that my confessions from spring to today have been pretty much daily and yet unsuccessful, I'll probably never make it in time for Christmas. Usually, while I was confessing, Hinata would barge in between us. That's the routine. But she's not coming today. I scan the classroom but don't see her anywhere. Hinata said she's taking the day off. Didn't you get the message? I don't think so. Upon hearing Yosaki, I check my smartphone and messaging app. As expected, there's no message from Hinata. We rarely chat one-on-one, but we do have a group chat, so I thought she might have messaged there. Nope, nothing from her. Well, it's Hinata, so she probably wouldn't message me. You two get along so well, though. Do we? I feel like we're always bickering. No, that's not the case. Yosaki puts on a somewhat lonely expression. Seeing her face, I get a bit impatient and quickly change the subject. So, why is Hinata taking the day off? She caught a cold, it seems. I guess the change in seasons makes it hard to maintain good health. They say idiots don't catch colds. Hey, you shouldn't say things like that. Fufu, you made me mad. Seeing Yosaki chuckle, I let out a sigh of relief in my mind. During class, I considered taking notes for Hinata but decided against it, assuming Yosaki would do it for her. Besides, Hinata hadn't informed me she'd be absent, so she might find it more annoying than helpful. Just as I'm pondering this, my smartphone screen, tucked away in my desk, lights up. It must be a notification. My phone is set to silent mode, no vibrations or sounds, but the screen still illuminates. Seizing the opportunity while the teacher starts writing on the board, I sneak a peek at the notification on my phone. Hinata? I almost let out a surprised exclamation but managed to hold it in. That's how surprising the notification was. It's rare for her to message me, especially after telling only Yosaki that she'd be absent. Why would she message me now? Curiosity is getting the better of me, and I open the messaging app even though I'm in class. What I find is even more surprising. Come visit me. No need for gifts or anything. Here's my address. Along with the message, Hinata's home address was sent to me. I can't keep staring at my phone because the teacher would definitely notice. I put it back on my desk and refocus on the lecture, but my mind is swarming with thoughts about the message I'd just read. Is Hinata asking me to visit her? Sure. It's odd she didn't notify me about her absence, but it's even more strange that she's asking me of all the people to visit. After class, I immediately head over to Yosaki. Of course, the topic is Hinata's request for a visit. Hey Yosaki, about visiting Hinata. Oh, I was planning to go too, but she told me not to come, so I guess I can't. I don't know where she lives. I see. Well, if that's the case, then it can't be helped. Hinata declined Yosaki's visit but specifically messaged me to come. What does that mean? I get it. She thinks it's fine if she passes her cold on to me. How dare you? I'll storm into your house with some easy-to-eat food and a sports drink. There's always only one truth. That's what Grandma used to say. After my question was resolved, I headed to the train station after parting ways with Yosaki as usual. I hop on a train to the next town over, stock up on supplies at a convenience store near the station, and start walking to the address I'd been sent, carrying bags full of goods. This is the place, right? Upon reaching the location marked on my map app, I check the nameplate of the house in front of me. Yep, It definitely says Hinata. Even if it's Hinata's, being at a female classmate's house makes me a bit nervous. I take a deep breath and press the doorbell. After a moment, I heard a familiar voice say, "Hello, Hinata Haru, it's Seko, your classmate. I've come to visit you. The door's unlocked, just come in." I thought it might be a family member, so I called her by her first name, Haru, but it turned out it was her after all. I felt a bit embarrassed for nothing. Hesitant but following her instructions, I cautiously opened the door. As she said, it wasn't locked and opened easily. "Sorry for bothering you," I greeted cautiously. But there was no response from inside the house. Just as I was wondering what to do, standing at the entrance, my smartphone in my pocket vibrated. It's a message from Hinata, and she wants me to come up to her room on the second floor. Confused but unable to simply turn back, I followed the message's instructions. I took off my shoes, entered the house, and headed up to the second floor. I wasn't sure which room was Hinata's, but a plate with the name Haru was hanging on one of the doors, making it clear. Still, to confirm, I knocked on the door. "Hinata, it's me." "Come in." Hinata's voice came from inside. Relieved, I opened the door. "Welcome." Sitting on the bed next to the window and wrapped in a blanket was Hinata. "Here, some get well gifts. I just grabbed some stuff, so sorry if there's anything you don't like." "I told you you didn't have to bring anything. Come on. I couldn't come empty-handed, could I?" "Well, I'm not really sick, so it's not really a get well visit." "What? So why did she call me here?" Just as I was about to ask that, Hinata stood up and let the blanket drop to the floor, revealing her beautiful skin. "Wait, what are you, Seko?" "You were staring at my chest a lot when we went to the pool last summer, weren't you?" "I thought maybe you liked it." She was dressed like she was at the pool. I thought to myself the dressing like that was why she got sick, but then I remembered she said she was faking it. My mind was in turmoil. My thoughts couldn't keep up, and my body froze. Amidst this, Hinata walked closer to me, took my hand, and placed it on her chest. She then laid her hand over the back of mine and started moving it, as if guiding me. A warm, soft sensation enveloped my palm. "Hi Hinata." "What's the meaning of this, Seko?" "You're kind of perverted, aren't you?" "What?" "I heard from your friend. The manga you like reading is kind of naughty, right?" "My friend." "Oh damn him for talking unnecessary things." "Plus, you're always so interested in my chest." "Oh, sometimes you look at my legs too. Do you like legs as well?" I don't." "It's okay, huh? You can do as you please with my body. If you want to touch my chest, you can. If you want to touch my legs, you can. And even more than that." Saying that, Hinata moved her hand downward. I immediately understood what she was hinting at. "Why are you doing this, Hinata?" "I don't get it." "The reason? It's simple. So that your sexual desire doesn't explode and hurt Misa. That's why I'll be the one to handle you, to help you release all of it." "What are you talking about? Are you saying that I might lose control and attack Yosaki?" "You're denying it." "But look." With a seductive look, Hinata gazed at me and moved her small right hand to touch my lower abdomen. It had been growing since earlier. "Do you really expect me to believe that when you're like this, even though you don't like me?" "That's because you're doing things like this, so, let's do it." "No, I'll let you. You can use me to get rid of everything that's building up inside of you, Seko." In the end, maybe what Hinata said was right. I was just a beast that would succumb to its desires and attack a girl in front of me. This is how the twisted relationship between Hinata and me began. Part 2. Haru Hinata's Love, Chapter 8. I started track and field when I was in the second grade of elementary school. Back then, a friendly older girl living nearby invited me to the track club she was a part of. The club was only for elementary school students, so I had to leave at one point, but somehow, I continued with the school's track team even after entering middle school. I've always been good at running, or rather, I think I had exceptional athletic abilities. The results of my hard work clearly showed as I was able to achieve many accomplishments. All the trophies and plaques I received are my treasures, and they still decorate my room to this day. I thought I'd continue track and field even in high school. Then came the final competition in middle school. Feeling the weight of everyone's expectations, I started running, only to feel a sharp pain in my knee moments later, followed by a loss of strength. I ended up collapsing on the ground. I was taken to the hospital in an ambulance, and the doctor told me I had damaged the ligaments in my right knee. They said I could return to track after healing and undergoing rehabilitation, but the last middle school competition would never come back. I was filled with guilt for having let everyone down. However, the people around me were supportive, saying things like, "That's unfortunate, and do your best in rehab." At first, I couldn't even manage daily life without crutches, making it quite troublesome even just to walk. I grew increasingly frustrated with the situation, but I couldn't stand doing nothing, so I wondered if there was something else I could do without running. I realized that there was nothing else. Before I knew it, track and field had become the sole focus of my life, and I already cast everything else aside. Now that track and field was taken away from me, I realized I had nothing left. Ultimately, I decided to observe what everyone else was doing. Friends with whom I had sweated it out on the track team started growing their hair after quitting the club. Classmates who used to be tomboys were now becoming more feminine. That's it, I'll do that too. If I was going to resume track in high school, the only time to grow my hair out would be now. I wondered if growing my hair would make me look as cute as my classmates. I didn't cut my hair during the summer vacation, and by the end of the break, it had grown to the length where it just about touched my shoulders. I couldn't tell it by myself, but I wondered if my vibe had changed due to everyone being busy with summer courses and my inability to walk freely. I spent the entire summer break cooped up at home. So it's been a long time since I've seen everyone. I opened the classroom door, excited to see how everyone would react. Then a classmate turned around at the sound and said, "Why did you grow your hair out? It doesn't suit you, Haru." It doesn't look good on you." "Short hair really is more like you, Haru." They were all close friends, so I knew they didn't mean any harm and just stated their honest opinions. But that's why it hurt so much. That afternoon, I cut my hair short again. I thought I had no right to be fashionable, that my entire life would be consumed by track and field or some other sport. I was led to believe that was the Haru Hinata everyone wanted me to be. Seeing me like this, my mom approached me with a high school pamphlet. "Look, Haru, isn't the uniform here cute?" "Yeah, but it won't suit me." "Nonsense. You're very cute." "That's not true. I'm just..." You shouldn't say something like that." "Hey, why don't you try getting into this school? It'll be fine. Everyone who goes here wears this uniform. Just be confident. If someone says anything, just say this: I attend this high school, so I wear this uniform. Don't complain." Honestly, I did want to try wearing it. But when I imagined myself in it, I felt like I could hear voices around me saying, "It doesn't suit you. For now, I'll just focus on studying hard." My mom told me to, and I didn't have anything else to do anyway, so I became engrossed in my studies. Thanks to that effort, I got a B on the practice test for that high school I had been eyeing. Turns out, I'm not just good at track, I can study too. That realization made me happy at the time. Exiting the cram school with my test results, I noticed many couples walking around. Today was Christmas Eve. After all, apparently, at our age, it's not just a day for receiving gifts, but also a day for couples. Seeing a girlfriend happily walking with her boyfriend made my heart stir. Could someone as unfashionable as me ever find that kind of happiness? I couldn't imagine such a future, but maybe I've changed a bit too. I've become better at studying. Perhaps I might become fashionable as well. They say adolescence is a time of constant change. After all, before going home, I took a detour to a station front store selling various goods. There were a lot of stylish accessories, and they all looked cute. Still, I felt they wouldn't suit me. In the end, I didn't buy anything and just went home. Time passed, and finally, the day of the high school entrance exam arrived. I double-checked my exam ticket. My mom had advised using a pencil instead of a mechanical one because they often have issues. So, I sharpened a pencil for the first time since elementary school, but I realized I didn't have cap for it. I was worried that it would dirty my pencil case, so I dug out an old pencil case to use. Arriving at the venue, my heart raced at the thought that if I passed, I would be walking these halls in the spring. I sat down at my designated seat and began placing my writing tools on the desk. I noticed there was no eraser in my pencil case. I remembered that I hadn't moved the eraser into the case last night. To make matters worse, the pencil I had prepared didn't have an eraser attached on the opposite sides. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? An unexpected problem arose just as I was already tense, and I didn't know what to do. Time passed as I was engrossed in my thoughts, and after the proctor briefly announced the test guidelines, the chime signaling the start of the exam rang out. In a corner of my frantic mind, a small part of me somehow managed to stay calm, whispering, "Just start solving the problems. If you don't make mistakes, you won't need an eraser." That's true. I wouldn't need to use an eraser if I didn't make any mistakes. With that thought, I began working on the problems, only to mess up the very first one. It's only natural that the likelihood of making mistakes increases when I am in a state of panic. My exam was over, and nothing had paid off. Just when I thought that I had nothing left, I felt something hit my foot. I couldn't afford any large movements like looking down during the exam, so I just imagined what it could be. While I was contemplating this, the proctor who was patrolling the classroom stopped beside me. Oh no. Did I do something to deserve a scolding? Bracing myself for what was to come, the proctor crouched down, said, "Excuse me," and reached under my desk, asking, "Is this yours?" while holding out an eraser. Of course, I had forgotten my eraser, so it couldn't be mine. "No," I answered quietly. Then the proctor asked the boy sitting next to me, "Is this yours?" Then, it probably belonged to him. Good for him that the eraser was picked up. As I was thinking this, I heard him say, "No, it's not mine. It's probably hers." I saw something fall from her desk out of the corner of my eye. The proctor looked at me quizzically and asked again, "Is this yours?" Well, you don't have an eraser, do you? Then it must be yours. Here, be careful not to drop it again." The proctor placed the eraser on my desk and went on to patrol elsewhere. What just happened? This eraser definitely isn't mine. So, the real owner must be struggling without it. But no one claimed the eraser as their own. Feeling guilty, I used that eraser to erase my writing mistakes. Thus, I somehow managed to get through the first subject of the exam. I stood up, intent on finding the real owner of the eraser. Then I noticed that the boy sitting next to me, who had told the proctor earlier, "No, it's not mine, it's probably hers," had an eraser on his desk that looked exactly like the one I was holding. Noticing my gaze, the boy looked my way and flashed a grin. "Glad you had an eraser, huh?" With that, he pulled out a textbook for the next subject from his bag. Not wanting to disturb his review, I simply sat back down in my seat. This was my first encounter with him. Seko Rento, Chapter 9. Having successfully finished the exam, I looked over to the next seat, planning to return the eraser and express my thanks. However, that boy had already left. In the end, I ended up not being able to thank him, and that eraser was still carefully stored in my pencil case. It's become something of a talisman for me. A few weeks after the exam, I learned that I had been accepted into that high school. I didn't go to the school to see the entrance ceremony because it coincided with a hospital visit for ongoing medical observations. I could have rescheduled, but I didn't feel the necessity. I did wonder if I might run into him, but if one of us had failed, the atmosphere wouldn't have been right for conversation. If both of us passed, I thought we'd have a chance to talk after enrollment anyway. I went with my mom to get measured for the school uniform and tried it on. Wearing it, I felt more like I was being worn rather than wearing it. Despite my mom and the store clerk saying it looked good on me, it sounded like nothing more than flattery. Then the high school entrance ceremony came around. With my heart pounding, I arrived at school and, after the ceremony, headed to my pre-assigned classroom to meet the classmates I'd be spending the year with. Among them was him. His name was Seko Rento. Only then did I realize I hadn't known his name until now. I clearly remembered his face, and since I hadn't talked about him to anyone else, it hadn't posed a problem. Once everyone's self-introductions were over and the teacher had given us a brief overview of what to expect in school, today's class came to an end. Since we ended up in the same class, I should go thank him, I thought. But when I looked for him, he had already vanished again. I glanced down the hallway and saw him walking together with a girl who was also my classmate. I remembered her because she was striking. Misa Yosaki. Her long, jet black hair was beautiful, and her skin was porcelain white like a doll. She was the very image of what I wanted to be. Why had he left with her? Then I remembered, during their self-introductions, they'd both mentioned coming from the same middle school. It made me uneasy, but I didn't have the courage to find out about it. That night, I couldn't help but wonder where they had gone and what they had done. I should have followed them, I thought, but that would make me a stalker. The next day, I arrived at school early, not because I was eager to start my new high school life but because I wanted to be in the classroom when he arrived. When I got to the classroom, a few students had already arrived, including Misa Yosaki. Should I ask her about yesterday? The thought crossed my mind, but I reconsidered. It would be weird to ask a question like that on our first meeting. For now, all I could do was wait for him. By the time most of the classmates had gathered in the classroom, he finally showed up. I thought, he's here, and was about to run over to him, but he wore a serious expression and went straight to Yosaki. I forgot to mention this yesterday, but the high school uniform suits you. Yosaki, please go out with me, he confessed to her. For a moment, I had no idea what was happening, but as the classroom started buzzing, a sharp pain engulfed my chest. As I watched their interaction while clutching my aching chest, she, the one being confessed to, responded casually. "Oh, thank you. I really like this design." I didn't like it a bit. I don't know what this feeling is, but I also want him to tell me that the uniform looks good on me. That urge overcame me. I couldn't read their relationship at all, but I instinctively knew it would be dangerous to leave them as it is. So, I interrupted them and blurted out, "Hey, stop doing that. Can't you see you're bothering her?" Section 3 weeks have passed since then. Our group has an awkward dynamic, but we're close friends. Misa and I get along well. She's not only good-looking but also has a great personality, so we quickly became friends. Some people find her straightforwardness off-putting, but I like her because she's genuine and fearless. As for Seko, I realize our relationship might look weird to others. We're at odds over Misa, but outside of that, Seko treats me normally. While not as much as he does with Misa, he shows me some degree of kindness. For now, I want to get closer to Seko, so I keep this relationship going. I still haven't returned the eraser, nor have I thanked him for that time. Sometimes, I think he might not even remember it, which makes it difficult to bring it up. I am a sneaky woman. Even now, that eraser sits in my pencil case. Our group hangs out together, even going out on the weekends to shop and have fun. Whenever there's a plan to go out, Seko always invites me, even though he'd probably prefer to go out with just Misa. I've wondered why he also invited me, but I could never bring myself to ask that question. I wonder if it is because Seko wants to spend more time with the three of us. Being with both of them feels so comfortable. I did not join any club activities partly to keep an eye on Seko and Misa but also for this very reason. Today, we've planned a small day trip to a nearby town. There's no specific agenda. We're just going to hang out. It makes me really happy that we meet up and spend time together like this even without a reason. We're meeting up at the location, so I get on a train from the nearest station. As it turns out, Seko is in the same train compartment. He notices me and raises his hand to say, "Hey." Seko is dressed stylishly but not overly so. I wonder, if this were a date with Misa, would he go all out in preparation? What would he wear if it was just the two of us going out? Thinking about it makes my chest tighten, but I don't know why. "You're not going with Misa?" "You two take the train from the same station," right? Yosaki is getting a ride from her parents. Look. Saying this, Seko shows me his smartphone screen. It displays our group chat, and indeed, a message from Misa confirms what he just said. Really? I didn't check because I was busy getting ready this morning. I think this every time, but your outfits are always on point, Hinata. No wonder that you'd be busy before going out. Question mark. What did Seko just say? On point? What? My outfit? I feel my face heating up, but my mind is calm. By always on point, does he mean that I have a fixed pattern? But I make a conscious effort to wear something different every time, and if I had a fixed dress pattern, it wouldn't make my mornings busy. Does that mean Seko is complimenting my outfit? I've never thought of my own outfit as stylish. I'm just wearing a simple combination of a white t-shirt and shorts, topped off with a black cap. There's not a shred of cuteness, I thought when I looked at myself in the mirror. Still, I always spend my time carefully choosing what to wear. I don't know why. Now, my reflection in the train window suddenly looks good. After that, Seko and I talked in hushed voices while riding the train, but I can't remember what we talked about. Chapter 10. I got off the train with Seko when we arrived at the destination station, and as we passed through the station's ticket gates, a beautiful girl was standing there. It's Misa. She's always beautifully dressed. She's wearing pants like me, but her slender legs stand out, and she wears her jacket stylishly. She gives off both a model-like and a young lady, a Josama vibe. I once asked Seko, is Misa a young lady by any chance? Yeah, she does give off that vibe, doesn't she? But honestly, I don't really know. If she were a young lady, I wonder why she'd go to the same public middle school as me. That was his response. I was a little happy with that answer, not because Misa might not be a young lady but because Seko doesn't know much about her. When Misa notices us, her previously expressionless face changes to a slight smile. Even as a woman, I'm captivated by that smile, and so other people around us. My bad, Yosaki, did we keep you waiting? No, I just got here too, so it's fine. Whoa. Now, you look very amazing right now. Your outfit today really suits you. Yosaki, please go out with me. Thank you. By the way, Haru looks good today. Maybe I should buy a hat too. Hee, thanks. Everything seems to suit you, Misa. Oh, there are things that suit me and things that don't. Certainly, everyone has their own style that suits them. But with Misa, it feels like she could pull off anything. Actually, she probably does. We leave the station and wander aimlessly through the city, chatting about trivial things. Just doing that is fun, probably because it's the three of us. Along the way, Misa spots a karaoke place and says, I want to go in, so we decide to go. She looked adorable when her eyes sparkled at the idea. Apparently, she's never been to one before. Misa may be new to karaoke, but she really sings well. I was so entranced that I'm sure I didn't make even the faintest sound when listening to her. When she finished, Seko clapped loudly and praised her singing as awesome. Even though I was also moved, I felt somewhat regretful, so I chose my go-to song. Compared to Misa's song, mine didn't seem like much. Usually, I enjoy singing, but my energy started to wane right now. Then, a voice other than mine came through the speaker. I glanced over to see Seko holding another microphone, starting to sing along with me. He turned towards me, and as our eyes met, he asked through his eyes, how about singing together? I answered with a smile. This song wasn't meant for a duet, but singing it with Seko was really fun. When the song ended, he apologized for suddenly joining in, but I managed to say, no worries. When I glanced at Misa, she seemed impressed, saying, I see. There's this way to have fun too. After that, we had a great time. Sometimes singing duets as Misa requested, or Seko added his voice when I was singing. By the way, Seko's singing was worse than mine. He seemed aware of it, saying, I don't really know many songs, and tried to let us sing as much as possible. The fact that he jumped in to sing seemed somewhat unfair. After enjoying karaoke, we decided to eat lunch to fill our stomachs. Following another of Misa's suggestions, we went into a famous hamburger chain. It seemed to be her first time there too, and she looked adorable struggling with her order while Seko supported her gently from the side. After that, we went window shopping, but a while later, Misa received a message on her smartphone. After reading it, she furrowed her brows and said, "Sorry." My family, who had dropped me off here, were out doing their own thing. They're heading home now, and it looks like they're coming to pick me up on the way. That's too bad, but it can't be helped. We didn't really have any plans for today anyway. Let's hang out again some other time. Exactly. Even though I hate to agree with him, he's right that today isn't the only day we can hang out. What did you say? What? Fufu. Yes, that's right. Thank you, both of you. I need to go now because they're already close by. Oh, see you at school then. See you, Misa. A brief silence fell between us as we watched her somewhat lonely back disappear. Guess we should head back too, huh? Yeah, I suppose. It was Sika who broke the silence. I couldn't do anything but agree. I wondered, does he not want to hang out with just me? Is that why he's suggesting we go back? That thought pained me. If it's just us two, Yosaki might feel left out. We came here to hang out as a trio, after all. Could Seko be reading my mind? His words were exactly what I wanted to hear. For some reason, I felt it was not good to stay alone with Seko. So, I said, I was thinking of going to check out that little shop over there. I casually pointed at a small shop that caught my eye. Oddly enough, it was a store I had visited last winter after cram school and left without buying anything. Then Seko, after briefly checking his phone, said, "All right, I'll go with you too." What? Why? Seems like the train is delayed, so I thought I'd kill some time. I see. In the end, I couldn't distance myself from Seko and we ended up visiting the shop together. I wondered how we must look to others and felt my face start to heat up. A hairpin caught my eye. It was the same one I had noticed last year. A small glass sunflower is attached to that pin. I remembered thinking it was odd for winter but also quite cute. However, I had felt it wouldn't suit me, so I didn't buy it. As I was looking at it, Seko, who had moved next to me, followed my gaze and asked, "Hey, that's nice. Aren't you going to buy it?" What's the sudden interest? Do you like sunflowers, Seko? That's surprising. When I teasingly asked, Seko scratched his cheek awkwardly and said, "It's not that I particularly like sunflowers, but I thought it would suit you, Hinata. That's all." I felt a sudden jump in my heart. The next moment, I found myself unconsciously picking up the hairpin. Well, I like sunflowers. So, I'm going to buy this. Yes, I like sunflowers. Today. No, right now, I've fallen in love with sunflowers. Chapter 11. Before I knew it, the Golden Week holiday had passed. Recently, we had our first seat change in class. I thought it was a bit early, but it seemed Sensei's idea was that it's better to arrange the seats randomly since various events would have us seated in attendance number order anyway. And guess what? I ended up sitting next to Seko. Moreover, I was the only one sitting next to him. I was secretly delighted as if I had Seko all to myself. However, his gaze was directed forward, not at the blackboard but at Misa, who was sitting in front. It was obvious even without following his gaze, we're not exactly close enough to talk one-on-one usually, but I thought that since we're sitting next to each other, why not chat? But starting the conversation myself is embarrassing. Yet if things stay this way, the next seat change will come without anything happening between us. I don't want that, but starting a conversation is. I know. I just need to create the right situation. I'll pretend to forget my textbook and ask Seko to share his. For that, our desks will have to be close together, and so, we'd be closer too. I might be a genius. I practically executed this plan every day. Initially, I moderated the frequency, but as the time that filled my heart became increasingly desirable, I unconsciously started doing it more often. The result was, you forget way too much. Are you an idiot? I was treated like an idiot, not a genius. It was precious time gained through the privilege of sitting next to him. But being considered an idiot is not what I had in mind. I ended up snorting defiantly. If you keep saying that, I won't let you look at my book when you forget yours. After all the times you've looked at mine, you are. What is it? I forgot my eraser. Hearing the word eraser, my heart jumped. For me, the word eraser was significant. PFFT, Seko forgot something too. You're an idiot. I forgot it because I was studying at home last night. Damn it. If anything, forgetting it because I was studying makes me the exact opposite of an idiot. Everyone call absent-minded people idiots. You've got a boomerang stuck in you. Seko sighed and extended his hand palm up towards me. Can you lend me your eraser, Hinata? Geez, I guess it can't be helped. You owe me one now, okay? At this moment, I wonder how many favors you owe me. Thanks. You'll use this eraser too, right? Seko's voice trailed off, becoming fainter and fainter. He seemed to have frozen as if he'd found something. I followed his gaze and gasped. He had been looking inside my pencil case, probably to see if my eraser was the only one I had lent him. That's when he saw it, the eraser he'd given me that day. Why was he frozen? If he didn't remember, he shouldn't think anything of it. I wish he'd say something already. A few seconds of silence stretched between us. Then Seko shifted his gaze forward and muttered, "Don't make fun of forgetting erasers, you idiot Hinata." What does that mean? I shouldn't make fun of forgetting erasers? Why? Because I've forgotten mine before? Does Seko remember that day? Just as I was about to ask, a sudden pain shot through the top of my head. Ouch! A loud slapping sound echoed through the classroom. Turning around, I saw our sensei, who had gathered up some textbooks, standing there. I realized we must have been hit with them. Sensei, that hurts. Isn't this a corporal punishment? Quiet. In my class, I am the law. You two have been flirting this whole time. This sensei is not sane. What? I am not flirting with him. All right, I'll let it slide. Just forget about what happened and pay attention to the class. You are scared of getting called out for corporal punishment. You're not really letting it slide if you're hitting us, though. Yes? Never mind. It's nothing. In the end, I lost the chance to ask, and I couldn't bring it up again. But in my heart, the answer was already clear. Section. We couldn't go out as a trio during Golden Week, but we decided to have lots of fun during summer vacation. We all agreed that we wanted to go somewhere that felt like summer. The conversation naturally led to either the mountains or the beach, but Seko said, "Isn't it dangerous for kids to go to the mountains or the sea alone?" So, we compromised and decided to go to the pool. The pool? Wait, the pool? That means swimsuits? I'd only ever gone with friends of the same gender, so I hadn't thought about it. But yes, going to the pool meant showing Seko myself in a swimsuit. Oh my god, what should I do? I have a swimsuit I bought in middle school, but would Seko be disappointed if I wore that? Will it even fit? I've grown a lot in certain places recently. After trying it on and realizing it wouldn't work, I decided I needed a new swimsuit. Though it's an additional expense, I can't help but feel excited. While pondering where to buy it, my smartphone buzzed. I saw a message notification and checked it immediately. It was from Misa. She had timely invited me to go swimsuit shopping together. I quickly replied. As a result, I'm heading out to shop now. No time to waste. I hurriedly get ready and go downstairs, telling my mum, "I'm going shopping with a friend." "Haru-chan, you're going out? The sun is pretty strong. Do you need a hat?" I think I'll be fine with just a cap." "Really?" My mum looked at my forehead, more specifically my bangs, with a sly smile and handed me a parasol instead of a hat. "Don't underestimate UV rays. Take this parasol with you." It doesn't suit me. It's not about looking good. It's about protecting your skin. Otherwise, you won't get compliments from the person who gave you that hairpin, you know? Wah. No, it's not like that. Besides, I bought this hairpin myself. I see. So you picked it out yourself, then? Stop it. Don't underestimate your mother. I can see right through you. Haru-chan, you didn't want to wear a hat because it would hide that hairpin. I'm leaving. As if fleeing from my mother's teasing, I dashed out of the house. How did she find out? I should never underestimate Mum. Chapter 12. I arrived by train at a station with a large commercial facility, and then I met up with Misa at the ticket gates, who had texted me saying she was already there. Misa was wearing a pure white dress with a straw hat. She looked like a fairy that had appeared for the summer. Her presence was otherworldly. Upon seeing my head, Misa frowned. Haru, you're not wearing a hat. I thought we'd match. Yeah, I borrowed a parasol from my mum, but our hats would be different types anyway. Would we really match? It depends on how you feel about it. I guess so. Ahaha, foo-foo. Both of us burst out laughing at the same time. I've always gotten along best with Misa out of all my friends. I'm both honored and happy to be best friends with her. Seen anything good? I haven't bought anything recently, so I'm not sure what's good. I don't particularly know much either, but I did some research before coming here. This place, for example. Saying that, Misa shows me her smartphone screen. Displayed is a store inside the commercial facility, and it looks reasonably priced. Nice. Thanks for looking that up, Misa. I love you. Stop. It's hot, Haru. Misa says this as I hug her, but she doesn't try to pull away. Hee, what a cutie. After enjoying Misa's charm for a bit, we headed to a swimsuit specialty store. Given the season, there were many customers besides us. It felt inviting. As you'd expect from a specialty store, there was a wide variety of swimsuits. Wow, so many choices. This is going to be tough. Yeah, let's at least pick up a few to start. The one I bought in middle school was a one-piece. Still, showing skin is embarrassing. My legs are fine. I got used to showing them off naturally in my track team uniform, and since they're toned, I don't feel self-conscious. But the upper half is a different story. Maybe a one-piece again? Yeah. Sticking with what's familiar is best. Misa, found anything good? As I turn around to see what Misa is choosing, I find a black bikini in her hands. A bikini? And it's black? Misa, you're going with that? Yes. Do you think it'll suit me? It's you, so I think it'll suit you. But, you like this kind of thing? Maybe. I think I like it. I see. I never thought Misa would be so bold. Even though she looks like the very embodiment of innocence, this girl, the cashier's going to be baffled. I can't compete with that. Seeing the girl you like in a bikini, of course he's going to be glued at her. And here I am, looking at one pieces. I move away from the section I was browsing and find a design I like. This might be good. It's a little big, but maybe it's too much frills for me. Haru, are you going with that? Well, I'm still deciding. Is that so? You like sunflowers, right? Your hairpin is a sunflower, too. Yes? I only realized after Misa pointed out that what I'm holding has a sunflower design. It wasn't that I hadn't noticed because it was a small detail. I just instinctively liked it. I'm a pretty simple person, but somehow, this is fine. I'll go with this section. On the day of the pool outing, I'm still nervous. I wonder what Seko will think of me dressed like this. Will he find me cute? Or maybe only Misa will catch his eye, and I'm worrying for nothing. That would be the worst. I really want him to look at me. After changing into our swimsuits, we leave the locker room and head towards the poolside. I quickly spot Seko. Whoa. Seeing Seko, a sound involuntarily escapes my lips. Surprisingly, Seko has a toned body, and his abs are faintly visible. My heartbeat speeds up even more. Somehow making it over to Seko, his eyes widen in astonishment as he sees us. Seko-kun, what do you think? It's amazing. Perfect. I thought a goddess had descended. Please go out with me. Fufu. I'm glad. This was quite a challenge for me. I wish Seko would compliment me too, but I can't be honest about it, so I ask, what about me? Hinata, you look great too. HMPH. It's totally different from what you said to Misa. I ended up taking an indifferent attitude. However, my heart is secretly ecstatic. As Seko looked at me, he said I looked great, and he didn't seem weirded out. I'm glad I took the chance. Hey, look at me more. I bought this swimsuit for you, you know? Don't hold back. Look at the chest area too. The frills are cute, and it is sunflowers. Seko, you said sunflowers suit me, remember? Hey, please, look at me more, Seko. I follow Seko's gaze. Sure enough, he's enamored with Misa in her bikini. My chest tightens painfully. Please, don't only look at Misa. Don't stare at Misa like that. Come on. What's the point of a pool event if I can't do that? You could just enjoy it normally. Fufu. This is my first time coming to the pool with friends like this. Isn't it fun, Seko-kun? It's a lot of fun. Haven't even swum yet but I'm already having a blast. Oh, there's a water slide. Let's try it out. What's that? A slide. It looks fun. Let's go. So stupid. Turns out, to Seko, I'm just the best friend of the girl he likes, Misa. Even the compliment he gave me earlier was probably just out of courtesy. Despite looking forward to this before, I suddenly feel like going home now. My spirits are sinking. The lively voices around me are starting to grate on my nerves. Among them, a voice gently reaches my ears. Hinata, aren't you coming? I realize that Seko and the others have already started walking to move on. Seko noticed that I wasn't following and called out to me. I'm relieved. Seko wasn't just looking at Misa, he was paying attention to me as well. Seko, I like you. I really like you. I love you. I'm coming. I reply and hurriedly head towards the two of them. Just then, my foot slips on the wet floor, and I almost fall forward. See? I told you so. Between leaving your stuff behind and this, you're quite the scatterbrain. Shut up. But, thanks. Seko, who was in front of me, catches me. I snap at him in my usual tone, but immediately, words of thanks naturally escape my lips. Seko caught me. Could it be that we're in a hugging pose right now? This is dangerous. My heart feels like it's going to burst. But upon actually touching him, I can feel the firmness of Seko's body even more. It's somehow reassuring. Is this what a man's body feels like? Also, I never knew that skin-to-skin contact could feel this good. Is it because it's Seko? Because it's someone I like? I wish we could stay like this forever. Aren't you going to let go? Exclamation mark. Upon being pointed out by Misa, Seko hurriedly pulls away from me. A mix of disappointment and relief washes over me. What would have happened if we had stayed like that? I want to touch him again. Chapter 13. Following Seko's suggestion, we decided to go on the water slide, and just as Seko said, it seemed very popular, so we ended up waiting in a really long line. But even that time didn't feel like a burden. Being with the three of us is fun, and time seems to fly by. Seko, did you just look at my chest? Seko has been deliberately looking far away for a while now. Usually, he looks at our faces when talking to us. However, he can't keep looking away during the conversation, and sometimes his gaze drops for a moment when he looks at me. It's okay to look, Seko. You're a boy after all, so go ahead and look at me. Not at Misa. I wonder if Seko likes bigger ones. I've grown a bit recently. Maybe I should have worn something more revealing. Next time we go, I'll try harder. Gradually, the line moves forward, and we climb higher with each step up the stairs. By the time we get close to the starting point, it's pretty high. I'm not bothered by it because I've always been good with heights. But it seems like Misa is different. She's been trembling for a while now. Yosaki, are you okay? Yes. It's just higher than I expected. Really? I admit, I'm actually a little afraid of heights. Oh, if you had said so, we could have decided not to go. Do you want to get off now? No, we've already waited in line, and since it's a rare opportunity, I want to see it through. Besides, Seko-kun said it would be fun and invited me. Seko is really kind, especially when it comes to Misa. I can't help but don't like the atmosphere building up between the two of them, so I interrupt them. That's a lot of responsibility, Seko. It's definitely going to be fun. They said so on TV, and look at how many people are lining up. Then, Seko makes a troubled face. My words change Seko's expression. I feel happy, thinking I've pulled him back towards me a little. Finally, it's our turn. The staff member guides us, but Misa still seems too scared to move. If you're scared, why don't the two of you slide down together? Having someone with you can be reassuring. Observing Misa's condition, the staff lady offers advice. However, I see her give a thumbs up to Seko afterward. I quickly understood what she meant. That's why, before I know it, my body starts to move. Then, Misa, let's slide down together. I reach out my hand to Misa. We're both girls, and I'm fine with it. So I think Misa will feel comfortable too. Despite that, Misa hesitates to take my hand. Why is that? As I pondered over my best friend's behavior, she said, "Seko-kun, I want to slide with you." That's what she said. It's visibly clear that Seko is greatly shaken. Of course, my heart is also disturbed. At first, I didn't understand the meaning of Misa's words. No, my brain refused to understand. Although she doesn't dislike Seko, she rejects his almost daily confessions. So, she shouldn't harbor any romantic feelings. Why then would she say she wants to slide with him? I also want to slide with Seko, but I can't say that. That's why I've been holding back. Why, of all people, would you say that? Why with Seko? Wouldn't it be better with me? I mean, we're both girls, and I'm not scared at all. You can rely on me. No, I want to slide with Seko-kun. Seko-kun, you're a little scared too, aren't you? You noticed? Yeah. Your body is trembling slightly. I felt relieved knowing I wasn't the only one, but if I slid with Hinata now, I'd be leaving such a scared Seko-kun alone. I don't want to do that. Besides, sliding with someone else who's also scared might be more fun, don't you think? I didn't notice. He was the one who suggested the water slide, so I thought Seko was fine just like me. Why did I fail to notice when Misa did? It makes me jealous. I agreed that Misa's reasoning was right, so I agreed to let the two go together. Urged by the staff, Seko hugs Misa from behind. They're both in swimsuits, so of course their skin touches, the two of them. They looked like a pair of lovers. It's not too late. The moment I was about to say that she should slide down with me. Okay, off you go. With the staff's cheerful shout, the two slide down. As the staff lady approaches to guide me, who's been left behind, her face contorts when she sees me. Next, please get ready to slide. Eek. Yes, I've been watching the two of them, so I know what to do. I quickly get into position and then slide down the moment I hear the staff's trembling voice say, "Go ahead." My body is thrown into the pool, but I quickly get up and look toward the poolside. I see Seko and Misa laughing together. Misa had been scared, but it seemed they both had fun. I didn't have fun, though, but saying they would just dampen the mood. So I force a smile and say, "Wow, that was quite the thrill." The water slide really lived up to its reputation. For a moment, Seko shows a puzzled expression, but it soon changes to one of relief. The fact that my words can change Seko's expression warms my heart. It was just as the rumors said. See? My information was spot on. Hey, you talk big for someone who just got lucky. What did you say? Foo-foo, but it really was fun. Knowing that there's water below makes it less scary. Oh, then let's go again. We're not going. A surprisingly low voice escapes me. I become anxious that Seko might dislike me for letting out such a voice. But I didn't want to go again. I absolutely wanted to avoid seeing such a scene again. I'm sorry, Seko. Look, if we do that, we'll end up waiting in line for ages. If we want to try other attractions, we won't have enough time. Coming up with such excuses, I try to protect myself. I'm such a cunning woman. Chapter 14. We didn't just go to the pool during summer vacation. We also went to a fireworks festival. Initially, I thought of going in casual clothes, but since Misa said she was going in a yukata, I decided to do the same and quickly made a reservation at Rental's shop. As expected, Misa looked stunning in her yukata. She had worn a black swimsuit before, and this time, her yukata was also black. Perhaps it was due to her translucent skin, but she seemed to glow in the darkness. Plus, she looked incredibly sensual. As usual, Seko was full of praise for Misa's appearance. He always compliments Misa, but today, his compliments were even more overflowing. I should have gone for something more mature looking. I chose my outfit impulsively, but maybe it looked too childish. As I was contemplating this, looking at my own yukata, Hinata, the yukata suits you too. After showering Misa with compliments, Seko also praised me. Seko complimented me. He said that I look good in this cute yukata. I'm happy. I'm glad that I chose this one because I'm not as cute as Misa. He wouldn't compliment me if I didn't wear a cute yukata. But I'm glad I wore it today. I want him to compliment me again. Seko, I like you. I'll wear something else next time. What would Seko like me to wear? I wish he'd tell me. I'll wear anything. This fireworks festival is the biggest local event, so there were lots of stalls. We indulged in food and drink and even played some shooting games. I ended up spending a lot of money on the shooting game. I kept trying because there was something I really wanted, but it turns out I have no talent for shooting games. However, Seko took one try at it for my sake. We didn't win the prize, but I was happy that Seko tried to get it for me. It felt like I got what I wanted. Finally, the three of us watched the grand finale of the fireworks together. I'm always situated between Seko and Misa, so next to me is Seko, and when I look over, I can see his profile looking moved while staring up at the night sky. Right now, Seko is engrossed in the fireworks. That's why he won't notice. Quietly, I grasped the hem of Seko's clothes, just enough not to pull without Seko noticing. It felt as if it were just the two of us here. The fun summer vacation is over, and I'm back to being confined to the school building. The end of such a joyous summer was a big shock, but I can still see them both if I go to the classroom. So all is not lost. Now then, I was separated from Seko when we changed seats before the summer vacation. Having once experienced sitting next to him, it was quite hard being far away. So, I have high hopes for today's seat change. My time, come again. I failed miserably. I couldn't get a seat next to either Seko or Misa. Instead, they ended up sitting next to each other. I can see Seko's lovesick face from my seat. It hurts. Checking the seat next to me. I think it's Seko's friend. Ota. Is it pronounced Ota? Although it's disappointing that I couldn't sit next to either of them. This might be a good opportunity. If he's Seko's friend, maybe I can learn something about Seko that I don't know. I decided to strike up a conversation with him right away. Hey, Ota-kun. You're friends with Seko, right? It's Ota. Yes. I am friends with Seko. I thought so. Do you know who I am? Yes. Because you're always with Seko. Thanks to that, Seko doesn't pay attention to me and I'm a bit jealous. What? PFFT, jealous among friends. What are you laughing at? Seko is an important ally to me. Granted. We only started talking last year, but time isn't everything. What matters is how the two of us have spent our time. Last year, Seko and I were always together and Ota-kun started talking about how important Seko was to him. Ota-kun, you're making a good point. That's right. Time isn't everything. There are also other important things. Ota-kun, you're awesome. Really? That's the first time anyone's said that to me. I have something I want to ask you, Ota-kun. Go ahead, ask me anything. My hobbies are. It's about Seko. Yes, Seko, about Seko. What should I ask about? As for the Seko, I don't know. What was Seko like in junior high school? Seko in junior high school? Well, I met Seko when we were both third year and ended up in the same class. I didn't know about Seko before that, but at first, to be honest, I didn't like him. Oh, really? Why? Ota-kun briefly explained why. Apparently, Seko used to be the class's clown. Although that's still the case, back then it was against his will. The cause was Seko who wouldn't stand up for himself. Ota-kun didn't like him much for that reason. It seems that the one who triggered the change in him was Misa. Apparently, she didn't directly do anything, but he is who he is today thanks to her. Then Ota-kun became friends with Seko around the time he started changing. Wow, so something like that happened? Haven't you heard it from them? Both of them don't like to talk about their junior high school days, so I've never been able to ask. Was it wrong for me to tell you, then? Not at all. I'm grateful that you told me, but it might be bad if they find out, so let's keep this a secret between us. Say secret between us? What a tantalizing idea. It seems Ota-kun has important information about Seko. I'm starting to think the seat change might not have been such a bad thing after all. By the way, do you know what Seko likes? Do you mean Yosaki-san? No. Sorry. As for hobbies, he doesn't seem to have any in particular. He and I often talk about manga. What kind of manga? Jump. It is from Jump, but well, it's kind of hard to talk about it. It's not something anyone would openly discuss. Come on, tell me please. Otakun. Seko likes a manga called Tornado Panic. Tornado Panic? I never heard of it. What is it? What kind of manga is that? I really hope you'll spare me any more than this. Why the formal language? I won't tell Seko, okay? It's not about telling Seko or not. It's for my own honor. Please spare me. Okay, I get it. Thanks for telling me. Thank you as well. What is he thanking me for? I'm not sure, but I can just look it up on my smartphone later. I quickly asked my browser about Tornado Panic. And then it was a somewhat naughty manga. Now I understand what Otakun meant about his honor, and I also found out that Seko is a bit of a pervert. So Seko likes this kind of stuff? I wonder if he, does anything while looking at it? Or maybe he doesn't, and he's just pent up or something. But if that's the case, I wonder if he'll explode someday. I don't know much about boys' bodies, but I think I've heard some things like that. The characters are also cute. I wonder who Seko likes the most. Maybe it's someone like Misa. I'll buy it and read it next time. Chapter 15. Autumn for sports and for culture. That season has arrived. In school where I'm treated as academically inferior, the sports festival is the only place where I can shine. Even though I don't get anything for winning, it still excites me. Especially during my time in the track and field club where I was a sprinter, the sports festival events suited me well. By the way, I remember a friend who was a long-distance runner complaining, just because we're in track and field, everyone thinks we're all fast, and it gets annoying. That's track and field club for you. I decided to participate in the 100 meters dash, obstacle race, class relay, and since there was extra time, the scavenger hunt, on the day of the event. I did not toot my own horn, but I did pretty well. While my physical abilities played a role, having Seko and Misa cheer for me may have been a big factor. I think my heart jumped when I saw Seko only watching and cheering for me. I felt like I could run forever. After the race, people from the track and field club asked me to join, but I politely declined. I didn't want to waste precious time. I mean, I've found something more important than track right now. Everything else went smoothly, and I kept finishing first, except for the scavenger hunt, when I was the first to reach the spot where cards with the items to borrow were placed. I froze upon reading its content. Someone you like. Someone you like. Someone I like? People who picked up cards after me started running one after another, but I stood still, unable to move. Like, but it doesn't specify what that means, nor does it say it has to be the opposite sex. So, someone I like could mean a friend, right? Then I can take Misa. I started running towards my class's cheering section. Along the way, I caught sight of someone who had already reached the goal. His theme seemed to be bringing a person to, and he seemed to be bringing someone's parents. It looks like the staff checks to see if the item you retrieved fits the given topic. Will they figure it out? I slowed down as I reached the front of the cheering section and slowly walked in front of Seko, who was sitting next to Misa. I extended my hand, and although Seko had a puzzled look, he immediately took it. We ran towards the goal together. All the while, Seko kept asking, "What was your item?" But I ignored him. There's no way I could tell him. When I handed the card to the female student at the goal, she looked at us while grinning and said, "Yes, it's okay. We'll keep this topic confidential, so don't worry." I was relieved, and I wondered if they did the same for others. In the end, I finished last, but personally, I think that moment was the highlight of the sports festival for me. Section. After the sports festival, it was time for the cultural festival. Our class decided to make a haunted house. Misa, who is a member of the culture committee, suggested visiting a haunted house at a nearby amusement park, so the three of us ended up going there. The small amusement park had free admission, charging only for individual attractions. So, we didn't end up wasting money on rides we didn't want to try and only went to the haunted house. But I was pretty satisfied with just that. While Misa calmly took notes and led the way, I was quite scared. I couldn't stop shaking, and I even let out a loud scream. Throughout it all, Seko stayed close to me, though he was looking ahead. It felt like his attention was on me, which made me happy. We couldn't go so far as to hold hands or get too close, though. Thanks to our research, we high schoolers managed to create a decent haunted house. Seeing the finished product, our classmates and I couldn't help but utter sounds of awe. Then, the topic of who would play the test run came up. Even though we created it, I absolutely refused to go. I didn't want to go through the terrifying experience again. I would be okay if it was just Seko or Misa, but I didn't want my other classmates to see me like that. Interestingly, no one else volunteered either. So, Misa, being on the cultural committee, had to go. I thought her fellow committee member, Takahashi, would be chosen to accompany her, but, Seko-kun, should we go together? For some reason, Misa picked Seko. Everyone found their interaction amusing, and they enthusiastically agreed, so in the end, the two of them participated in the test run. As I waited for them to come out, I thought nothing would happen since Misa seemed to be unfazed by haunted houses. But when they emerged, they were closer than I had expected. At that moment, I felt as if something dark had draped over my heart. The cultural festival was a success, receiving excellent reviews even among our grades. What struck me was that Seko seemed happier about it than Misa. All the enjoyable school events for this academic year are now over. As I returned to my usual routine of enduring the boring classes, Misa called me out one Saturday. She said she wanted to talk, just the two of us. We met at a nationwide chain cafe in front of the station I use every day. Since I don't drink coffee or tea, I don't visit often, so I entered with a bit of nervousness. Misa was already there, so I sat down at her table. Lately, Misa seemed to have become even more beautiful. Somehow, she seemed more alluring. Apparently, even upperclassmen were approaching her. High school is a time of significant growth. But what about me? Have I changed at all? Sorry to keep you waiting. Have you been waiting for long? No, I just got here. Sorry for calling you out so suddenly. It's fine, it's fine. It's rare for Misa to ask me for a favor. Actually, this is the first time Misa has ever asked for my advice. Obviously, this is a job for me, her best friend. So, what did you want to talk about? Well, it's about Seko-kun. Seko's name came up and my heart skipped a beat. So, the reason Misa and I gathered alone today was to discuss something about Seko. But what could Misa want to discuss about Seko? Has she finally grown tired of his endless confessions? But that would be too late, wouldn't it? Then what could it be? Seko-kun always says he likes me, right? Ah, so it really is about that. Has she finally run out of patience? Yeah, I do wonder how he keeps it up. And you're really patient too, Misa. Patient? I'm not particularly bothered by it, actually. He always points out and says nice things about me, and it's always something different every time. Yeah, he does. I got the impression he only praises your looks. About that, that's because he recently found my looks attractive. In fact, he wasn't actually attracted to my looks at first. Maybe he's run out of things to say about my appearance, because lately, he's been complimenting what's inside of me too. Fufu. Really? That's interesting. Misa is aware of her good looks, so I don't find her comment about her my looks attractive was weird. What puzzles me is how she knows that Seko wasn't initially attracted to her looks. I've never really understood love. I've never even liked anyone, not even myself. I thought that if I couldn't like myself, there was no way I could like someone else. That's why I didn't mind Seko-kun's confessions, but I still felt guilty for not being able to accept them. The thing is, Seko-kun taught me so many things about my own appeal that I've slowly started to like myself. What? Misa didn't like herself, so she couldn't like anyone else. But now she's starting to like herself. That means, I don't want to hear this, so, you see. I don't want to hear it. Next time, I think I might. I don't want to hear the rest. I think I might be able to fall in love with Seko-kun. I don't want to hear it. I don't think it would be right to answer his feelings with half-hearted emotions. So, even though I know it's unfair to him, I'm thinking of accepting his next going out with me only when I can truly face my own feelings. I see. Yes. I wanted to let you, my best friend Haru, know about this decision. I'm sorry, It wasn't really a consultation, more like a declaration of sorts. The girl in front of me had a sparkling expression on her face. It was dazzling, as if she was on the verge of grasping future happiness, and it made me incredibly jealous. What kind of expression do I have on my face right now? Sometimes I thought, if only the two of them didn't get together, maybe I could be the one. But I never acted on those thoughts. I thought it would be nice if the three of us could just continue to get along like this. No, that's just an excuse. In the end, I was just lacking confidence and ran away. Seko has been fighting all this time. Misa is also facing her own feelings. Then, what about me? What can I do to find happiness in this situation? Is it too late? No. I don't want to give up. I don't want to lose that radiance. I don't want to give it to anyone else. Something dark starts to seep into my heart. I chose not to resist it and to follow my own desires instead. Section. Next Monday, I faked an illness and skipped school. All of this is to get him. To get Seko. Even if it's just for a moment. Even if it's a twisted relationship, I don't mind. Whatever it takes. I just want to be by his side. Instead of Misa, I can be the one to relieve everything inside of you, Seko. Chapter 16. It's getting genuinely cold these days. When I go outside, I put on a coat and a scarf, and my breath comes out white. Depending on the day, snow starts to fall, lowering the apparent temperature even further. But my heart is pounding fiercely, making only my face feel hot. I'm still not used to it, but I don't dislike it at all. In fact, I love it. See you tomorrow, Misa. Yes, see you tomorrow. Misa and I part ways at an intersection from where the plaza in front of the station decorated with illuminations is visible. Misa turns right here, and I go straight ahead toward the station. I walk to the pedestrian crossing in front of the station and stop for about 3 seconds at the red light. Then I look back and retrace my steps. I return to the point where I parted ways with Misa, but of course, she's already gone. Confirming this, I feel relieved and continue walking. The sun sets, and it gets even colder. My fingertips start to freeze and hurt a little. If I had crossed the pedestrian crossing as planned, I'd probably be on a warm train by now. But my body doesn't stop. In fact, I speed up, as if to say I want to get there quickly, as if to say I want to see him quickly. Sorry to keep you waiting. I return to a certain park and call out to a man sitting on a bench inside. Slowly lifting his face, he stands up and offers me a can. What's this? I bought it earlier from the vending machine over there. Just holding it warms your hands. Feel free to drink it. I got corn soup this time after learning from the previous time. Thank you. The can he hands me is warm, breathing life back into my chilled hands. After warming my hands for a while, I sip the contents slowly. As I savor the sweetness of the corn, I feel warmth spreading from within me. Recently, Ren has waited here alone after parting ways with me and Misa on our way home. Since it's getting colder, he buys warm canned coffee from a nearby vending machine to stay warm while waiting. The other day, Ren had bought an extra can for me, but I told him I couldn't drink coffee. At that time, he said to warm my hands with it, and he ended up drinking the lukewarm coffee himself. Today, Ren brought a can of corn soup instead of coffee, but I know, the vending machine he referred to as over there doesn't sell corn soup, and there's only one vending machine nearby, so he must have gone a bit out of his way to buy it for me. I love it. I think I'll point that out next time. I feel guilty, but if I do, I guess Ren will start drinking corn soup as well. Saying something like, well, I want to drink this too, by the way. Yeah, I'll say it. I want to see how he covers it up. I love it. When I put the can back and glance beside me, I see Ren's relieved smile as he watches me finish the corn soup. I love him. Love, 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 love. I love him so much. I love how kind he is. No one else sees his charm. I don't even want them to. I want to keep him to myself. Especially her. I don't want her to notice. If she does, this relationship will end. Because that's the deal. Those are the unspoken rules. He won't let me pay for these drinks. He mumbles excuses about it being a form of gratitude. His face a mixture of embarrassment and apology. I knew our relationship was not equal, and we each had different perceptions of this imbalance. I'm grateful for the happiness he gives me while constantly tormented by the guilt of deceiving him. He feels guilty for using me to satisfy his desires, although I don't think he should, because he's so kind. He can't be as clear-cut about it as he should. Once, he suggested ending this relationship, but I refused, coming up with some illogical reason in my anxiety. In the worst-case scenario, I might scare him by telling him I'll tell Misa. That's how much I don't want to lose this fragile, twisted relationship. I don't expect this relationship to last forever, and I know it shouldn't, but the end of this relationship feels like it would mean the end of our connection, and I can't help but see it that way. It's a double-edged sword. Even if this relationship ends and he doesn't start dating Misa, we can never go back to being just friends. If they do start dating, our relationship will have to be erased, and I'll become something he doesn't need. In a way, I've given up on the idea of our relationship progressing. From the moment we met, he has been infatuated with Misa, telling her he loves her every day. All that's left is for Misa to respond, and there's no room for me to interfere. That's why I've built this relationship. That's a lie. Somewhere deep in my heart, I'm hoping that he'll notice my feelings someday and that he'll reciprocate my affection. I actually have my favorite gloves right now. I used to wear them every time I went out during the exam period last year to avoid catching a cold, but now, my hands are exposed to the cold air. In a whimsical moment, on a whim, just maybe, I'm hoping he'll take my hand, warm it with his. That's why I'm not wearing gloves. In the end, the only thing warming my hands was the can he gave me. Still, I'm more than happy. Ren is in my room. To be precise, he's on my bed, and I'm there too. Lying on my back with my legs spread apart, I welcome him into me. At these moments, he always shows a somewhat pained expression that he doesn't normally reveal. I wish he would look happier, but there's also a joy in knowing that this is a look only I get to see, which leaves me with mixed feelings. The creaking of the bed, his ragged breathing, the sounds of collision and the echoing of my voice throughout the room. HHNG, the voice that slips out of my mouth doesn't seem like mine. I can't hold it back even if I try. I could muffle it with my hand to avoid being heard, but the more disheveled my voice becomes, the more intense his movements grow, and that pleases me, so I let my arms roam freely. I'm embarrassed. It's embarrassing to have my voice heard, and it's embarrassing to think he might be looking at whatever expression I have on my face right now, but I don't want to close my eyes or turn my face away. I want to look at him. The anguished expression he wears under intense stimulation is so endearing. I always stare at his face in moments like this. He seems to prefer this position and never tries any other. It's been this way since our first time. I always get to see his face, but sometimes I wish we would try others. I want to fill all his firsts with me. These are the impulses I'm driven by, but I leave it all up to him because I am just a means of release for him. He never said I couldn't have a say, but there are no two-way arrows between us. It's a one-way street from me to him, and it's growing day by day. When we run into each other at school in the morning, when we chat and laugh about trivial things, when I experience his casual kindness, and when I am here accepting his desires, my feelings for him intensify. Seizing the moment when his movements slightly slacken, I lift my upper body just a little and wrap my arms around his back. He looks puzzled. Hinata? It's hard to move. Did it hurt? Was it uncomfortable? Sorry, I might have moved too selfishly. No, it didn't hurt at all. Rather. Then, what's wrong? You like this position, right? Because we're facing each other? Yeah, well, something like that. He averts his gaze as he answers. I sense that the real reason is probably different, but this is the answer I wanted for now, so I won't press further. Then, why don't you collapse onto me like this? Saying that, I put strength into my arms and pulled Ren toward me. But it's fine. It'll be easier this way. All right. Ren nods and slowly leans his body onto me. In that instant, his scent tickles my nostrils and my head feels light. His arms come to either side of my face, and I can feel his body heat up as we get closer. He places his face against the nape of my neck and starts moving. Instantly, a stronger sensation than before overcomes me. His breath leaks out close to my ear, melting my brain even more. Just like this, we spent a fulfilling time together. At least, I was more than satisfied. I'd like to make this position a must from now on. We've been intimate like this several times, but we haven't done anything else that couples do. Of course, we're not a couple. No dates, no kisses. I've indirectly hinted at wanting to kiss, but he declined, giving a rather unsatisfying reason like I don't think we should do that. But I have to be content with the current situation. I can't be greedy for more. At least, that's what I thought until, hey, Hinata Ren, lying next to me and looking at the ceiling, speaks. Are you free on the Saturday after the next one? I don't think I have any plans. All right then. How about that day? That's Saturday. Come to think of it, that day is. Do you want to go out and do fun, just the two of us? I volunteered to be the one to satisfy his desires. But he, on the other hand, keeps stirring up my own desires. It's not fair, but I love it. Part 3, Things That Change. Chapter 17. Although we've become sophomores, the members of our usual group remain in the same class as always, so not much has really changed. It's not just those two, Oda is also with us. Classes haven't gotten significantly harder compared to last year. So it's just the same as usual as well. People say that everything is impermanent, but some things never change. For instance, my declarations of love continue unabated today. The cherry blossoms may have fallen, but I know a flower far more beautiful. Yes, Yosaki, I'm talking about you. You're beautiful today as well. Nighttime cherry blossoms have a special charm, don't they? And being dismissed is also a constant. But of course, some things have changed. Or maybe I should say, have been irreversibly changed. You really never learn, do you? I don't even feel sorry for you anymore. While Hinata's demeanor towards me hasn't changed, we've formed a complicated relationship in the dark. Her motivation seems to be to prevent me from losing control and attacking Yosaki. She's too concerned for her own good for continuing such a relationship. I'm well aware that I'm a scum. That's why I once told her that I was going to end this relationship. Why would you say something like that? I mean, doing this is unfair to you, Hinata. Bit late for that now, isn't it? Ouch, that hurts to hear. But I can at least suppress my desires, so you don't have to do this anymore. Do you really think I'd believe that when you've been lusting after a girl you don't even love? Maybe you have a point. I ended up getting talked into it. Ultimately, this relationship was established the moment I lost my self-control for the first time. The ideal resolution would probably be for me to start dating Yosaki, but if that were possible, this twisted relationship wouldn't have happened in the first place. Besides, what changes isn't limited to visible things like the weather or human relationships. Even if we can't see them, things inside us are also changing. As the three of us are engrossed in trivial conversation, the bell rings to signal the beginning of class. Hinata and I, who had been gathered around Yosaki's desk, returned to our own seats. Hey, Seko-kun. As I was about to return to my seat, Yosaki called out to me. About tomorrow's Saturday, can I ask for a favor again? Of course, but what about Hinata? As for Haru, let's wait for another opportunity. I think it's still too soon. Okay. It's not my place to comment on that anyway. So, the usual time is fine? Yes, thank you. And so, I ended up having plans on my precious day off, but it's with Yosaki, so I don't mind. In fact, I'm happy. But I can't help feeling a little guilty. For the past few months, Yosaki and I have been going out more and more without Hinata. It's not that we want to exclude her. There are reasons for it. Still, keeping it a secret from her feels wrong. It feels hypocritical though, especially since I've been secretly involved with Hinata behind Yosaki's back. In the end, it seems most things in this world are bound to change. Section. It was during last year's summer vacation. Both Yosaki and Hinata had family plans, leaving me by myself. I had taken care of my family matters and had no intention of doing any homework. So, I aimlessly wandered around outside. Come to think of it, the new volume of Torupani was released. Torupani is a shonen manga I've been reading since middle school. I prefer the volumes, while Oda, another Torupani fan, reads the magazine version. He's eagerly waiting for me to get the latest updates. That's why I need to get and read the new volume soon for his sake. I hop on the train and head to a larger town nearby. It's a common destination for locals, and with the summer holiday and the Obon festival, it's quite crowded. People are there with their families, friends, or as couples. Being alone at times like this makes me feel out of place. Maybe I should just buy the book and head home. A young girl stands still, looking around anxiously. She appears lost. These days, even if you approach someone out of kindness, you might be seen as suspicious. It's best not to meddle, but something about her seems familiar. That's why I couldn't ignore her. I crouched down to meet her gaze and ask, "Are you okay?" "Eek." "Who are you?" She just said eek. To me, I'm totally treated as a suspicious person. No, if you give up now, that's where life ends. There's still a chance to redeem myself. "Sorry for suddenly approaching you. My name is Rento. It looked like you were in trouble, so I called out to you." I know that line. Isn't this some kind of pickup line? Wait, are you hitting on me right now? You're raising my suspiciousness level, huh? I genuinely asked out of concern. Are you really not lost? If that's the case, I'll go. I'm not lost. No, wait, I am lost. After all of us humans are lost in life in some way. You're escalating things too quickly. Where are your parents? You're trying to meet my family already? They say momentum is important in love, but this is way too fast. You're making a big deal out of this. I mean, do you still think I'm hitting on you? Whether she's overly cautious or just making fun of me, it's hard to tell. I'm not used to dealing with younger kids since I don't have siblings, but she seems unique. Where were you planning to go? To Ani-chan's house. Ani-chan's house? Isn't that your house? It's not my house. Ani-chan's. It's my cousin's house. Oh, I see. Today, I'm heading to Ani-chan's house all by myself. Amazing, right? So that's how you got lost. Hey, it's amazing, right? Yeah, really amazing. I don't know what grade you're in, but you made it this far on your own. That's impressive. Hee. I walked all the way here. Is it nearby? Do you want to take the train? Pout. I usually get rides from my dad or mum. It's my first time coming here by myself. I see. Given that, it does feel like she's accomplished something. Somehow, I feel like I know someone around me that was similar to her. So, did you come here to take a train? Yes, I want to go to station. Once I get there, Ani-chan will come pick me up. That's the station closest to my house. Huh? Don't tell me. Am I going to be taken to your house, Ani-san? We're going to Ani-chan's house. Wait, is Rento a woman's name? It's your Ani-san's house. Remove the idea that I'm hitting on you already. I accidentally raised my voice, drawing stares from the people around us. I don't want to risk getting reported, so I'd better wrap this up quickly. I'll buy you a ticket to that station and show you how to get there, so let's move away from here. Wait, didn't that sound super suspicious just now? Really? Thank you. Oh? That's the best reaction I've gotten from you so far. I can't even tell what's right anymore. While I was trying to wrap my head around it, the girl grabbed my hand and urged, "Let's go. My name is Saki Yosaki. I'm in the 6th grade. Nice to meet you, Rento-san." "Yeah, nice to meet you too, Saki-chan." "Wait, Yosaki?" The girl in front of me suddenly looked familiar. Her hair is short, her face innocent, and her eyes are soft, but the beautiful black color is the same. This girl's cousin and Ani-san is Misa Yosaki. Chapter 18. Rento-san, I'm thirsty. Just as I was about to guide her to the train, Saki-chan made such a request. "But someone's coming to pick you up, right? Don't we need to hurry?" Hee. I thought I might get a little lost, so I left early. "We still have time. You shouldn't be so smug about it." "Well then, shall we go to that cafe over there?" "You're lucky, Rento-san. Your pickup attempt was successful." Yeah, I guess so. I was tired of denying the whole pickup thing, so I decided to give up on retorting. Nevertheless, This girl has a different kind of evasiveness than the older Yosaki. We entered a casual cafe, where I ordered iced coffee for myself and apple juice for Saki-chan. Naturally, I pay for her. Thank you. No problem. Consider it a responsibility of being the older one. You can drink coffee, Rento-san. And it's black too, so mature. In contrast, I'm here with apple juice. Well, she's in 6th grade, so that's about right. I couldn't drink coffee back then either. Don't worry about it. Right, considering you tried to pick up someone as young as me. You probably don't care about these little differences. I was naive. My drink is sweet too. Hee hee. Ha ha. The same word can mean both sweet in taste or naive. I wanted to interject several times, but there's no end to them, so I just swallowed my retorts along with my coffee. Is it your first time in a while going to a Nissan's place? No, I visit quite frequently because we live close by. Mom and Dad would usually take me there, but they're working today, so they wanted me to go ahead by myself. And that's how you got lost. I just found myself in the feeling of being left alone in the city. Yeah, I see. She couldn't accept that. But that's just the feeling of being lost. Somehow, I felt her strong desire to act mature. Maybe she's at that age. It's cute. Even so, Rento-san, you actually approached and talked to me. Other adults just ignored me. As you grow up, you tend to avoid unnecessary risks. Well, I believe in taking initiative. Taking initiative? So, you're a master pick-upper, Rento-san? Okay. I'm giving up the no retort thing. I'm not a pickup artist. Can you at least acknowledge that? But here we are, having drinks together, right? Ani-chan told me this is a common pickup tactic. It was Saki-chan who said she was thirsty, right? Also, knowing the cause of your distorted way of thinking makes me feel complicated. Well, Yosaki does get approached quite often, so she might be tired of such people. Therefore, it wouldn't be odd if she warned her cousin, Saki-chan, about them. Still, it feels a bit skewed to share such things with a grade schooler. I haven't confirmed it yet, but the kind of conversations these sisters have, it's slightly terrifying. As I wore a troubled expression, Saki-chan giggled. I'm sorry. Everything up till now was a joke. I never really thought of you as a pickup guy, Rento-san. Oh? Rento-san. You keep up with whatever nonsensical thing I say, so I just got carried away. T.E. She's cute. The resemblance to Yosaki makes it even more endearing. I wondered if having an Ani-san would feel like this. I have an Ani-chan, but no brothers. That's sweet. I've always wished for a younger sibling too. Really? But, if I had to choose, instead of an Ani-san, I might be happier if Rento-san was my boyfriend. The smiling Saki-chan. No, Saki-san. Exuded a charm that was weird for a grade schooler. I was sure she'd grow up to be a little devil, playing with men's hearts. She's a terrifying girl. The fact that my heart was surprised even a bit by a kid was embarrassing. Never expected the stray cat I approached in the city to be such a little devil. I wasn't lost. I just lost track of where I was for a bit. You really won't admit it? Huh? Saki-chan puffed out her cheeks and turned away. That too was adorable. But, on reflection, she just seemed like a little kid trying hard to act mature. Relieved to know I wasn't Tililican, I felt a weight lift off my chest. After leaving the cafe, we headed to fulfill our main objective. I thought about buying a ticket, but it seemed her parents had given her an IC card, so we proceeded to the ticket gate. Once you pass this gate, go to the platform at line number 2, descend those stairs over there. After that, you just have to board the arriving train. Thank you. Rento-san, your home is near the same station, right? Huh? Yeah, it is. I want you to ride the train with me. Even though you kindly showed me, I'm still scared. All right, let's go together. With that begging look on her face, I couldn't possibly refuse. I practically agreed out of reflex. I really wanted to buy the new volume of Torupani, but I can come back next time. Forgive me, Oda. Our time to discuss will come eventually. I boarded the train with Saki-chan, watching her profile as she gazed out the window. Upon closer inspection, it wouldn't be odd to mistake them for sisters instead of cousins. Yet, more than having similar facial features, It feels like their auras match. Maybe this, too, is hereditary? I've been constantly caught off guard by this heredity. Wait, they're cousins and share the same surname? Cousins share grandparents since their parents are siblings. Is it the heredity from Yosaki's father's lineage? Maybe with Yosaki's father. No, I better not think any further. Saki-chan, we're getting off at the next station. I notified Saki-chan one stop before our destination. Yes, I understand. I'm worried about getting lost after we leave the station. There are so many people. Can we hold hands? Sure. At this point, I feel like I've been utterly toyed with by the Yosaki family genes. As I grasp Saki-chan's hand and we exit the ticket gate, a familiar figure catches my eye. She seems to have noticed us too, briefly looking puzzled before rushing over. Ani-chan, I finally found you. Saki, you. What's going on? Why is my cousin with my classmate? I ran into her when she was lost. Just guided her here. I see. Then why are the two of you holding hands? I didn't want her to get lost again. Maybe it's okay to let go now. Seeing my dear sister being touched by, just a little, I don't like it. Oh, I'm sorry. Was she worried that I was stealing her beloved sister? Or was it more like, don't you dare touch Saki? Probably not the latter. Anyway, Yosaki seemed displeased with us holding hands, so I quickly tried to pull away from Saki-chan. But Saki-chan, could you let go of my hand? Ani-chan and Rento-san, you two know each other? Aha, pulling the classic dodge. Huh? I've been classmates with Yosaki since middle school. I see. With that, Saki-chan released my hand, hoping that this would improve Yosaki's mood. I glanced at her expression, but she still looked unhappy. Is that all? Yes. I thought that was a sufficient explanation of our relationship, but Yosaki seemed unsatisfied. If she expected more. Oh, also, Yosaki is the one I've had a one-sided crush on. Upon hearing that, Saki-chan's face turned red, and she covered it with both hands in shock. Meanwhile, Yosaki looked rather pleased. Internally, I started to feel a bit anxious, thinking that my life might be thrown into chaos by these sisters. Chapter 19. The young girl I encountered in town, named Saki-chan, turned out to be the cousin of Ani-san, who is none other than my crush, Yosaki. Once again, Seko-kun, thank you for bringing Saki here. This girl, I don't know who she takes after, but she has no sense of direction, and I was a bit worried. I'm not directionally challenged. It's Ani-chan who's the real directionally challenged. No, I'm not. Watching the two of them argue, I couldn't help but think about how similar they really are. I now understand the real reason why Saki-chan got lost. But does Yosaki really also have that trait? Every time she comes to hang out with us, she's always dropped off by car. No way, that can't be. Now that the close-knit sisters are together, I think I'll head home. Rento-san, you're leaving already? After all, I've done what I had to do. Besides, I don't want to bother the Yosaki family any longer. But still, it's a little sad to say goodbye just when we had the chance to meet like this. Isn't she just too adorable? I'm well aware of how cunning she is, but still, I'm overwhelmed by the desire to indulge this girl's whims. Is this a protective instinct? How about it, Rento-san? Were you happy just now? You little devil. Kaya, hee. Rento-san is really kind. I don't know what's kind about this, nor why I feel it's okay to be teased by such a young girl. I won't admit it. It's unusual. Saki showing that face to someone other than me. What do you mean? She usually pretends to be a little angel. She's actually quite shy, and she only acts this cheeky with me. Seko-kun, what did you do? What do you mean? What did you do? I didn't do anything. Rento-san tried to hit on me. What? I didn't expect that joke to still be alive at this point. What are you talking about, Rento-san? We even went to a cafe together. Seko-kun, can you explain? Actually, I'll explain even without being asked. In front of a fiercely protective Yosaki intently on defending her precious sister from a classmate, I earnestly and desperately explained. Meanwhile, Saki-chan was giggling on the side. Eventually, any suspicions quickly cleared up with me bringing her this far. Yosaki said, I might have lost my cool for a bit, I wonder what got into me," as she apologized in confusion. Afterward, we decided it was about time to part after remembering that Yosaki's parents were waiting. With nothing to do in particular, I decided to watch the two of them leave. As they did, I caught the eye of a dashing man seated in the driver's seat of the car they entered. Well, to be precise, I wasn't sure our eyes met at first. After all, he was wearing sunglasses. But the man gave a grin, revealing his white teeth, and slightly shifted his sunglasses to meet my gaze. At that moment, I felt something pierce my heart. I don't want to admit it. That man is probably Yosaki's father. I won't lose to the Yosaki family. As I made this resolution, the rear window began to open, and the two girls appeared again. "Seko-kun, I'm glad we could meet, even if it was just for a little while. Let's take our time the next time we meet. Thank you for guiding me this far." "Rento, Anna-chan, I might as well admit defeat. It's not fair." "Saki-chan, why did she have to play that trump card at the end? The Yosaki family, who brought that little devil into this world, is truly guilty of a great sin. But then again, she did say she was in the 6th grade of elementary school, so I thought we wouldn't be involved with each other since we wouldn't be attending the same school." Section. Rento-san, long time no see. The following week, I met Saki-chan again. We hadn't exchanged contact information, so the invitation came via Yosaki. According to Yosaki, Saki-chan had asked to see me. It seems she has taken a liking to me, and it feels like I really gained a younger sister, which is kind of nice. We just met last week, though. HMPH. To me, it was a long week. The time I spent wondering if I should reach out to you and wanting to see you again, Rento-san, went by in a flash. Saki-chan, you must be popular, right? I have received a few confessions, but I'm not interested in love yet, so I've turned them all down. Not interested in love yet? With that behavior, as expected of a little devil, Ani-chan doesn't seem to understand either. But Rento-san, you like Ani-chan, don't you? That's why I wanted to ask you about love. Is this a torture? Even though I pretty much shout words of love to Yosaki every day, talking about love in front of her and her cousin. It's too embarrassing. Oh? I'd like to hear about Seko-kun's views on love too. Yosaki, please stop. Why not? I'm curious. There's a cafe over there. It has a calm atmosphere, and it seems like a good place for a leisurely chat. Do you want this to be a long conversation? I'd prefer to wrap this up quickly right here. Come on. Let's go, Seko-kun. Let's go, Rento-san. With each of my hands grabbed by the two of them, I couldn't forcefully shake them off, and so, I was taken away by the two of them without any means of resisting. The cafe the two girls brought me into was a small, individually operated shop with an elegant shopkeeper sporting a white beard. Perhaps due to his preference, the interior, like the tables and sofas, exuded a calming ambience and felt quite stylish. Seeing me, escorted in by two beautiful girls, he raised an eyebrow, pausing before welcoming us with a deep welcome. Told to sit wherever we liked, I chose a table seat in a corner to ensure our conversation wouldn't easily be overheard by others. The two of them sat across from me. Then the shopkeeper brought over menus, and after a brief glance, I ordered coffee. Yosaki ordered the same, and Saki-chan, like before, chose apple juice. Now, do tell us, Seko-kun, about your views on love. Please forgive me, I'll cover the entire bill here. No, I'll pay for everything. So, will you tell us? Please, Rento-ana-chan. Yosaki looked up at me, quite literally giving me puppy eyes, while Saki-chan pulled the Ana-chan card as her trump card to persuade me. This sister duo is too formidable. As we talked, the shopkeeper brought over our drinks. While he was placing the cups and glasses on the table, I tried to signal him for help with my eyes. Man to man, surely he would get the message. He noticed my gaze and narrowed his eyes. Did he get it? After delivering the drinks, he returned to the counter, leading newly arrived customers to seats on the opposite side of us. Then, he froze with his hand cupped around his ear, facing our direction. Was he trying to create a conducive environment for our conversation while simultaneously eavesdropping with all his might? He probably didn't grasp my feelings at all. Or perhaps he did but just chose to ignore them in favor of his own desires. A misalignment of intentions. This might be the true essence of romance. I let out a random thought in my mind and cry. Since the romance between the shopkeeper and me has thus tragically ended, the lecture on my romantic views proceeded as the two sisters, and the shopkeeper, had wished. Chapter 20. I take a sip of the shopkeeper's signature coffee. The aroma of roasted beans that I could smell even before taking a sip, combined with the bitterness spreading in my mouth, makes for a cup that offers a rich, flavorful experience. It's delicious. The fact that I'm mentally composing this amateur coffee review might be a form of escapism. Right now, I'm in a situation where I must talk about love in front of the girl I have feelings for and her cousin. Placing the coffee cup back on the table and slowly raising my face, my eyes meet Saki-chan's sparkling ones and Yosaki's slightly flushed but expectant gaze. I can't help but give a bitter smile. It seems bitterness isn't exclusive to coffee. Noisy. Everyone has their own views on love, and I don't think there's a correct answer to follow. That's fine. We want to hear about Rento-san's perspective on love. Right? Ani-chan? Yes. Precisely because everyone is different. It's meaningful to learn about viewpoints we don't personally have. Is that so? Realizing there's no way out of this, I brace myself, take a deep breath, and begin sharing my views on love. Well, when you're in love, when you start loving someone, in the end, it's just an expression of wanting to be by that person's side. I like spending time with Rento-san and Ani-chan, and I hope these moments could continue. Is this also love? That might be a form of affection or familial love. Spending time with friends can be fun too. Saki-chan is so sly to mention my name first. It made me a little happy. How do you differentiate between the two? That's a difficult question. I don't think you can clearly distinguish them. Someone you thought was just a friend until yesterday could become a romantic interest before you even realize it. I see, so that's how it is. I thought Yosaki's expression darkened for a moment, but it was probably just my imagination because it returned to normal in the next moment. I think it's also about wanting to be there to support the other person, no matter what situation they're in. Oh? So, Seko-kun would come to help me if I'm in a difficult situation? I can't picture Ani-chan being in a pinch. For Yosaki, it might be a bit different. It's not that I don't want to support you. But if you ask whether that's the main thing, I don't think it is. What? With a voice full of confusion, Yosaki's expression clouded over. This time, it wasn't my imagination. For me, Yosaki feels more like someone I admire. Like, I want to become someone like you. I guess that's how it turned into love. But isn't that different from what you said earlier, Rento-san? That's why I said there's no such thing as a correct answer. There's no logic to it. You realize you've fallen in love before you know it, and the reasons just follow after that. It's like when people say the person they've fallen for is their type. I see. By the way, can I ask in detail what aspect of Ani-chan made you fall for her, Rento-san? Well, at first it was her personality, or maybe her attitude. As I said earlier, Yosaki is someone I admire. It's not an exaggeration to say that I am who I am today because of Yosaki. After realizing my feelings, I started noticing her other charms, like how beautiful and cute that she is, and then, I need to go to the restroom. While I was in full swing praising Yosaki's charms, a blushing Yosaki suddenly stood up and moved away from us. It's rare to see her react like that. Maybe she felt embarrassed in front of Saki-chan. If I got to see that side of Yosaki, enduring this embarrassment is worth it. After ensuring Yosaki had entered the restroom, Saki-chan looked at me with a sly smile that seemed beyond her age. Ani-chan really is loved, isn't she? It seems like that love doesn't easily reach her though. By the way, Rento-san, do I resemble Ani-chan? Yes, you do, especially around the eyes. So, does that mean you like me as well? Huh? Well, I like you, but I mean, as a girl. Do you like me that way? Well, you see, falling in love isn't just about appearance. I see. Unlike Ani-chan, I'm a bad girl with a nasty personality. Sniff. No, that's not true at all. I think Saki-chan is a straightforward girl with a kind heart. Then, Do you like me? This girl, she's too mischievous. Maybe she's a little devil girl who knows more about love than the average high schooler around here, including me. That's Saki Yosaki for you. Section. Time returns to the present. I was meeting with Saki-chan. Of course, Yosaki was with us too. However, we hadn't been able to see each other much lately. The reason was that she was busy with junior high school entrance exams until early February. After that, she was making memories with her elementary school friends whom she'd soon part ways with and preparing for her life in junior high school. Now, in mid-April, we finally had some free time, so we decided to meet up after a long while. Saki-chan in front of me was wearing her school uniform. The junior high school she went to is a prestigious integrated junior and high school, and it seems she wanted to show off her uniform to me, so she wore it even on her day off. Good job on your exams, it's been a while. The uniform suits you. Thank you. I bought a slightly larger size, so it feels a bit loose now. It'll fit perfectly soon enough. By then, a beautiful girl will have emerged. Hee. Will you fall for me seeing me in this uniform later, Rento-san? No comment. Pout. That's mean. Saki-chan puffs out her cheeks to show her displeasure. But when I see that face, all I can think is, she's so cute, so it doesn't affect me at all. Having met her several times, I've come to know how to deal with Saki-chan's mischievous moves, so I'm quite relaxed. Hey, Rento-kun, how do I look? Does this outfit suit me? Of course it does. It's both cute and beautiful. Is it something you bought recently? I've never seen it before. Foo, thank you. That makes me happy. Yes, it's my first time showing it off. One day, Yosaki started calling me Rento-kun only when we were together. I'm still not used to that name, and every time she says it, my heart skips a beat. I'm not as relaxed as I thought. But I still call Yosaki. She told me to call her by her first name when we were with Saki-chan because Yosaki would be confusing. But I refused, saying it was clear who I was referring to since I called Saki-chan Saki-chan. The real reason was that I'm still embarrassed. Seriously, I'm not relaxed at all. Whenever I meet Saki-chan, it's always the three of us. Hinata has yet to meet Saki-chan because Saki-chan is shy around strangers. It seems that this mischievous persona of hers is usually dormant, only showing itself in front of those she's truly close with. I seem to have been an exception since her devilish side showed itself to me rather early. Therefore, I'm waiting for the right timing before introducing Hinata to Saki-chan. That opportunity hasn't come yet because I don't want to bring in new people like Hinata and have Saki-chan shrink away and not enjoy herself. In the end, I'm keeping our gatherings with these three a secret from Hinata. Yosaki said it'd be best to stay quiet about it as Hinata would be upset if she found out she was being excluded. I think there's some truth to it. That's why I'm going along with it. Hinata also has things she's keeping from Yosaki regarding me, so it's kind of tit for tat. But I guess even best friends don't share everything. Did you join any clubs, Saki-chan? Yes, I joined the brass band. I'm going to play the flute. Oh, the flute. I've only ever played instruments in class, so it seems difficult to me. My senpai praised me. They said I handle the flute well, that my finger movement is smooth and my tonguing is beautiful. Do you know what tonguing is, Rento-san? It's using your tongue. Saki-chan? What is it? Never mind. We're talking about the flute. Yes, we're talking about the flute. Weird Rento-san. Was it just me, or did that conversation sound a bit weird? No, it must have been my imagination. It was just my imagination. But Saki-chan's expression seemed strange. Maybe this little devil has evolved even more since becoming a junior high schooler. Why are you both making those faces? I thought Saki was only talking about the flute's fingering and tonguing. On the other hand, her sister is pure as pure can be. Chapter 21. Spring of freshman year is a time when you're just starting school, and the new environment is also exciting. Every day feels fresh, and even the smallest things in daily life can stir their hearts. For seniors, spring is probably the busiest time. While some students might be looking for jobs, our school is primarily a college preparatory school. Hence, Most students are engrossed in preparing for entrance exams. It's not mandatory, but everyone understands that if they don't put in the effort, they're only hurting themselves. So everyone dives headfirst into their studies with sheer determination. Although their tasks remain constant day to day, they still wish they had even a bit more time. Then, what about the spring of sophomore year? To be honest, it's very mundane. There's nothing new, no challenges, no pressing matters. One could say it's the most relaxing period, but it's also the most boring. Even so, I need to think about the future, so I feel like I'm somewhat left hanging day by day. With that being said, why don't we make a plan to go somewhere for fun? I made such a suggestion to the two of them. Where do you mean by somewhere? I don't have a specific place in mind, but I feel like exploring someplace new instead of our usual spots. Exploring new places sounds fun, but I don't have any particular ideas. How about Kamura? That's nice. We haven't really been to many touristy places. Even if we visited as kids, it'd be different and fun to go with friends. While Hinata and I seem to be on the same wavelength about visiting tourist spots, one person voiced her objections. It was Yosaki. Tourist spots are tempting, but they're not places you go to over and over, right? Eventually, we'd run out of places. Well, you have a point. That's why I think we should go somewhere closer. Like, Seko-kun's room for example. What? Huh? An unexpected suggestion from Yosaki left me stunned, and I heard a low voice from next to me. No way, Misa. It's dangerous to go to Seko's room. I was at a loss for words in response to Hinata's words. Agreeing was out of the question, but disagreeing could strain our relationship. Either way, it's not like there's any danger in my room. Really? We've been in private rooms like karaoke booths, and Seko-kun never did anything. That's different because it's outside. Being on one's own territory changes things. It'll be fine, because Haru will be there too. You'll protect me if anything happens, right? Hinata was at a loss for words when Yosaki put it that way. Up until now, Hinata had been acting protectively towards Yosaki from me, and because of that acknowledged effort, Yosaki's words carry weight. Haru, aren't you curious about Seko-kun's room? I'm interested. What's the layout like, I wonder, and what kind of books are there on the bookshelf? No, I'm not curious. Not at all. Hinata says she's not interested, but the truth is, she has been to my room once before. It was the day after Hinata feigned illness and our relationship took a twisted turn. Overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events, I fell ill and skipped school. Saying a return favor, Hinata came to visit me. During that visit, she seemed to take a thorough look around my room. I don't mind, but there's really nothing special about it. Also, my parents are home on holidays. I've been wanting to greet your parents, so I'd rather meet them. Greet my parents? If that's the case, I want to go too. I want to meet Seko's mom and dad too, I guess. You want to see the parents who raised someone like me, is that what you're saying? No, that's not it. Seeing Hinata desperately deny it, I swallowed my words. I meant it as the usual joke, but perhaps Hinata genuinely wants to meet my parents. Sorry. No. I'm the one who should be sorry for raising my voice. Both of us apologized. The atmosphere felt a bit heavy. To dispel the heaviness, Yosaki clapped her hands together. Then, can we visit Seko-kun's house this weekend? Sure. I'll ask my parents about their schedule. Great, thanks. I'm looking forward to it, Haru. Yeah. Thanks, Misa. Fufu. I don't know what you're talking about. Misa is so cool. Hinata hugged Misa, rubbing her cheek against Yosaki's chest. Yosaki, while seeming tickled, accepted the gesture with a smile. Watching the two of them, I naturally smiled as well. Despite everything, our group has a good balance. Even if tensions arise, someone always is the situation. So we've never had a big fight. That's why we seem to be a close-knit group. At least from the outside section. And thus, the two decided to come to my house. When I asked my mom about her plans for the weekend, she responded, if you're inviting girls over, I'll cancel any other plans. I want to meet them too. The schedule was arranged smoothly. My dad plans to go fishing as usual. He was going at his own pace as usual. On the morning of the day, I went to the nearest station to pick them up, and from there, the three of us walked to my house. When we met, both Yosaki and Hinata were holding paper bags. Hinata's hand, which held the bag, was trembling. "Well then, welcome to my home. It's nothing special. Thank you for having us." Thank you for having us. I led the two friends into my tidied-up home. I've had male friends like Odova, but it was my first time inviting female friends, so I'm a little nervous. "Welcome." "Hello, I'm this silly son's mother." "Wah, you both are so adorable. I wonder why you're even with Rento. This is the first time Rento has brought girls over, and I'm so excited that ha ha." Witnessing my mother's runaways chatter, any lingering tension evaporated, and the two of them looked bewildered. "Mom, are you going to keep them standing at the entrance?" "Oh my, what's Rento doing? Quickly show them in." "Whose fault is this? Anyway, you two, just remove your shoes and come in. My room is upstairs." "Wait." "Lead them to the living room. I still want to chat with these girls. The living room is this way." I led the two, somewhat exasperated by my mother's antics. Perhaps that eased the tension. The two exchanged glances and chuckled after seeing me like this. After entering the house, they handed the bags they'd been holding since we met to my mother. "It's nice to meet you. I've been classmates with Rento since the third year of junior high school. My name is Misa Yosaki." "This is from my mother to Seko-kun's mother." "Oh, thank you." Isn't this that famous luxury confectionery?" "Can I really accept this?" "Yes. It's just a small thank you since we're in your care today." "Oh my." "Rento, is this girl perhaps a young lady from a well-off family? Are you trying to marry into money?" "Mom, that's rude to both Yosaki and me." "To you too? Don't look at me like you really don't understand." "Fufu, you seem to have a close relationship with your mother." "Seko-kun." What gave you that impression?" "While it's true that we have a relationship where we can speak frankly to each other, I always feel like I'm being toyed with by my mother. So when someone says we're close, I don't really get it." Nice to meet you." I'm Seko Rento-kun's classmate, and unlike Misa, I became friends with him after entering high school." My name is Haru Hinata. Here's something from me too. It's just a small thank you." "What's with this girl? She's so cute." My maternal instincts are tingling. "Thank you for preparing something too, Haru-chan." "No, not at all. Unlike Misa, it's really just a trivial gift." "Hey Rento, can I pamper this girl? I want her to be our daughter." "Me, a daughter of the Seka family? That means—" "Look, Mom, Hinata's so flustered she's frozen. Can you tone it down?" Sigh. "I'm sorry, Haru-chan, it's my son's." "Me? No. I'm indebted to Rento-kun." Yes, I wish I could say that it's me who's indebted to her, but I can't bring myself to say that out loud." Thus, the two's first visit to our home, though it's technically Hinata's second time, began like that. Chapter 22. After my mom's barrage of questions was over, we headed up to my room on the second floor. I had tidied up not only the entrance and living room but also my room in anticipation of their visit. Just to be safe, I hid some slightly naughty manga, like Torupani. Hinata knows about it though. So this is Seko-kun's room. It's quite tidy. Well, I cleaned up knowing you two were coming." "Oh, how honest. Are you saying it's not usually like this?" "I figured my disguise would crumble eventually, and I'm pretty sure anyone will assume it's not normally this neat based on my usual image." "Fufu, I guess so." "Even if Seko-kun told me now that, actually, I like to keep it tidy, it'd be hard to believe. There's a higher chance you've been body swapped. Is your trust in me weaker than such a fantasy?" "In a way, that's me trusting you to some extent. It's all about how you say it." "Huh?" Yosaki seems to be in a good mood today, talking a lot more than usual. It's rare for her to tease me this continuously. Could it be that she's been influenced by my mom's behavior? Or maybe Yosaki and my mom really have swapped bodies? Just kidding. Judging from her expression, she's probably just more excited than usual. The tension might have eased after the introductions with my mom. About me. Seko's mother asked if I wanted to be her daughter. Mom probably wanted a daughter more than a son. I might have had a younger sister, but I can't really imagine what it would be like now. Oh? But you seem used to dealing with younger people. What? Why do you think like that, Misa? I just had a feeling. You know, Seko-kun, he's surprisingly considerate, right? Well, maybe surprisingly so. You two, stop with the surprisingly. However, that was a definite slip-up on Yosaki's part. Hinata doesn't know I've met Yosaki's cousin, Saki-chan, implying she knows how I interact with younger people could expose that secret. Sensing the danger of continuing this conversation, I subtly changed the topic. By the way, Hinata, you seem incredibly nervous. Shut up. I couldn't help it. It was my first time in such a situation. Sorry. Actually, I was nervous too. I see. Fufu. I wonder why even Seko-kun was nervous too. Yes? Well, you know, my mum can be a bit out of control. I was on edge, wondering what she might say next. Sorry to both of you for my mom's behavior. Ahaha. She's quite pushy, isn't she? Fufu. Thanks to that, I became friendly with her quickly. It might be because of her consideration, you know. My mum being considerate. Don't overestimate her. I think she just acts on her own curiosity. As I laugh off that ridiculous idea, Yosaki, with a serious expression, says, "You shouldn't underestimate your mother." That's right, Seko. You shouldn't belittle mothers. They can see everything. Hinata joined in too. What's with this devout faith in mothers? They can say that because they haven't seen her nibbling on rice crackers while watching a teen drama, exclaiming, "It's so bittersweet." If anything, rice crackers are usually salty. Anyway, I just feel like she's only probing my love life out of sheer curiosity. No, she definitely is, but seriously, I hope she doesn't dig too deep. There are too many things I don't want her to know. Rento, I brought the gifts the two gave us. She's coming to snoop around. What? I think this might be the last time I invite them over to my house. Section. So, what do we do now? After my mom left the room, I asked again about our plans for today. I haven't really thought about anything, but how about this? Since we're here, maybe we can look through Seko-kun's graduation album? That's a good idea. Let's see it. I don't mind, but I don't think it's fun. That's for us to decide. Right, Haru? Yes. So, Seko, show it to us already. This person is getting her spirit back once mom's gone. Sigh. Wait a second. I'll dig it out. I hadn't looked at it since graduation, so I rummaged through my bookshelf, trying to remember where I put it. I find it stashed away on the bottom shelf that I rarely use. Dust it off a bit, and return to the two of them. I brought the kindergarten album and the elementary school graduation album. Thanks. You didn't bring the one from junior high school? Well, Yosaki has the junior high school one too. I don't have it, though. I'll show you later. Hee, you better. Now then, I wonder what little Shota Seko-kun looked like back then. Wait, what happened? Haru making such a noise. Wow. I keep my distance as the two of them exclaim in surprise while looking through the kindergarten album, taken aback by their sudden outbursts. I stepped back. What's gotten into you two? It's this. Look at this little Shota miniaturized version of Seko. You were way too cute back then. This is it's like the shock I felt when I first met Saki years ago. Who's Saki? My cousin and younger sister. She was this tiny once and was incredibly adorable. Of course, she's still cute now. Well, everyone goes through this phase. The appearance from when we were young with pure eyes and innocent expressions tends to feel adorable to us when we reach our age. I understand that, but having it pointed out to me is really embarrassing. Seko, you're in quite a lot of the pictures. Oh, it's true. Almost every photo has Seko-kun in it. My kindergarten wasn't that big, so naturally, I'd be in many of them. After enjoying my kindergarten days pictures, the two then moved on to my elementary school graduation album. You've grown quite a bit. That innocent-faced little Shota Seko-kun is gone. Looking at it this way, there's quite a big difference between a kindergartner and an elementary student. Is it about time I make a retort to being called little Shota Seko-kun? Oh, your school trip was to places like Osaka and Kyoto. I went to Kyushu. I went to Okinawa. It's interesting how it varies by school even if it's close by. Can you not ignore me? I feel a bit sad that they're so engrossed in my graduation album. Just kidding. I get that someone else's album can be surprisingly interesting, so I'll just sit back quietly. The two of them turn page after page, pausing every now and then they suddenly stop at a certain page. As I watch the two of them thinking they'll eventually finish the album, to be precise, they freeze looking at a certain photo. I was about to ask what was wrong when they suddenly turned to look at me. Their eyes dark and heavy. Seko, who is this girl? Seko-kun, who is she? Feeling an odd pressure from the two, I look at the picture in question. It's a group photo with students from 1st to 6th grade, 3 from each grade, and I was in it. Beside me, or rather, clinging to my arm and hiding her face, was a slightly chubby girl. At the elementary school I attended, there was a cross-grade interaction system. This photo was likely taken with that group. This was when I was in 6th grade. Ah, this girl is... Oh, I remember. I think there was a girl who used to be very close to me. I don't remember her face or name anymore, but I do recall feeling like I had a little sister. You don't remember her? So you're not in touch or anything? Of course not. We only interacted during school events. I see. She was your first little sister then. What do you mean by that? Well, I guess Saki-chan is like a little sister to me too. Seeing Yosaki clearly dissatisfied that Saki-chan isn't my first little sister, makes me begin to think there might be more of potential landmines in this album that I'm unaware of. At this rate, I'd like to wrap up this album viewing session as soon as possible. Then, without a knock, the door to my room opened. Of course, the only person who enters so thoughtlessly is my mother. Do you want to see an old family photo album? Thank you very much, Mother. We'll look. Mom, could you please stop adding fuel to the fire? Please stop. Your son will die. Chapter 23. Mothers are strong. This phrase doesn't mean that a mother's physical strength is impressive, but rather that when it comes to protecting her children, a mother can become as fierce as a demon. However, the literal meaning of the phrase might be applicable in our house. Even when my friends come over, it's always my mom who's in charge. Now, she's saying I want to deepen the bond even more with both of them, and conducting one-on-one talks with Yosaki and Hinata. It's quite a disaster for them, but nobody can really stop my mom when she's like this. She's like a natural disaster. First, Yosaki was called and went downstairs. So now, only Hinata and I remain in my room. I feel like Hinata has moved a bit closer than before. Hey, Ren. It's just the two of us now. Hinata places her hand on my knee, looking at me with moist eyes. I notice that the way she calls me has changed. Yes? Yeah. I'm sorry you have to deal with my mom's whims. No, it's okay. I want to get along with your mom too. So, Ren. While keeping her gaze fixed on mine, Hinata slowly moves her hand. Anticipating her intention, I grabbed her hand. Hinata, what are you trying to do? Because the person you like is in your room. We've been together up until now, and I wondered if maybe you're excited. Ren. You'll be alone with Misa next, so let's get it over with right now, okay? There's no need for that. Even if you don't trust me in this situation, my mom is downstairs, so I can't do anything like that now. But what if? It's better to be safe, right? Ren can also feel good, so there's no harm in it. Hinata. I grab both of Hinata's shoulders. Her eyes seem vacant. Today, my friends came over to play. That's it. It won't turn into anything like what you're imagining, so there's no need for you to do anything like that. So, you don't need me? Huh? You're an important friend who came to hang out. Of course, that's not the case. Really? Is it okay for me to be here? Of course it is. Can I ask you for a favor? Sure. Hold me tight. Squeeze me. For a moment, I didn't understand what she was saying, but by the time I did, I was already doing it. I felt it was necessary. I see. It's okay for me to be here. It's okay for me to be by your side, Ren. Hinata murmured something and wrapped her arms around my back in response. The body I had held many times before felt more fragile than ever. I felt that if I let go now, she would disappear somewhere. That's why I inadvertently tightened my grip, causing Hinata to let out a slight, pained mmmn. Just as I was about to quickly loosen my hold and apologizing with a sorry. It's okay. Stay like this. You can do whatever you want, Ren, she whispered in my ear, along with a warm breath. Holding her this tight. Would I break her? Or would it be? After holding each other for a while, Hinata slowly pulled away. She sat beside me, turning her beautiful eyes my way. Then she began, by the way, in her usual tone. It seemed she intended to pretend the earlier moment hadn't happened, so I decided to play along. I noticed there's no Torupani on your bookshelf. Did you hide it somewhere? You noticed? Huh. That's right. You've already found out, Hinata, but Yosaki doesn't know yet. It's embarrassing for a guy to have his female friends know he reads something like that. Well, Misa doesn't seem to be very knowledgeable about that sort of thing. She might have been disillusioned if she'd found out. Good call on your part. It's not that extreme, but losing a friend would hurt. I'll give myself a pat on the back for yesterday. By the way, Ren, who's your favorite character? It's a secret. Come on. A guy who's keeping secrets like that is no charm. Just spill it. You'll feel better. Am I a suspect or something? Sigh. Exaggerating my sigh, I averted my gaze from Hinata and looked at my room's wall, murmuring, "It's Fu. Fu is my favorite." From beside me, I heard an A. She had started reading Torupani, so she knew exactly what kind of character Fu was. Oh, really? He. She gave a shy, bashful smile. At that moment, she looks just like the character I have in my mind. Section. In place of Yosaki, Hinata went to have a one-on-one talk with my mum, which they called a girls' chat. This left me alone with Yosaki. I had told Hinata that it was no big deal, but being alone with Yosaki made me nervous. I'm often alone with Hinata nowadays, so I don't get nervous around her anymore, but I rarely have such moments with Yosaki. Even when we hang out without Hinata, Saki-chan is always with us except for that one day. And for some reason, I felt that Yosaki was closer to me than usual. The fact that she sat opposite where Hinata sat felt like a strange twist of fate. Sorry for making you go along with my mom's whims. She didn't ask you anything weird, did she? It was a good time. Especially hearing stories about your childhood. Rento-kun. What did she tell you? I'm sure she told you something unnecessary. You talk like that, but she said you were a mama's boy when you were younger. Maybe you still are. Isn't this what they call dear? Stop it. Teasing a boy about his mom during his sensitive period is against the laws of the world. Fufu. That's a law I've never heard of. You don't have to have heard it to understand it. She might call it unreasonable, but I strongly argue that being teased is even more unreasonable. You haven't told my mom about the nature of our relationship or anything, right? What do you mean by nature? Don't play dumb. Like when I confessed to you. Oh. Should I not have mentioned that? What? You actually told her? Fufu. Just kidding. The mood wasn't right for such topics, so I didn't bring it up. Phew. Thank goodness. You really didn't want her to know? Knowing my mum, she'd relentlessly tease me about it. Plus, it's simply embarrassing. I didn't know you could feel embarrassed. How rude. Of course I can. I do seem like someone who wouldn't feel embarrassed shouting words of love in the middle of a classroom. But I do have some shame too, you know. Yosaki giggled again. She seems to be in a good mood today. By the way, she said she'd love to meet Saki sometime after mentioning her. So, I'll bring Saki along next time. I don't mind, but shouldn't you introduce her to Hinata first? Right. I should have do that. I don't mind whenever it happens, but perhaps it's about time to introduce her to Hinata. My mum's wild ideas might just be the perfect opportunity. For some reason, Yosaki looked down, as I wondered what she might be thinking about. Yosaki slowly lifted her head and said, "I've been wondering," and started asking me a question. "You were alone with Haru just a while ago, right? What were you two doing, huh?" "Well, we were just talking, that's all. Nothing special." "Yes, nothing happened. It felt like something might have, but I prevented it in time." "So, I'm not lying." "But why is Yosaki looking at me so sharply?" "I see." "Let me rephrase my question then. Why do I smell Haru on you?" "You'll tell me, right, Rento-kun?" Ah. Her piercing gaze made me let out a pitiful sound. "How did she find out?" "Sure, We hugged. So it's not strange for me to have her scent, but is it that noticeable? Actually, we had a small fight. Hinata teased me too much with the album photos, so I tried to take it from her. And maybe her scent transferred to me during that struggle. I see. I understand. I'm glad she understood. It was a random excuse I came up with on the spot, but it seems to have worked. You and Haru do that kind of thing, don't you, Rento-kun? What kind of thing? You know, touching each other. Wait, that's not how you should put it. It's more like a scuffle. Just a small fight. You know, I never have such fights with Yosaki. So you're leaving me out? Hey, Rento-kun, can I touch you? Huh? Why? Wait. Yosaki? Despite asking, Yosaki didn't wait for an answer. Her slender, pale fingers touched my face. As one of her legs began to straddle my knee, I'm back. With that voice, Hinata opened the door and returned to the room. Yosaki's movements were swift, and she had already returned to her original position. What happened? Nothing really. Right. Yosaki? Yes, nothing happened. Nothing. I see. Must have been my imagination. Hinata laughed with an ah-ha-ha, but her piercing gaze directed at me seemed to say, liar. Chapter 24. Lately, I've been a little lost in thought. It's not that I'm worried about my career path. I'm not interested in the humanities, so I've settled on the sciences in my mind. I'll engage with economics purely as a consumer, and I have no intention of starting a business, so management isn't in the cards for me. As for law, my interest only goes as far as wanting to declare objection. Besides, that's pure fiction. It seems there aren't situations like that in reality. All the more reason it feels meaningless. Anyway, what's troubling me now is something else. Yet, I have no one to confide in, even though I've received questions about the path I've chosen. So here I am, sitting alone on a bench in the school's rarely visited back garden. This area appears to be maintained by the janitor as a sort of hobby because beautiful ornamental trees are lined up neatly. Thanks to this, it's difficult to spot someone from a distance, making it the perfect place to be alone. I discovered this spot around last winter, and I've visited occasionally since then, remembering how cold it was and flexing my hands. While doing this, I recall a scene from that park and shake my head to dispel the memory. Since I'm finally alone, I should calmly sort out my current situation. Let's see. First off, Yosaki is. Huh? I heard the rustling sound of footsteps, and when I turned, a pair of students, a boy and a girl, came into view. Recognizing the color of the boy's tie, I realized he was a first-year student. In our school, each grade level has its own designated tie color. For this academic year, third years wear green, our second years wear red, and the first years have blue. The color is determined when you enroll and basically stays the same for 3 years. Apparently, there was once a student who repeated the year because they admired the red ribbon. Despite pulling such a foolish stunt, that senpai supposedly got into Kyoto University, the top university in Japan. He's a legend. Whoops. This is not the time to remember such a thing. It seems they've noticed me too, and they're looking a bit awkward. Coming to such a secluded spot as a boy-girl pair, they're likely about to get all lovey-dovey or one is going to confess to the other. To them, I'd probably be nothing but an annoyance. Time for this obstacle to make a smooth exit. Excuse me. Oh, me? Yes. As I tried to read the atmosphere and leave the scene, the junior boy unexpectedly called out to stop me. Senpai, you're that Seko senpai, right? That Seko senpai? Sorry. Can you be more specific? The Seko senpai who has confessed his feelings to Yosaki senpai every day since enrollment and has been rejected every time, right? I wish I hadn't asked. I didn't realize how much it hurt to hear that from someone else. I'm well aware of how I'm perceived by those around me. I don't think I should step back and view it objectively, but having someone else say it out loud, it hurts. Yes, that's me. The perpetually rejected stalker, Seko. Nice to meet you. What? I didn't say it like that. Wait, I actually respect you, senpai. Respect me? Seriously, you should reconsider that. No, it's not like that. Senpai, I have a favor to ask. Can you please watch me? I want to show you my courage. Wait, what are you going to show me? Takahata, Is that okay with you? Yeah, I'm fine with it. I'm a little embarrassed, though. You've got to be kidding me. These juniors are about to create their own world even with me here. Public confession? Seriously? Who does that? Oh wait, that was me. Wait, is that what he meant by respect? What's going on? No. What do you mean? But this is about confessing, right? You guys have only been enrolled for a month, right? Isn't it a bit early? Then again, I did the same thing on my first day of high school. Is that what he respects? Takahata. I like you. Please go out with me. He really did it. Yes. And, huh? The junior who claimed to respect me just got together. Say Seko-senpai. I did it. I got my first girlfriend. Never say you respect me again. I was actually thinking of holding off my confession. But confessing in front of Seko-senpai, I thought he had guts, and it made my heart skip a beat. That's not courage. I think it's called being inconsiderate. Being confessed in front of Seko-senpai, who has been single-minded in his feelings, made me think that my new boyfriend is someone I can trust from now on. That's right. That's the biggest reason why I respect you, senpai. I see. Yeah. You shouldn't respect me after all. And so, while I had wanted some time alone to think, I ended up witnessing the birth of a new couple for some reason. Well, congratulations. Be happy. Okay. Section. Just as the Red Ribbon Repeat Year Senpai became a legend, it became clear that I was known throughout the school as a living legend too. This revelation came when I returned to the classroom after the confession and poured out my cries to Oda. It's really true that sometimes the person themselves doesn't know the rumors about themselves. By the way, that backyard is famous as a confession spot. What? That was my place of relaxation. Why does everyone come to secluded places? Do it in the classroom. I think only Seko can do it in the classroom. Speaking of confessions, you haven't been confessing lately, have you? What are you talking about? I shouted my love to Yosaki just this morning. You were there, weren't you, Oda? I did hear that. It was something like, even though you wear the same uniform every day, why don't I get tired of looking at you? It must be because Yosaki is so beautiful. Don't remind me. And don't repeat it. It's damn embarrassing. Even if you can see yourself objectively, it's still heart-wrenching to hear your own words and actions explained by someone else. I feel like your recent comments to Yosaki have been a bit forced. Seko. Today, she even tilted her head in confusion. Everyone has those days. Don't analyze your friend's words. Seko. The main point isn't that. Lately, even though you praise Yosaki, you haven't actually said, go out with me. Have you? Are you done analyzing? Sighing, I sneak a glance at Yosaki and Hinata, who are sitting far from us. It seems they can't hear our conversation. I feel relieved in my heart. Hey, Oda, let's talk about Torupani for a while. Seko, are you trying to change the topic? No, it's related. In Torupani, the protagonist initially liked his classmate Kazuhaya, right? But then he's pursued by the transfer student, Wind, and before he realizes it, he starts to like Wind, and maybe even some other heroines too. He loved Kazuhaya so much that he'd even imagined their life after marriage. So why did it turn out that way? Isn't it to make the story more exciting? I'm not talking about that kind of meta reason. Hee, I know. Well, I've never been in a real romance, but I have many waifus in the 2D world. Each one is so appealing that it's hard to choose. Even if I decide not to have any more waifus, a new anime might introduce me to another. But I still love all of my previous waifus. Isn't real life kinda like that? Sure, if you're in a committed relationship, there's the issue of cheating, but the protagonist isn't dating anyone, so it's all good. I see. Thanks. It seems Oda has somehow sensed the troubles I've been facing recently. He's not just playing those Bishuo games for nothing. Maybe he's more experienced in love than I am. Most people can't pinpoint the exact moment they fall in love. By the time you realize it, you're already in too deep. This slow realization is quite troublesome. I like Yosaki. I admire her as a person, and I find her beautiful. I want to date her. And sometimes I even think about doing more than that. And then, I also like Hinata. Though she always seems cheerful, She's actually quite thoughtful and tends to overthink things. I often find myself wanting to support her and want to be by her side. There are also moments when I'm captivated by her smile. I don't know when these feelings started. Maybe it was since we formed that relationship. Now that I think about it, there might have been signs before. Then, since when did I? Rumors about Yosaki and me have already spread throughout the school. At the same time, Hinata and I have already become involved. All of this is my fault. Are these feelings really love? Suddenly, doubts strike me. Maybe I just feel responsible for them. Is responsibility love? If so, does that mean the feelings of excitement I have for them are fake? It can't be. That just can't be. It mustn't be. Mustn't be? That's. As I watch the two of them chat happily from a distance, I think, maybe this love might never come to fruition. Part 4. Misa Yosaki's Love, Chapter 25. I've never had high expectations for anyone other than my family. I'm often asked, "Are you a young lady?" Ojaozuma, but my family isn't particularly noble or prestigious. However, we are fairly wealthy, and my parents' upbringing was quite strict, so I'm aware that it's not entirely incorrect to assume so. Still, my parents were usually kind and seemed to understand what I was thinking despite their strict discipline. For that reason, I genuinely respect them. Therefore, I attended a private elementary school as my parents wished. Some of my classmates were business executives' children or company presidents' daughters. Looking back, that might have been the time when I most fit the young lady label. What I saw there were classmates who scorned others while overlooking their own shortcomings. I was astounded by their blindness to their own faults and their unnecessarily aggressive attitudes toward others. Furthermore, the adults there were disappointing. Whether out of pride for working at one of the country's prestigious schools or confidence stemming from their career, many of them had an arrogant attitude. My classmates would submit to these adults while internally disdaining it in their hearts, and these adults took a domineering attitude toward us but bowed low in front of those above them. As an elementary school student, I learned a little about the nature of society and stopped expecting others to do the same. Yet, my classmates seemed to enjoy their daily lives in such an environment. I was the only one who wasn't happy. I began to wonder if the one truly in the wrong was me. As I could only see my school friends with such a cynical outlook, I started questioning why I was like this. Gradually, this led me to dislike myself as well. Although I could have continued my education at the same institution until high school, I decided this place was just not for me. That's why I asked my parents to let me attend a local public junior high school. Surprisingly, they agreed without any objection. In retrospect, it wasn't surprising. They always had my best interests at heart. That's why I have nothing but gratitude for my parents. If the environment changes, the people around me will change too, right? If so, I thought that maybe I could change as well. Section. In the end, my expectations were betrayed. Human nature remained consistent wherever I went. Conversational topics with classmates did change, but the trend of being lenient with oneself and strict with others persisted. Though I talked with my classmates, I couldn't make a single friend by the time I reached my third year. If only I had known things would turn out like this. I regretted not continuing my education at the same institution. Hey, you're Yosaki, right? When I entered the new classroom, a male classmate I didn't recognize approached me. Yes, and you are? I am. What was his name? I can't even recall the first letter. He seemed to be the class clown, gathering several classmates and laughing obnoxiously. Hey, come over here. Then he beckoned to a dispirited-looking boy. The boy came over obediently and was made to perform an impression that could best be described as forced. After that, the people around him laughed mockingly. Boring. Before I realized it, my true feelings had slipped from my mouth. The impersonation itself was boring, but even more so were my classmates, who laughed along with such mockery. And above all, it was this guy who just let them do whatever they wanted to him who bored me the most. The upbeat guy switched his attitude, desperately trying to get back into my good graces. It was a complete turn around from his previous demeanor. Really boring. The people around us looked puzzled, not knowing what to do. Some even shot glances as if to say, Don't get carried away. I wonder who's really getting carried away here. Among them, only he, Seko-kun, looked at me directly. His eyes, clouded until a moment ago, gradually regained their light. From that day on, he changed. I didn't know much about the previous him, but he transformed into someone different from my initial impression. He first approached two male classmates to initiate conversation. I watched him from a distance. At first, both were awkward, but soon enough laughter began to leak out. Seeing this, a smile spread across my face. Then I felt that our eyes met for a moment. Seko-kun started hanging out with these boys, but to my surprise, he approached me one day. "Why, Yosaki, listen." Even in such brief words, his voice was shaky, clearly showing that he was nervous. It was somewhat cute. I had never felt this way about a classmate before. "Did you watch last night's Monday at 9 drama?" "I'm sorry, I don't really watch dramas." I see. "Ah, what about the recent shocking news on TV?" "I don't really watch TV either." "Should we talk about the recent test?" "I don't mind, but I don't think you'll enjoy talking about it." "By the way, what was your score, Yosaki?" "I got full marks on everything." "That's really interesting." "What? How can you study so well?" "Oh, is it because you work hard?" "Wow, I wish I could get perfect scores in all subjects and say something like that." "Foo-foo. What's that all about?" He had thought through various topics until he found one we could both talk about, and although the topic he came up with didn't seem particularly interesting, I surprisingly found myself enjoying our conversation. At that time, I didn't understand why. After all, this is not because he was particularly good at talking. After that, he started talking to me every day. At first, it was only a few minutes per day. Gradually it increased, and before I knew it, we were talking the entire time we were at school. He also became more relaxed, and his voice is no longer shaky. There's a small part of me that finds that a bit lonely. Though he wouldn't get angry, I imagined he'd probably sulk if I told him that. Still, I'd like to see that side of him. As the weather began to get cold, conversations about future career paths started surfacing even in our usually noisy classroom. I was still undecided about my future. I stared out the window from my seat in the classroom, contemplating what the best choice for me would be. It was then that I overheard Seko-kun talking to a dark-kun about their future paths. Apparently, they're going to the same high school. The next day, I filled out the career preference survey, writing down the name of the high school that had come to my ears. Somehow, it felt like the best choice for me. Somehow? I reflected on how my way of thinking had changed. The old me would have made a more cold, calculated decision. But now, I was choosing my future based on intuition. People can change. That's what Seko-kun showed me. He had once thanked me, looking straight into my eyes and said, "I became who I am now because of you, Yosaki." At the time, I had no recollection of doing anything for him, but I was shocked to know that my words and actions had changed someone else. I easily passed the entrance exams and enrolled in the high school I now attend. To my surprise, I found myself in the same class as Seko-kun this year too. After the entrance ceremony, he asked me to follow him, and we headed to the back of the school building. I had no idea why he'd summoned me there, but I felt a palpable tension coming from him. Just like that day. "I like you. Please go out with me." His face flushed red as he uttered those words. A confession. It took me a few seconds to understand, and when I did, I was surprised by the sudden situation. But there was a part of me that felt moved. I couldn't help but smile after seeing how much he'd changed to be able to make such a move. Still, my answer was already set. "I'm sorry." I was genuinely happy for Seko-kun's feelings, but I couldn't reciprocate them. Someone who can't even like herself doesn't have the right to fall in love. Chapter 26. Ever since he confessed to me on the day of the entrance ceremony, Seko-kun has been telling me he likes me almost every day. "I like you, Yosaki. Please go out with me. Today's weather is nice. Look at that blue sky. It's as beautiful as you, Yosaki. Please go out with me." I bought Yosaki's new favorite snack series, and it was delicious. By the way, why does the word delicious contain the character for beautiful? "You're beautiful today too, Yosaki." Please go out with me. While I'm secretly happy about this, I end up responding with a calm demeanor. A part of me is a little embarrassed to show genuine happiness, but in the end, I can't accept his feelings, so I find myself adopting an ambiguous attitude. I simply tell myself that it can't be helped. Yet, his spirit remains unbroken. He continues to talk about what he finds charming in me and ends by expressing his feelings. This alone began to make going to school more enjoyable for me. Additionally, there was one more thing that made me look forward to going to school. Seko, enough already. Don't bother Misa. Every time Seko-kun confesses to me, my best friend Hinata steps in to scold him. This exchange between him and her is so frequent that Seko-kun's confession is becoming a setup for Haru's intervention. After that, both Seko-kun and Haru usually engage in normal conversation. Haru has a very outgoing personality and can talk to anyone without any distinction. She often exchanges jokes with Seko-kun, the kind that doesn't happen between him and me. I find myself envious of her. She's someone I look up to, and that's why I'm really happy when Haru calls me her best friend. She also has her rare-headed moments, which make her all the more endearing and cute. I remember there was a time when she often forgot things. Once, she advised me that I should seriously reject Seko-kun's confessions. With the way Seko is going, he'll keep confessing until you say yes. If it's bothering you, you should firmly reject him. I see, but I'm not particularly bothered by it. I'm fine with the way things are. All right, then, as long as you're okay with it. She seemed to understand, and hasn't brought it up since, although she still steps in to stop Seko-kun whenever he shouts his love. It's the truth that I'm not bothered. In fact, I'm actually looking forward to it. But I have no intention of reciprocating his feelings. I genuinely feel bad for what I'm doing to Seko-kun. However, the thought of no longer hearing his confessions makes me feel lonely. That's why I don't seriously reject him. I wonder if I've always been such a devious woman. I mock myself in my heart. Section. I have an adorable younger sister. Well, she's actually my cousin. Our houses are close, so we see each other often. I treat her like my real sister, and she looks up to me as if I were her real sister. Ani-chan, it's been a while. Welcome. Is it okay for you to be at home today? Yes. I want to talk a lot with Ani-chan. This incredibly cute sister, Saki, is directionally challenged, so she can't make it to our house on her own. She's brought here by her parents today. Though she denies being directionally challenged, we head to my room with some tea and sweets given to us by Saki's parents, and after a moment's rest, Saki asks me, Ani-chan, how is high school life? It's pretty much what I expected. The classes aren't particularly hard, and about my classmates, well, I did make a new friend, a friend for Ani-chan. Congratulations. It's somewhat annoying to be congratulated on making a friend, especially by my younger sister, because it seemed like you weren't interested in anyone other than family and me. Ani-chan. That's why I thought you would never make friends. That's rather pathetic of me. Well, I can't blame you for thinking like that. It just so happens that Haru is a good person, so we became friends. It's not like I did anything special. Her name is Haru? I'd like to meet her someday. Sure. You'd probably get along with her quickly, even with your shyness. Saki isn't exactly antisocial. She's actually quite sociable, but she usually puts on a facade in front of people other than me and our family. However, I'm confident she'll be fine with Haru. As I ponder when to introduce them, Saki grins at me. So, Ani-chan, do you have a boyfriend yet? A boyfriend? No, I don't. But you're so beautiful, Ani-chan. Haven't you been confessed to? I'm not interested in men who are only attracted to me for my looks. And it's too soon after entering school to be talking about confessions. Actually, I have been getting confessions almost every day. Saki didn't miss the hesitation in my words. So you were confessed to. I'm so proud of you, Ani-chan. Why are you the one who's proud? And no, it didn't happen. That's not going to work. I love you too much, Ani-chan. That's why you can't fool me. Fine, I admit it. Once I admit it, Saki's eyes sparkle with excitement. I can tell she's expecting something. This kid is really a bit too mature for her age. So how did Ani-chan respond? I turned him down. I don't really understand romance. What? Oh come on. You're in your high school years, the prime of your youth. I think it's a waste not to experience love. It's not a waste. Ani-chan's words, who doesn't know anything about love, doesn't have any power of persuasion. Lately, this kid seems to have gotten sharper or perhaps a bit cheekier. She still looks up to me and calls me Oni-chan, but she's adorable, so I guess it's fine. Saki pulls out a few books from the bag she brought and hands them to me. What's this? It's a popular shoujo manga among young people right now. Calling yourself young people while in elementary school feels a bit strange. Anyway, why did you bring this? I anticipated this, so I brought it to give you some guidance in love. Ani-chan, you're in elementary school, right? Yes, until the end of this year. Why am I being coached in romance by a 6th grader? Is it just because I'm clueless about love? No, it's just that she's acting too grown up. That must be it. I pick up the first volume of the manga Saki brought. Flipping through it, I see a girl on the cover who appears to be the protagonist. She seems to be in love with a male classmate and is always following him with her eyes. The boy has a smug personality and is unlikable, and I don't particularly like him, making it difficult for me to project myself onto the main character. However, there are moments when I can relate to her words and actions, and sometimes, it seems to overlap with my own experiences with Seko-kun. What am I thinking? This is just fiction, comparing myself to a manga character like this. As I continue to flip through the pages, another boy appears. He is the protagonist's childhood friend, and they have a comfortable relationship. He seems to be supportive of the protagonist's love life, and I find him more likable. That boy is a pitiful character. Pitiful? Yes. He actually loves the protagonist but hides his feelings, choosing to support her love as her childhood friend. As a reader, you naturally want to root for him. I see. It seems Saki feels the same way about this character as I do. I've never read such manga before, but maybe I could actually enjoy it. What? Saki. This is a kissing scene. It's essential in shoujo manga. The scene where the unlikable boy is forcibly stealing the protagonist's lips. Is this what's popular now? More importantly, is it appropriate for elementary school students to be reading this? I narrow my eyes as I turn to the next page. Then, the protagonist accepts the kiss, and the two bodies get even closer than before, with a close-up on their lips and their tongues. What? Oh, it's the first time I've heard Ani-chan raise her voice so much. Why are they doing this? Weren't they just kissing? Ani-chan, this is still a kiss. Just a little deeper. This is a kiss? Saki said it as if it was obvious, but I had no knowledge of such a form of kiss. In my mind, a kiss was only about lips touching. Maybe love is still too early for me. Chapter 27. Summer vacation began. It had been a while since Seko-kun, Haru, and I started going out on our days off. Due to circumstances at home for both me and Hinata during Golden Week, we couldn't hang out. So, we decided to take a slightly longer trip during the summer vacation. Fittingly for summer, we settled on going to a swimming pool. Going to the pool with friends was a first for me, and ever since we made that plan, my heart had been racing. Knowing that Seko-kun, a boy, would be there made my heartbeat race even faster. Speaking of the pool, I'd need to wear a swimsuit. But I only had the one designated by the school, and that was from my elementary school days. I couldn't possibly wear that now. I'll have to buy one, won't I? I quickly searched for swimsuits on my smartphone. First, I wanted to see what kind of swimsuits high school girls nowadays are wearing. The results displayed quite bold pictures. I wondered how they could wear such outfits. Digging deeper, I found reasons like wanting to try daring looks while young, admiration for adult women, and also because it's popular with men. What popular with men? I had never considered such things before. However, this time I will be going with Seko-kun. If that's the case, shouldn't I also think a little about that? But why would I need to think? I imagine Seko-kun seeing me in a flashy swimsuit, and when I think about his expression at that moment, well, it's a special occasion after all. I murmured as if to convince myself, thinking that Haru might also be struggling with this. I text her to ask if she wants to go shopping with me. She responds immediately, and then we decide to go swimsuit shopping that very day. I meet up with Haru at the station and look at her outfit. As always, just looking at her lifts my spirits. She looks so cute. Inspired by her, I've worn a hat today, but she isn't wearing one. Since I had researched stores in advance, we headed straight to one, where I picked up a slightly flashy swimsuit. Haru lets out a surprised gasp when she comes over to me. Misa, you're going with that? Yes. Do you think it'll suit me? Ah, it's you, so I think it'll suit you. But, you like this kind of thing? Maybe. I think I like it. It's not for me, it's probably for him. Section. In the end, I bought that swimsuit, and I came to the pool with Haru and Seko-kun today, bringing that swimsuit. Even though I chose it myself, I hesitated to put it on in the changing room. Glancing at Haru, I see she's already changed into a cute swimsuit. I think I should have chosen something less revealing, but it's too late for that. I take a deep breath and change. After we finish changing, we head towards the pool side, where Seko-kun is already waiting for us and having changed as well. This is the first time I've seen him in swimwear, as we didn't have swimming classes in junior high school. Even though I've never thought much of shirtless men in the media before, seeing him made my heart beat a little faster. When Seko-kun notices us, he shows an expression as if he's utterly smitten. Seeing that expression makes me feel a bit happy that I chose this swimsuit. Yet, a greedy part of me wants more. Seko-kun, what do you think? It's amazing. Perfect. I thought a goddess had descended. Please go out with me. Fufu. I'm glad. This was quite a challenge for me. On the surface, I maintain my usual attitude, but inside, my heart is pounding wildly. I've received many compliments from Seko-kun before, but today feels exceptionally special. Maybe it's because I was praised for something I did. Later, Seko-kun also praises Haru, who, despite acting tough, looks a bit happy. Then, on Seko-kun's suggestion, we decided to go on a water slide. I've never been to a leisure pool like this with friends before, so I'm not sure what to do for fun. I'm eager about the idea since Seko-kun suggested it, but I still have a fear of heights. Even from afar, it looks very high, so I wonder if I'll be able to enjoy it. Maybe that's why I didn't notice that Haru wasn't following us. But Seko-kun notices and turns back to call out to her. When he does, Haru brightens up and runs over to us. That's when, Haru slipped and fell. My body moved instinctively, but Haru fell right into Seko-kun's arms. Naturally, both ended up in an embrace in their swimsuits. My heart felt a little restless. See? I told you so. Between leaving your stuff behind and this, you're quite the scatterbrain. Shut up. But, thanks, the exchange between the two was no different from usual, yet my heart was unsettled. Aren't you going to let go? Exclamation mark. I spoke out unintentionally. Whether it was hard to watch them like that or there was another reason, I wasn't sure at the time. But I could distinctly feel my heart settling down a bit. Section. The line for the water slide was long, giving me a lot of time to prepare mentally, or so I thought. Instead, the tension only increased as we climbed higher. Still, saying I was too scared to go now would be unfair to the two of them. That's why I had no choice but to steel myself. Finally reaching the starting point, my body was trembling from fear. I thought time would resolve this, but it never did. I wonder if the two of them are okay. Taking a quick glance, Haru seemed perfectly fine and clearly excited. Seko-kun. He didn't show it on his face, but his body was slightly trembling. Could he be like me? Just then, Seko-kun looked at me with concern. Yosaki, are you okay? Yes. It's just higher than I expected. Really? I admit, I'm actually a little afraid of heights. Oh, if you had said so, we could have decided not to go. Do you want to get off now? No, we've already waited in line, and since it's a rare opportunity, I want to see it through. Besides, Seko-kun said it would be fun and invited me. Seko-kun started clutching his chest. I wonder what's going on? That's a lot of responsibility, Seko. It's definitely going to be fun. They said so on TV, and look at how many people are lining up. But Hinata, you're fine with it? Well, Yeah, I'm good with heights and I kind of like roller coasters. Roller coasters. I've wanted to try them, but I think they might be too much for me. That's not true, Misa. There are different levels of roller coasters, so you can find one you'll enjoy. How about we go together next time? I'll be with you. Really? Fufu, maybe I'll take you up on that. As usual, Haru playfully teased Seko-kun, and the situation returned to our usual atmosphere. It's times like this that I feel saved by her. Next, please. We were urged to the starting point by the staff. The moment I tried to step forward, my body started trembling again. I don't think I can. I felt utterly pathetic and sorry for the two of them. I was about to cry when the staff suggested, "If you're scared, why don't the two of you slide down together? Having someone with you can be reassuring." Then, Misa, let's slide down together, Haru quickly offered. But after hearing the staff's advice, what popped into my mind was the scene where Seko-kun and Haru were embracing each other earlier. Seko-kun, I want to slide with you. Those words had slipped out of me before I knew it. Me? Why with Seko? Wouldn't it be better with me? I mean, we're both girls, and I'm not scared at all. You can rely on me. No, I want to slide with Seko-kun. Seko-kun, you're a little scared too, aren't you? You noticed? Yeah. Your body is trembling slightly. I felt relieved knowing I wasn't the only one, but if I slid with Hinata now, I'll be leaving such a scared Seko-kun alone. I don't want to do that. Besides, sliding with someone else who's also scared might be more fun, don't you think? It was a forced excuse. The truth was that I just wanted to slide down with Seko-kun, and that was all there was to it. I couldn't possibly say that openly though. After all, I've been rejecting his feelings this whole time. He embraced me from behind as we reached the starting point. I could feel his body warmth directly. Despite it being summer, it feels comfortably warm. My heart calmed down, and then we slid down together. I let out a surprisingly loud scream, but when I met Seko-kun's eyes, we both burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, that was so scary. I didn't expect it to be that fast. Ah ha ha. Really? It took me by surprise. I've never screamed that loud before. It was really fun. Initially, I was just trembling because of the height, but the moment I was with Seko-kun, my trembling stopped and I was able to really enjoy the water slide. It made my heart race so much. Was it the water slide that made me feel this way? Or maybe. Chapter 28. Every year during the Obon festival, my cousin Saki's family comes to our house. This year is different. Saki is coming alone. I wonder if she can make it here safely, given that she has no sense of direction. It seems she decided to come alone first because her parents are busy with work. I can see she's trying so hard to grow up. Maybe it's my role as her elder sister and to watch over her. But I'll go pick her up from the nearest station even though it's not that far from our house. I arrived at the nearest station right on time. I get out of my parents' car and head to the station. I check the notifications on my smartphone, but there's no message from Saki. Does this mean she hasn't run into any trouble? But what if she's in a situation where she can't even contact me? Just as I'm about to send her a message, I glance towards the ticket gate and see Saki, and next to her is someone I know very well, Seko-kun. I'm puzzled by this unexpected pairing. I hurry over to them. As I approach, I notice they're holding hands, and I can't help but furrow my brows. Ani-chan, I finally found you. Saki, you. What's going on? Why is my cousin with my classmate? I ran into her when she was lost. Just guided her here. I see. Then why are the two of you holding hands? I didn't want her to get lost again. Maybe it's okay to let go now. Seeing my dear sister being touched by, just a little, I don't like it. Oh, I'm sorry. Whether I felt like Saki was being taken from me, or for some other reason I don't quite understand, I found myself saying that in a fit of anger. Seko-kun tries to pull his hand away from Saki immediately, but Saki keeps holding on, staring at me. Saki-chan, could you let go of my hand? Ani-chan and Rento-san, you two know each other? Aha, pulling the classic dodge. Huh? I've been classmates with Yosaki since middle school. I see. Saki finally let go of Seko-kun's hand, apparently satisfied with his explanation. But now, I wasn't satisfied. I felt discontent with Seko-kun's brief answer. It wasn't necessarily something that needed to be said, so it wasn't strange that he hadn't mentioned it. However, I couldn't let it go. Is that all? Yes? Seko-kun wore an expression mixed with surprise and confusion. I blushed as I thought about the meaning behind my words. Seko-kun also arrives at the same meaning, letting out a small "oh" before saying, "Also, Yosaki is the one I've had a one-sided crush on." Upon hearing these words, I felt my heart being filled. At the same time, I felt heat rise up to my ears. Perhaps because he had helped her when she was lost, Saki seemed to have taken quite a liking to Seko-kun. Ever since that day, she kept asking me, "What kind of person is Rento-san? And when can I see Rento-san again?" I really started to feel like Saki had been taken from me by Seko-kun. Even so, I took the initiative to arrange meetings for the two of them. I couldn't tell whether I did it for Saki's sake or for my own. A week after Seko-kun and Saki met, they were to meet again. I decided to join them this time, thinking it might be awkward to leave them alone. As soon as they reunited, Saki greeted him with a smile. "Rento-san, long time no see." To which Seko-kun replied, "We just met last week, though." Saki puffed out her cheeks slightly and said, "HMPH." To me, it was a long week. The time I spent wondering if I should reach out to you and wanting to see you again, Rento-san, went by in a flash, making a cute, sulky expression. Upon hearing her words, Seko-kun began clutching his chest. I could relate to that feeling. As I suspected, this girl is a bit ahead of her age. Things take a sudden turn because of her. We entered a nearby cafe. It was a small, cozy shop run by a middle-aged man, a very relaxing place. There, we ended up discussing Seko-kun's views on love. Honestly, I don't fully understand love myself, so this seemed like a good opportunity. As bad as it might sound for Seko-kun, the closest experience I have with love seems to be his feelings toward me, so this was really convenient for me. By hearing his thoughts, could I understand his feelings better? If so, now, do tell us, Seko-kun, about your views on love. Please, Rento-chan. As we prod him for a final push, Seko-kun takes an exaggerated breath, as if bracing himself, and then he starts talking. Well, when you're in love, when you start loving someone, in the end, it's just an expression of wanting to be by that person's side. I like spending time with Rento-san and Ani-chan, and I hope these moments could continue. Is this also love? That might be a form of affection or familial love. Spending time with friends can be fun too. Indeed, I enjoy the time I spend with Saki, Haru, and Seko-kun. I want to be near them, and I do like them, but it feels more like familial love or friendship. How do you differentiate between the two? That's a difficult question. I don't think you can clearly distinguish them. Someone you thought was just a friend until yesterday could become a romantic interest before you even realize it. I see, so that's how it is. Seko-kun says that in the end, there's no clear distinction. Considering how different people bring different standards to the table, love seems like a very complex thing. That makes it seem like something impossible for me. I think it's also about wanting to be there to support the other person, no matter what situation they're in. Oh? So, Seko-kun would come to help me if I'm in a difficult situation? I can't picture Ani-chan being in a pinch. For Yosaki, it might be a bit different. It's not that I don't want to support you, but if you ask whether that's the main thing, I don't think it is. What? Seko-kun's words deeply hurt me. My heart aches, and my breathing becomes shallow. I try to analyze why my body has become so weak. Seko-kun likes me. He always compliments me and says he likes me, but now, I've heard from him that the image of someone he would love romantically doesn't align with me. Why, don't you like me? After saying you like me so much, why, Seko-kun? For me, Yosaki feels more like someone I admire. Like, I want to become someone like you. I guess that's how it turned into love. Admiration turned into love? I don't quite understand, but Seko-kun does like me, after all. That's right, he has confessed so much, so there's no way he could suddenly stop liking me. Fufu. What was I so anxious about? But isn't that different from what you said earlier, Rento-san? That's why I said there's no such thing as a correct answer. There's no logic to it. You realize you've fallen in love before you know it, and the reasons just follow after that. It's like when people say the person they've fallen for is their type. I see. By the way, can I ask in detail what aspect of Ani-chan made you fall for her, Rento-san? Well, at first it was her personality, or maybe her attitude. As I said earlier, Yosaki is someone I admire. It's not an exaggeration to say that I am who I am today because of Yosaki. After realizing my feelings, I started noticing her other charms, like how beautiful and cute that she is, and then, the pain in my chest vanishes, and now my heartbeat starts to race. My body temperature, which had been cold, rapidly rose. I need to go to the restroom. Judging that I couldn't continue like this, I decided to escape to the restroom. I closed the door and let out a sigh once I confirmed that I'm completely out of Seko-kun's sight. My heart still hasn't calmed down because Seko-kun's words from earlier keep repeating in my mind. Don't tell me I am. Chapter 29. After summer vacation ended, we got busy preparing for the cultural festival. Especially as a member of the culture committee, I needed to take the lead in preparations. However, thanks to Seko-kun and Haru helping out, it wasn't too much of a struggle. Rather, we had a good time. I think Takahashi-kun, who is also on the culture committee, did his best too. Our class decided on setting up a haunted house for the festival. The idea was the only one suggested and got adopted as is, so there wasn't much enthusiasm from the class as a whole. That's why I felt even more motivated to give it my all. However, I had never experienced a haunted house before. When I consulted the two about it, Seko-kun said, "Why don't we go try one for real?" and found a nearby haunted house for us. So we headed to an amusement park about an hour away by train and went to the haunted house within the park. It was my first time at an amusement park, but I focused solely on the haunted house, resisting the temptation to look at other attractions. After all, the two were accompanying me. It was no time to be distracted. We paid the fee and actually went into the haunted house. Inside, it was pitch black, with only a faint light illuminating the pathway. I see. They create a sense of fear by making it dark while lighting the pathway to eliminate danger. As I wrote down my observations in my notebook, I excitedly delved deeper into this unfamiliar experience. Inside the house, there are tricks here and there, noises are made, and ghosts, probably staff, pop out. I heard Haru's scream from behind and wrote down that it was an effective staging. Having successfully completed my investigation, I exit the haunted house and look back. Because I had moved ahead by myself, Seko-kun and Haru came out of the house a little later. While they aren't physically close, they seem to be standing closer to each other than usual. I glance around. Due to the location, most of the other visitors are couples. The girlfriend of the couple who came out after us is saying, "That was so scary," while leaning on her boyfriend. Could it be that haunted houses are that kind of place? And right now, the two people acting like that are Seko-kun and Haru. For a moment, a chill enveloped my heart, and it felt like my chest was being painfully squeezed. The two of them are not physically close like the couple I saw earlier, yet, I can't bear to keep watching them. "How was it, Yosaki? Did you get all the information you needed?" Seko-kun asked me. Then I replied with a forced smile. "Yes. Thanks to you, I fully understand haunted houses now." "You can look forward to the presentation later." "Wow, when you say it, it sounds super convincing." I'm done with haunted houses. We're just about to start building one. I'll only help build it. There's no way I'm going through it." "Fufu, were you that scared, Haru?" The atmosphere was relaxed, just like always. "But should we head home then?" I suggested going home because I wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. After completing the research, I devoted myself to constructing the haunted house the next day. I prepared blueprints and lists of necessary materials and shared them with my classmates. Their increased enthusiasm was clearly visible, making me inwardly happy. When I looked at Seko-kun, our eyes met. He gave me a thumbs up and a bright smile. The pounding in my chest was even more intense than the emotional rush from earlier. Soon enough, the collaborative effort of my classmates and I produced an impressive haunted house. Our teacher praised us for overdoing it. I replied with a thank you and received a wry smile. As for who would try the haunted house first, no one volunteered. So, by default, I, a culture committee member, would go. The setting allowed for 2 people at a time to enter. The classmates started saying, "Then, how about fellow culture committee member Takahashi?" But in my mind, I had already decided. "Seko-kun, should we go together?" When I called out to him, Seko-kun froze, and a murmur started among our classmates. Then they egged him on, saying, "Go on, Seko. You were chosen." In the end, Seko-kun and I participated in the trial run. We waited for the other classmates to prepare and then entered. It was mostly dark inside, with only a small light at our feet. We had recreated it just like the original. I had to admit, it was a good replica, or perhaps, I may have even surpassed the original. Because this time, my body, which hadn't trembled before, was shaking. Fufu, we've made something amazing. Not wanting to remain silent, I speak up at random. At that, Seko-kun looks at me and chuckles. "Why are you laughing, Seko-kun?" "Sorry, it's kind of funny. It's a gap, you know." "What's that supposed to mean?" It's rare for Seko-kun to tease me. It's usually Haru, and for some reason, I find that makes me a little happy. Then I realized that I was less scared than before. Could it be because I'm talking with Seko-kun? I suddenly recall the couple I saw at the amusement park. What could that terrified girl have done? The reason I chose Seko-kun as my trial run partner, I hadn't thought deeply about it at the time, but perhaps this is my revenge for that day. If that's the case, I need to act now. "Hey, Seko-kun, can I move closer?" Sure." Though he looks puzzled, Seko-kun agrees. I slowly move closer to him. The space that was empty until now gets filled. Not just physically, but I also feel as if our emotional distance has shrunk. Could it be the darkness? I manage to take a somewhat bold step and come close enough for us to touch shoulders. Only our shoulders are touching. Yet, there's a certain warmth, as if his very presence envelops me. I knew it. This feels comforting. The words slip out of my mouth, and I feel my face heat up. I steal a glance at his face. Though it's too dark to see clearly, I feel like he's making a similar expression. That makes me happy. I wish this moment could last forever. But since this is just a haunted house made from a classroom, we soon reach the exit. Stepping outside, the brightness makes me squint. As my eyes slowly adjust to the light, Haru is standing in front of me. Her eyes look somewhat vacant. "Aren't you two standing a bit too close?" Caught off guard by Haru's comment, I hastily put some distance between Seko-kun and myself. The passage was a little narrow. It seems that 2 are the maximum number of people that can pass through at a time. I offer this as an excuse. Sensing the mood, Seko-kun agrees, saying, "Yeah, exactly," as if I could say that I moved closer to him. It's too embarrassing. Chapter 30. Today is a holiday. I have no plans to go out with Seko-kun or Haru, so I decided to relax at home. I pick up a fashion magazine that I had bought earlier and gaze at the stylish clothes worn by the featured women in it. As I'm doing this, there's a knock at the door to my room. "Come in," I reply, and the door swings open with enthusiasm. It was Saki. "Ani-chan, I came to visit." "Oh, welcome. You've been coming quite often lately. I had something I wanted to observe." Saki says this and starts scrutinizing me. Her gaze lands on the fashion magazine I'm holding, and a grin spreads across her face. "Did you read these kinds of magazines before, Ani-chan?" "Yes, I have been reading them. I just didn't happen to be reading it when Saki was around. Whenever I come to your room, I always check your bookshelf, and I don't remember seeing any such magazines." "Could it be a mistake?" "No, what are you doing? My privacy is being violated by my cousin." Come to think of it, I remember Seko-kun said something similar before. Although in his case, it was his mother who violated his privacy, not his cousin. When I think of him, I find myself smiling without realizing it. One person doesn't miss that, Saki. Saki looks at my expression and narrows her eyes while smiling. What? Ani-chan, you were thinking about Rento-san just now, weren't you? No. Why would I be thinking about Seko-kun right now? Or, you definitely were. Anyway, back to the topic. You used to say that you didn't care much about fashion, right? You said that as long as you're not dressed embarrassingly, that's all that matters. You even said self-improvement means focusing on your studies. So, why are you reading a fashion magazine now? Is it because you want Rento-san to compliment you? It is, isn't it? The conversation didn't really go back to the topic. This is. Right. Haru recommended it to me, so I'm just reading it casually. Really? But from what I've heard from you, Haru is more of a sporty girl, right? This magazine seems to cater more to quiet people like you. Yes, I admit I bought it. Is there a problem? I didn't say there was a problem. It was Ani-chan who was hiding it. Getting angry with my sister like this makes me a failure as an older sister. How pathetic. Sigh. Recently, I've been enjoying fashion, not because I want someone to praise me, but because I find it extremely fun to look at various things just to make myself shine. Ani-chan, you've grown to like yourself. What are you talking about? There's no one who loves themselves as much as I do. No, you didn't like yourself, Ani-chan. Maybe you even hated yourself. As Ani-chan's sister, I can say that for sure. Right, you see through everything, don't you? It's because I love you, Ani-chan. Saying that, Saki hugs me. I gently accept the hug and hold her dear body tightly in my arms. Changes in my heart that I hadn't even noticed myself were picked up by my sister, who's always been by my side. That makes me happier than anything else. By any chance, have you started dating Rento-san? How did you arrive at that conclusion? So you're not dating yet? Rento-san confesses to you almost every day, right? How did you know that? Rento-san told me. I was trying to find out more about the two of you, and something was bugging me, so I kept asking until he finally told me. You really do some quite truthless things, don't you? For Seko-kun, that's probably an information he wouldn't want his crush's sister to know. I don't like it either. Forcing it out like that, this girl is terrifying. Why do you reject Rento-san's confessions, Ani-chan? Because I don't have the right to be in love. Why do you think that? How can someone who can't like themselves like someone else? But now, Ani-chan, you've come to love yourself, haven't you? All you have to do now is be honest with your feelings, listen more closely to your heart, and then, just act as you wish. Listening to my own heart? I place my hand over my chest and close my eyes. Then, what flows through my mind are the days I've spent with Seko-kun. His smile, his troubled expression, his sleepy face, and his serious look when he confesses to me. I see. I like Seko-kun. But is this love? Or is it just an extension of friendship? It's natural to have many memories with a friend I've been with for so long. Yet, I think of Seko-kun more than I think of Haru. How is it, Ani-chan? Were you able to understand your feelings? I suppose. I can't say I'm completely sure yet, but I feel like I understand a little better. Pout. I wanted you to understand that perfectly. Fufu, sorry. I'm a complicated woman, it seems. Indeed you are. Hee. Saki and I look at each other and laugh. Thanks to Saki, I feel like I'm finally beginning to understand myself. Sigh. I never imagined I'd be advised by my junior high school-aged sister. Well, I am Ani-chan's sister after all. Fufu, yes, you are. By the way, didn't you like Seko-kun? Of course. I like Rento-san. But it might be more as a big brother. So, if you and Rento-san get married, he'll become my brother-in-law. You can't be serious. You're trying to persuade me for that reason. Sigh. As I sigh at my sister's audacity, she laughs. Ahaha. But I do like him as a man as well. So don't let your guard down, Ani-chan. What? I couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise as Saki's eyes glinted with a mysterious light. My sister really is a bit cheeky. By the way, does Rento-san really not have any siblings? He has such a strong Unaikan vibe. What do you mean by vibe? According to him, he doesn't have any biological siblings, and he doesn't have cousins like us either. It seems there are no people of his age among his relatives. Oh, So he's a natural then. He's a terrifying man. That's you. I thought that it was ironic coming from Saki, but my mind was too fatigued from all the thinking to point it out, so I swallowed my words back. Section. I've come to realize the change in my own feelings. I want to tell my best friend Haru about this as soon as possible. I've probably caused her all sorts of trouble. That's why I want to let her know quickly. I had a feeling that there was another reason, but they remained blurred, and I didn't notice it. I called her to a cafe near Haru's closest station. To prepare myself mentally, I arrived early and waited while sipping the coffee I'd ordered. After a while, the cafe door opened, and a girl peered around as she entered. I raised my hand subtly to get her attention, and Haru, noticing me, walked over with a relieved expression. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Have you been waiting for long?" "No, I just got here." "Sorry for calling you out so suddenly." It's fine. It's rare for Misa to ask me for a favor." "So, what did you want to talk about?" Yes, I had called her under the pretense of needing advice. I didn't know how else to describe what I was about to do. "Well, it's about Seko-kun." The moment his name left my lips, the atmosphere seemed to tense. I wonder why, even though Haru in front of me was still smiling as always. "Seko-kun always says he likes me, right?" "Yeah, I do wonder how he keeps it up." "And you're really patient too, Misa." "Patient? I'm not particularly bothered by it, actually. He always points out and says nice things about me, and it's always something different every time." Yeah, he does. I got the impression he only praises your looks." "About that?" "That's because he recently found my looks attractive. In fact, he wasn't actually attracted to my looks at first. Maybe he's run out of things to say about my appearance, because lately, he's been complimenting what's inside of me too." "Fufu." "Really? That's interesting." Haru looked somewhat puzzled. But regardless, my mouth couldn't stop talking. "I've never really understood love. I've never even liked anyone, not even myself. I thought that if I couldn't like myself, there was no way I could like someone else. That's why I didn't mind Seko-kun's confessions, but I still felt guilty for not being able to accept them. The thing is, Seko-kun taught me so many things about my own appeal that I've slowly started to like myself." My heart is pounding painfully. I've never experienced anything like this. It feels like my heart could leap out of my mouth. Yet the words flow effortlessly. "So, you see, next time, I think I might be able to fall in love with Seko-kun." I said it. I don't think it would be right to answer his feelings with half-hearted emotions. So, even though I know it's unfair to him, I'm thinking of accepting his next going out with me only when I can truly face my own feelings. I see. Yes. I wanted to let you, my best friend Haru, know about this decision. I'm sorry, it wasn't really a consultation, more like a declaration of sorts. That's right. This is a declaration to honestly accept my own feelings and express them as they are. I never knew it could feel this good. I'm basking in the afterglow right now. I guess the reason I can talk like this is because Haru is my best friend. Fufu. I'm glad Haru is my best friend. Chapter 31. The year is almost over, and it's getting really cold now. As I thought about how quickly time flies, I already stared at my smartphone in my room for about an hour. It's not like I have a hobby of observing smartphones or anything. I'm just hesitant to take the next step. Calling Seko-kun to invite him out. Usually, when making plans to hang out with Saki, we talk face to face, so I've never been this nervous. But this time, I'm planning to ask Seko-kun to go out, just the two of us. Maybe Seko-kun will invite me. No, I can't think like that. Feeling pathetic, I shake my head to clear those thoughts. It's not impossible that Seko-kun would invite me, but if it's Seko-kun, he's more likely to suggest the three of us, me, Seko-kun, and Haru. This time, it is to be just the two of us, otherwise, it's meaningless. Besides, I've already told Haru about my feelings, so there's no need to feel guilty about leaving her out. I also haven't told Haru about Saki yet. Looking back, maybe I wanted to monopolize Seko-kun. Even though Saki is there, the distance between Seko-kun and me feels different when it's just the three of us with Haru. December 25th. Christmas. A holy night. A special day for lovers. On that day, I want to go out, or rather, go on a date, with Seko-kun. This year, that day happens to be a Sunday, but we're already on winter break, so I can make full use of the day. Next time Seko-kun confesses to me, I plan to accept his feelings, but I don't want it to happen in a classroom. I want to be in a more romantic atmosphere, a more intimate setting, just the two of us. I want to monopolize that special time. Finally, I summon the courage to make the call. After a few rings, the sound abruptly stops, and then, "Hello?" I hear his voice, and my heart jumps. "Ah, hello, Yosaki. Sorry, it's rare for you to call. Is it something urgent? I wonder if I shouldn't call if I don't have a reason." No, it's just that Yosaki rarely calls, that's why. Fufu. I'm just kidding. Sorry. Half joking, half serious. Maybe I should start calling for no reason from now on. Don't scare me like that. So, what's up? Well, are you free next Sunday, Seko-kun? Next Sunday? Yeah, I'm free. Great. Would you like to go out with me on that day? With you, Yosaki? Will Saki-chan be joining us? No, it's just you and me, Seko-kun. What? I can feel the tension running between us. I can easily imagine the surprised look on his face, and it makes me smile slightly, and so, I was able to secure a date with Seko-kun. Then came the longest week of my life. Even when I saw Seko-kun in class as usual, I couldn't look him in the face directly. My cheeks got unusually hot just listening to his regular compliments. I knew I was acting differently, and I figured it would be even more obvious to others. However, for some reason, Haru was always absent-minded and didn't seem to notice at all. The end-of-term ceremony was today, and the promised day would come tomorrow. Despite it still being morning, my heart was already racing. When I opened my shoe locker to change into my indoor shoes, there was a letter inside. I've had this sort of experience before, so I immediately knew what it was and inadvertently let out a big sigh. While it's certain that I'll reject the invitation, I can't ignore it either. It just wastes time. I skimmed the contents and found out that the sender was waiting for me at the back of the school building during lunch break. The back of the building. I wish it had been somewhere else. I felt repulsed at the thought of overlaying the memory of Seko-kun confessing to me there for the first time with someone else. Lunch break came, and after reluctantly taking time away from my friends, I headed to the back of the school. The sender of the letter was already there, flipping his long, light brown hair and showing his white teeth when he saw me. Judging by the color of his tie, he seemed to be a second-year senpai. Sorry for calling you out all of a sudden. No need for apologies. May I ask what this is about? Hey, you're in a hurry. Or are you nervous? Nervous? As if. His overly familiar tone irritated me. I wanted to get this over with and return to my friends. Do you know who I am? Sorry, I don't. Ah, I see. Well, you're not in a club and you don't interact with upperclassmen, so it's not strange for you not to know students from other grades. I'm Naruki Arehira, a second-year student and the upcoming ace striker of the soccer team. I see. So what business does Arehira-senpai have with me? Hey, you're so bad. You know what this is about, yet you want me to say it, but since that's the main point, I don't mind. Arehira-senpai extended his hand in front of me, saying, I like you, Yosaki. Will you go out with me? He said such a flimsy thing. Thank you for taking a liking to someone like me. By the way, what specifically do you find attractive about me? You're greedy, aren't you? Well, first of all, I heard you have excellent grades. You're at the top of the school, and it's no small feat to achieve that here. Anything else? Essential to your appeal is your beautiful appearance, your glossy black hair, small face, slender body, and even your lips are plump and cute upon closer look. Anything else? Still want more? Let's see. I think your assertiveness is also a part of your charm. The woman walking beside me should be independent. They say that the character of a person is composed of two individuals leaning on each other, but both need to be independent for it to work. In that regard, you're solid. Anything else? Geez, you. Faced with my successive questions, Arehira-senpai grimaced, visibly annoyed. Getting a confession makes you a bit full of yourself. Doesn't it? Even I have my limits. I haven't even received an answer yet. An answer, you say? I decline. What? After you made me tell you how attractive you are? What's this? Are you kidding me? I never had expectations from the beginning, but I let out a big sigh after seeing the man's true colors in front of me. Only that much? You've only listed 3 things so far. 3 is enough. How many would you need to be satisfied? Let's see. At least 250. 250. Come on. There's a limit to talking nonsense. No one in this world can. He praises me every day. He knows things about me that even I don't know and tells me about the charms he can see that no one else can. Even without my asking, he voluntarily does so. He is. As I continued to speak, Arahira-senpai's face increasingly twisted. What are you talking about? You don't make any sense. Forget about what happened earlier, just forget about today. Saying this, Arahira-senpai returned to the school building. I also wanted to go back to the building immediately, but I'd end up walking with that guy if I didn't wait for a while. Seko-kun. I found my hand on my chest before I knew it, unconsciously murmuring his name. Chapter 32. The promised day has finally arrived. The meeting place is the closest station for both Seko-kun and me. The area in front of the station is adorned with lights, visually conveying that today is Christmas. Normally, my dad would drive me to my destination, but we decided to meet at the closest station for today. After all, it feels more like a date that way. The station isn't particularly large, but it's airy. Even inside the station, the cold air steals away my body heat, but it doesn't bother me. I catch a glimpse of myself reflected in the window of a nearby shop. I'm wearing a black knit top and a white coat over it, and a black beret on my head. I have on checkered shorts, and I'm wearing black tights to guard against the cold and minimize exposed skin. Almost my entire outfit was chosen by Saki. While I've recently become interested in fashion, I couldn't reach a high level all of a sudden, so I had Saki help me. It's a bit embarrassing to have my little sister in elementary school assist me though. Usually, I only wear long skirts or denim. I bought these shorts the other day when I went shopping with Haru. Although Haru doesn't usually wear skirts, she bought short that day. Seeing her do that made me feel like I should try something new too, so I bought these. All of this is for today. I take out a hand mirror from my pouch to check if my makeup has faded. Then I take out some lip gloss and lightly apply it to bring some moisture to my lips. Just in case something happens. My heart is pounding so fast. I want him to come quickly, but at the same time, I wish for a little more time to prepare myself emotionally. These conflicting feelings are raging within me. Despite my conflicted feelings, time moves on as usual, and as the time for our appointment nears, he inevitably shows up. Hey, Yosaki. You're early as usual. Sorry to keep you waiting in the cold. Seko-kun appears, his eyebrows slightly lowered in a somewhat apologetic manner. He's never late for our meeting time. In fact, he's always there a good amount ahead of time. It's just that I was even earlier. Don't worry about it. Let's go. Meeting up isn't the goal here. Eager to head into town, my response came out a bit rushed. It reminds me of a similar exchange we had before. When I said, I just got here too, he was thrilled and said, it's like a date. It left quite an impression on me. I feel like I slightly missed out on something. Does he even recognize today's outing as a date? A newfound anxiety crosses my mind that perhaps I'm the only one who thinks it's a date, while he might just consider it like any other day. I want him to have at least some impression that it's a date. So, after passing through the ticket gates and moving a little further, I took action. Seko-kun. What's wrong? I'm actually terrible with directions. I've never taken the train alone. Just like Saki before. Yeah, I kind of guessed that. I see. Then this will be quick. Here. As I extend my right hand in front of him, he looks back and forth between my hand and my face, a question mark hovering over his head. I want to hold hands. What's this all of a sudden? Didn't I say earlier I'm as directionally challenged as Saki? So, Seko-kun, remember what you did when you took the train with the lost Saki? Yeah. I remember, but Saki is like a little sister, and Yosaki, you're a classmate, so I don't like age discrimination. We're the same age, right? Is it not okay? My hand hanging in the air starts to feel cold, and my mood begins to sink a little. Perhaps that's why a feeble voice escaped me. A voice I wouldn't normally use. Then, Seko-kun, who had been flustered until a moment ago, seems to make up his mind. His expression changes, and he grabs my outstretched right hand. Well, today is that kind of day, and it's not like it'll attract much attention. The words "today is that kind of day" that came out of his mouth imply that he, too, recognizes today as Christmas, as a day for lovers. I unconsciously tighten my grip on his hand, and then I realized even if I squeezed with all my might, this hand would never be crushed. Feeling the firmness of his hand, I was reminded once again that he was a man. I decided to throw away my embarrassment today. That's why I even confessed to being directionally challenged. In the end, it seemed like Seko-kun had already figured it out. Right now, we're holding hands, our palms touching and fingers crossed. It's different from how the other couples around us are holding hands. I just need to push through a bit more. I can do it today. Seko-kun, I'm not comfortable with the way we're holding hands. Let's change it. With that, I adjust the angle of my wrist and slide my fingers in between his. Instantly, his body tenses. Yosaki, you're kind of bold today. Seko-kun says this while looking off into the distance. I chuckle and reply, Fufu, today is that kind of day after all. I can feel his body tensing up even more through our entwined hands. I was cold just a few moments ago, but now I'm starting to feel warm from the inside out. Oh, by the way, Seko-kun says, showing a mischievous grin, your outfit today really suits you. You look gorgeous. I quickly realized that he must have thought I was teasing him and said that to try to get back at me. But even when he says such things, I can't believe he would lie. Before I knew it, my body had become very warm. After that, we take a train and wander aimlessly around the town, which is all decked out for Christmas. It's the same outing route we've always taken, and I purposely didn't change it. I wanted to gauge how my feelings would change now that it's just Seko-kun and me rather than the three of us including Haru or Saki. The result: I couldn't have asked for a more fulfilling time. The biggest factor is that Seko-kun is always conscious of me. Normally, he tries to engage everyone equally, so his focus tends to be all over the place when we're walking around town. Today, however, he focused on only what I like and talked about it. It doesn't stop there, because he's so focused on me. He compliments me in more situations than usual. When we went to a pasta restaurant for lunch, he said, Yosaki, you eat so elegantly. When I was drawn to a Christmas-themed stuffed animal, he said, Yosaki, you have such cute tastes. And when we were looking at clothes in a boutique, he said, Yosaki, it seems like everything would suit you. And for most of the day, except during meals, he held my hand. I could feel the warmth emanating from his hand melting my heart. Finally, we walked along a large street a short distance from the station. It was lit up brilliantly, filled with so many couples that it seemed like they all had gathered there. We walked in that couple-filled environment as well. When we reached the end of the avenue, we stopped and looked up under the largest tree adorned with numerous illuminated ornaments. It's beautiful. Right. This tree must be the main attraction of this avenue. It's glowing so brilliantly that it leads me to think so. Here, take this. Seko-kun hands me something. It's a bag from a store he's been holding for a while. What's this? It's a Christmas gift. We don't have Santa anymore, so we have to do it ourselves. Can I open it? Of course. What I pull out from the bag Seko-kun hands me is the scarf I tried on earlier. I chose it because you seem to like it. What do you think? I'm happy. Thank you so much. I quickly wrapped the scarf around my neck, perhaps because it was purchased as a gift. The tag had already been removed. Just by wrapping the scarf around my neck, it feels like my body temperature has instantly risen. How does it look? Great. It really suits you. It's a feast for the eyes, definitely worth the gift. He says this jokingly, but even I realize that he is trying to make me feel at ease. Sorry, I'm not used to exchanging Christmas gifts with friends, so I hadn't thought of anything. Would it be okay if I prepare something now? It's okay, I did it on my own. It's not like I did it expecting something in return. You know, I just want to try being Santa. Fufu, what's that supposed to mean? Sure enough, he covers for my blunder, but still, I won't be at ease if things stay like this. Listen, you might find it trivial, but I've thought of a Christmas gift for you. Seko-kun, will you hear me out? It's really okay, but sure. Let's hear it. Can Yosaki come up with a gift that will impress even me, a level 1 certified Santa? From now on, I'll call you Rento-kun. That's my Christmas gift to you. In an instant, his face turned as red as Santa Claus himself. He opened and closed his mouth, seemingly frozen. Seeing that even his ears turned red, a burst of affection for him exploded within me. I glance around and, whether by miracle or by some gift from Santa, there's no one else around, even though there were plenty of people just a moment ago. Could this be the perfect opportunity for a confession? The atmosphere between us has reached its peak, and no one else is around. All the situations I could wish for have lined up perfectly. All that's left is to hear him say, "Go out with me," and for me to reply, "Yes." Then we could spend more happy moments like today. I focus my attention on his lips. His mouth, which has been frozen since earlier, finally opens. This is embarrassing. I'm not used to being called by my first name, so it's really awkward for me. Fufu, I hope you like it. Yeah, I'm really happy, but I'm also really embarrassed. It'll take me some time to get used to it. Oh, that's right. He seems to remember something and takes out his smartphone, continuing to speak. Since we're here, let's take a photo. It's all so beautiful. I'll go ask someone around here. Saying this, he runs off to someone else enjoying the lights and negotiates to have our photo taken. Why won't you confess? Why do you end up calling other people? I was ready to say yes, and I had eliminated all other options. Why, Yosaki? These people are willing to take our picture. Come on, let's line up. You. We stand side by side in front of the tree, smiling at the man holding the smartphone. When we check the photo, it shows two people who don't look like a couple. Fufu, my gift was so shocking that it blew his planned confession away. He's such a helpless guy, but that's also what makes him adorable. I've kept him waiting until now, so it's my turn to wait. I'll wait as long as it takes. Still, the sooner would be better. Of course. Rento-kun, I like you. Chapter 33. Today, I'm visiting Rento-kun's house at my suggestion. Rento-kun's mom is a very friendly person, and we hit it off almost immediately. Seeing Haru tense up next to me actually helped me relax a bit. Rento-kun's room doesn't show much personality. Come to think of it, I don't know much about his likes and hobbies. A quick scan of his bookshelf reveals some manga, but there's a noticeable amount of empty space. Maybe he's not that into collecting manga. Rento-kun generally doesn't talk much about himself. He engages us in conversations related to our interests, but he's not the type to actively discuss his own hobbies. Maybe we should have asked him about his interests, but there doesn't seem to be anything in his room to indicate any specific interests. Maybe he really doesn't have any particular hobby. It would be a good idea to find a hobby together. Then we can have common interests. Fufu. The reason I suggested visiting Rento-kun's room was not just to see the room itself but also to better understand him. I couldn't discover much about his tastes, but I did get the lucky chance to see photos of him as a child and in elementary school. Little Rento-kun was adorable, and it led me to imagine what our children might look like someday. However, the elementary school-age Rento-kun seemed devoid of liveliness, much like when I first met him in junior high school. What happened during that time? He had never told me, but later, his mother invited me for a one-on-one conversation and I asked her about it when I talked with her. I go downstairs to the living room, where I sit across from Rento-kun's mom at the table. Just as I take a sip of the coffee she made, she begins to speak. Sorry for suddenly asking for a one-on-one conversation. No, I actually wanted to talk more, so I'm grateful. Thank you. The exchange reminded me again that she is, after all, his mother. I've been meaning to thank you for a long time, Misa-chan. Thank me? For what? Yes, he changed in the third year of junior high school, didn't he? No, he was able to change. He once told me it was thanks to you, Misa-chan. That's why I've been meaning to thank you for that. Oh no, I didn't really do anything. I think it's all the result of Rento-kun's own efforts. You don't have to be so modest. But I just wanted to thank you. Thank you for giving him the chance to change, Misa-chan. His mother lowered her head to express her gratitude to me. And I hastily told her, please, raise your head. Lifting her face, she looked at me straight on and smiled warmly. Then, lifting her mug, she took a sip of coffee and said while looking off into the distance, you see, when I said he changed, it might be more accurate to say that he returned to his former self. Do you mean he's reverted to how he was when he was in kindergarten? Oh my, you've noticed. How wonderful. He is indeed loved. Love. No, I mean, Suddenly hearing the word love from her, I became visibly flustered. Without changing her gentle smile, her gaze turned sharp, almost piercing through me. Misa-chan, what do you think of Rento? What do you mean? Just what I said. Do you have any feelings for him? I felt as if I were being tested. Could it be that she had heard from him that I was not reciprocating his feelings? No, that couldn't be it. It's not like him to do such a thing. So, why was she asking this? I couldn't figure it out, but I have come to the conclusion that it is best to answer honestly. Yes, I like him. I have feelings for Rento-kun. I looked straight into her eyes and voiced my feelings for the first time. She whispered, I see, and narrowed her eyes. I have no intention of interfering in how you two interact with each other in the future. But there's something I'd like to ask of you, Misa-chan. That's why I asked you that odd question. I'm sorry for asking such a strange question so suddenly. No, it's okay, but what would you like to ask me? Yes, before that, I have to say Rento was once more active than he is now. He was a curious child who was interested in everything. He would greet everyone he passed by, and he would even volunteer to help me with household chores. His kind nature hasn't changed, I thought, feeling a bit happy. But he seemed more proactive back then. He doesn't remember much from that time, but there was a minor incident. Since then, he started to live as though he's suppressing himself. She clenched her fists on the table tightly. I could tell it was from regret. Then he met you, Misa-chan, and he began to revert to his old self, little by little. Of course, I was happy to see him regaining his spirit, but at the same time, I was also worried that he might withdraw into himself again, perhaps even deeper than before. He has a habit of thinking alone over things on his own. When he's deeply troubled, he even gets fevers and severe headaches. She took a deep breath, looked into my eyes again, and continued, as Rento's mother, I have a favor to ask. Please watch over him. If it's not too much to ask, please support him. It should be my role as his parent, but I don't think I can do it. Leave it to me. You and Rento both say that I saved him, but the one who was truly saved is me. I will do my best to repay him for that, so please don't worry. Thank you, Misa-chan. And, I believe Rento also relies on you as his mother. So, please don't feel that way. That boy does? Well, if you say so, I guess I'll have to believe it. She chuckled mischievously, and I found myself smiling too. It's an atmosphere settled that indicated the subject was closed. It seemed that his mother had been tense before. She stretched and exhaled deeply. You give off an older sister air, Misa-chan. Do you have any siblings? I have a cousin. She's in her first year of junior high school and is very fond of Rento. He often plays with her. Really? Rento never mentioned that. Well, a younger sister, huh? When she uttered the last words, her eyes seemed to gaze far away, as if looking at someone who wasn't there. A somewhat sorrowful look. I remembered then that Rento had said his mother had always wanted a daughter. I'd like to meet your cousin, Misa-chan. I'll bring her next time. I think she'd love to meet Rento's mother as well. Really? That's wonderful. After that, she and I engaged in light conversation, and after a while, I stood up to return upstairs and talk to Rento. Thank you for indulging my selfishness. Not at all. I was happy to have this conversation with you. That's a relief to hear. From our talk, It's clear that the three of you are really close. Yes, meeting the two of them has been the treasure of my school years. Misa-chan, for you to say that, they must really be important. But really, the balance between all of you is quite something," his mother said with a slightly wistful look in her eyes. "I hope you can maintain that balance forever." Part 5, And the Three of Them. Chapter 34. The setting sun streamed through the window. It was the end of April. I could feel the sunsets getting later day by day. The sunlight was a little dazzling, and as I moved my hand to shield my eyes, I accidentally touched Hinata, who was next to me. She was not wearing clothes at the moment, so the touch felt soft. "What's wrong, Ren?" "Not satisfied yet?" Hinata's eyes held a seductive gleam as she spoke provocatively. No, it's just that when I went to cover my eyes from the brightness, I accidentally touched Hinata's body." "Sorry about that." "I see. So we're done for today, I guess. Our twisted relationship continues." "I haven't come up with a way to resolve our current situation. I'm just dragging things out to this point. There's nothing wrong with things as they are. Haru is the one who invited me, after all. The devil inside me says such things, but this unhealthy relationship is bound to break eventually. No, maybe it's already." "Hey Ren, do you really not want to kiss?" "It's okay. I'm quite content with the way things are right now." "Got it." "Honestly, it's not that I don't want to. I actually want to, but I know I shouldn't. I'm really grateful to you, Hinata, for doing this kind of thing with me. You don't need to thank me, but can I ask for a little something in return?" "Yeah, anything." "Then, just go along with what I want to do. You can just stay as you are." Hinata sat up, her face a little flushed, and brought her soft lips close to my chest, and then she sucked hard, very hard. My face contorted a little as pain shot through me. After about 30 seconds, Hinata lifted her face. Perhaps because of the sunset, her face was beet red. It's firmly there. Underneath my collarbone was a small bruise that hadn't been there before. It didn't take long to realize what it was. "So this is how it's done." "I tried it for the first time too, but it seems like you have to do it pretty hard." "Sorry Ren. Did it hurt?" "It hurt a little, but it's fine now." "Is this what you wanted to do, Hinata?" "Yeah, I just wanted to try it out." She could try it on her own arm, but she probably wouldn't want to make bruises needlessly. "If that's the case, I'm fine with Hinata using my body as she pleases." The town bell announcing 5:30 in the afternoon can be heard from outside. Hearing that, I also get up to ensure I don't forget and leave it in Hinata's room. I pack the slightly lighter box than when I arrived into my bag. "Ren, are you leaving already? It's about time for Hinata's mum to come back, right? I thought it would be better to leave before she returns." "It's okay. Mum doesn't mind. After all, I introduced you as my boyfriend the other day." "That's right. The other day, after being taken care of by Hinata like today, I was relaxing a bit when Hinata's mom came back earlier than planned." Caught by surprise, we were asked by her mom about our relationship. It's possible for close friends of the opposite sex to meet in a closed room. However, Hinata told her mom at that moment, "He's my boyfriend." As a result, I was welcomed by her mom, and the situation was resolved without any issues. That's why it's complicated. "I'm not sure how I should face your mother." Just act like my boyfriend, that's all." "Even if you say that." In Hinata's mother's perception, I am supposed to be Hinata's boyfriend, but in reality, I am a condemned villain who uses her daughter's body to satisfy my lust. Even though I have the false position of being her boyfriend, it's still awkward to face each other. But it's already late, so I guess I'll go home. "Okay, I understand." I don't know why Hinata is trying to stop me from going home, but having received her approval, I put on my clothes, picked up my belongings, and was about to leave the room. Just then, there was a sound from the direction of the entrance. The lock was unlocked, and the door opened. "I'm home." "Oh, these shoes. Haru-chan, is Ren-kun here?" "It's Mum." That voice was unmistakably Hinata's mother's. I checked the time on my smartphone, and sure enough, it was just past 5:30 p.m. Normally, she wouldn't be home yet. Since we can't just ignore her, we both leave the room to greet Haru's mother. "Akira-san." "Ren-kun, it's been a while. I'm sorry for intruding, Akira-san. You're home early today? Yes. I finished work early because I thought Ren-kun might be visiting. I understand the reason for her early return and internally agree with it. Akira-san has a very bright personality, and watching her actions, one can be convinced that she is indeed Hinata's mother. By the way, I call her Akira-san simply because she asked me to. Why does mom come home early when Ren is here? Ah, you're sulking. How cute, Haru-chan. Of course, I came back early because I wanted to see your reaction. I don't know what you're talking about. Hinata turns away, but her reaction seems to delight Akira-san, who lets out a high-pitched kaya. In excitement, however, Akira-san isn't just using me for her amusement, she genuinely interacts with me as well. That's right. Ren-kun, why don't you stay for dinner today? We're planning to have sukiyaki. Sukiyaki? Yay. Hey, Ren. Let's eat together. Sukiyaki. It's certainly tempting, but I doubt I can enjoy the taste with the discomfort of eating with Hinata's family. I'm sorry, but if I tell my mother I don't need dinner at this hour, she'd be really upset. Please invite me at another time. Arara. That's too bad, but that's understandable. It's the time before dinner in many homes, and it's like, too late to say no now. By the way, what kind of person is Ren-kun's mother? What should I say? She's a very Okan kind of person. Also, she really embodies the phrase, a mother is strong. Ahaha, she sounds like a strong mother. I'd love to meet her someday. Hey, even though Ren says that his mother is actually really kind and dotes on her son. Now that I think about it, Haru-chan has already met her, so now it's just a matter of the parents meeting each other. Ahaha, that's exactly what I'd like to avoid. Yet, next to me, Hinata is showing an eager attitude, saying, let's plan it as soon as possible. Well then, I'll take my leave now. Thank you for having me. Okay then, take care Ren-kun. You're welcome to come again anytime. Look, Haru-chan, you should see your boyfriend out. Why yes. There's no need to go out of your way. It feels weird for a boyfriend to have his girlfriend accompany him home. GI girlfriend. Well then, just to the entrance. Is that okay? Then please. Asked with upturned eyes by Hinata. I couldn't help but nod in agreement. Honestly, Hinata is adorable. I often feel the urge to hug her, which I always desperately suppress. That upward glance earlier might have been dangerous if Akira-san hadn't been there. Leaving the Hinata household, I face Hinata at the entrance, in front of the house, and say, see you tomorrow, for our goodbye. However, there's no greeting coming back from Hinata. She's blushing and fidgeting. Then, with a determined look, she speaks up. Hey, if you call my mom by her name, then you should call me by my name too. But, is it necessary? Since I call Akira-san by her name, even if you are the same Hinata, the way of calling isn't the same. That's not what I mean. That's not it. I just want Ren to call me that way. No? In the end, I couldn't control my impulse. I hug her tightly, and she lets out a weak voice that's unimaginable from her usual state. Haru. I call her by her name, and in that moment, I feel her body tremble slightly against mine. Ren. Hinata. No. Haru hugs me back, and her grip gradually strengthens. Our relationship is twisted, but at this moment, it feels incredibly precious to me. Chapter 35. Today was the day after I saw Haru's mother, Akira-san. With Golden Week starting tomorrow, my classmates were excitedly chatting away. We were no exception, getting carried away with the topic ourselves. Maybe a sightseeing spot, but it's going to be super crowded, right? We will spend more time in line than actually being in the store. That's totally possible. If we keep saying stuff like that, we won't be able to go anywhere. That's true. This is how our Golden Week destination deciding meeting, named by Haru, kept going in circles. In the end, today was over without any decision made, and it was after school. Since we weren't part of any club, we didn't have any reason to stay at school and usually went straight home. Today was no exception, and I was about to leave the classroom right away. However, it wasn't just the two of them who came up to me as I picked up my backpack and stood up from my seat. Hey Seko, got a minute? The one who approached me was my classmate, Keita. He's a member of the soccer club, and thanks to his sweet looks, he's popular with the girls. I don't remember talking to him much, so I wondered what he wanted. Sure, what's up? After this, we're all going to karaoke, and I was hoping you'd come too, Seko. We haven't really interacted much since we became this class, right? So I was thinking we could get to know each other before the long holiday starts. I see. Especially those two. Yosaki and Hinata don't really hang out with others apart from the three of you. I invited them today too, and both said they'd come if you were going. Oh. Since our enrollment, the three of us have always been acting together. There was indeed a neglect of interaction with other classmates. This might not be good for either the classmates or us. Time with the two of them is precious, but since we are all in the same class, maybe I should participate. All right, I'll join the karaoke. But, is it okay with your club activities, Keita? Oh, it's an off day today. So it's fine. Is that so? Maybe that means he'll be working hard during the holiday. Sports clubs are tough. Good luck with that. I'll give you the details later, so let's exchange contact information. Okay. Sorry to keep you waiting. See you later. After finishing the conversation with Keita, Yosaki and Haru approached me. You agreed to go? It's a good opportunity. If we get along with our classmates now, it'll make preparations for the cultural festival go smoother. Hey. That's a surprisingly calculating answer. Seko is sneaky. Shut it. Well, I don't have any particular errands today, so I don't mind going. It's been a while since I last went to karaoke. An errand, huh? I had one yesterday, but after I argued that it didn't need to be done every day, it was decided to do it every few days instead. That's why I don't have such errands today. I don't really want to sing though. Then, Seko-kun, how about you sing with me? It's a little easier to sing with someone, right? Oh, that would help. Ah, I can join in and sing with you too? If I'm singing with the two of you, it won't be any different from usual. Both of them laughed at that, and I couldn't help but laugh too. It was a sudden event, but I was a little excited at the idea of karaoke with my classmates. Since everyone commuted differently, we decided to meet at the site, assuming everyone would take the mode of transportation that suited them best. After waiting in the classroom for a while, Keita let us know the karaoke place through a messaging app, and the three of us headed there. When we arrived in front of the store, we saw a familiar figure. Oh, Oda. You're here too? Seko. Yes. I was invited by Keita, but you usually go straight home after school, right? When did he invite you? Had you exchanged contact details with him? No, I haven't. I remember being invited during the lunch break. Oh, I see. So it was planned since then. I had assumed it was very spontaneous. Especially since he invited us after school. I was invited just before lunchtime during the morning classes. Me too. So that means I was the last one to be invited. This really shows how little I usually interact with everyone. If you say that, then I'm in the same boat. While it was true what Oda said, I guess it's fine since I was invited after all. They must have gone around inviting people in turn, and it's only natural there would be some time difference. As we chatted in front of the store, classmates started to trickle in, probably about half the class. With club activities off, there were many from the soccer club, and the rest were people I wouldn't normally associate with karaoke. It's quite an unexpected crowd. Haru spoke to us in a volume careful not to be overheard by others. I replied with a wry smile. Yeah, it is. Thank you all for gathering here today. Let's go in then. The reservation is already made. We followed Keita, our dependable classmate, who had prepared everything and entered the karaoke place. The room prepared for us was a large party room. It was my first time using such a big room with so many people and my first time entering a room with a disco ball hanging down. The other classmates also looked around the room with curiosity and began to sit down randomly. There were two sets of sofas facing each other in this room. First, Yosaki sat down at the end of one sofa. I sat down near her. Then Haru took a seat next to Yosaki. Hey, Seko, move closer here. If you leave a gap, there won't be enough space for everyone to sit. Right, prompted by Haru. I moved closer to her side. Yosaki, Haru, and I ended up sitting next to each other, and I inwardly smirked at how it turned out to be the usual seating arrangement. Then Oda came to sit next to me, slightly twitching. I came here, but I didn't expect such a party atmosphere. Seko, don't abandon me. I won't abandon you. But it's karaoke, so of course it's going to be a bit like this. I know you're not that nervous when you're with me. That's because I feel safe with Seko. Oda. Seko. Ota-kun, can you stop giving off that weird vibe? It's a little unpleasant. Why yes. When Oda and I started joking around, Haru and Yosaki scolded us. What's wrong with deepening friendship between guys? Come on, Seko. If you sit like that, it's no different than usual. The purpose today is to interact with our classmates. Then I got scolded by Keita. His point was too valid for me to retort. Well then, guess I'll move. Wait, Seko. Aren't you going to sing with me? Isn't it more convenient to be next to each other to choose the songs? Ah, that's true. Seko, you said you wouldn't leave me behind. Don't give me those guilt-inducing puppy eyes. Oda. Caught between the arguments of the two next to me, Keita found it difficult to insist on me moving, so he shifted his target to Yosaki. Yosaki, could you move your seat too? I like being at the edge, so I prefer it here. I get your preference, but today, I'd like you to talk with other classmates too. Besides, there are others who, if that's the case, I think karaoke is not the right place for that. Once someone starts singing, the loud music fills the room, making it difficult for others to talk. In the end, I think you can only choose to sing or listen. I see. Okay, I got it. It seemed like Keita's spirit was broken by Yosaki's relentless rebuttal. Good effort though. In the end, we didn't change seats and karaoke was about to start when it happened. The door to our karaoke room swung open with force, and someone came in. I thought it was a late-coming classmate, but I didn't recognize the face. Light brown hair, a green tie. Not a classmate, but a senpai from one grade above us. Why is he here? Just like me, Yosaki, Haru, Oda, and the other classmates were disturbed. However, the soccer team members didn't seem fazed. Hello, everyone from Class 2B. You might know me. I'm Naruki Arehira, the ace striker of the soccer club. I'm the one who planned this karaoke event today. What? What do you mean? This was supposed to be an event for our class. So why is Arehira saying he's the one who planned it? I looked at Keita abruptly, and he had a slightly awkward expression when our eyes met. I guessed that Keita had probably been told by that senior to invite everyone. Well then, let's start this fun and friendly get-together, the suddenly appearing ace striker declared loudly. Chapter 36. Though we've come for karaoke, we haven't sung a single song yet. All we can hear are the songs leaking from other rooms. Occasionally, someone sings as well as a pro, which is surprising. I definitely want some tips from them. If I could master those long tones, maybe my singing would be somewhat more worth listening to. Anyway, now's not the time for escapism. The person I need to be paying attention to is Arehira-san in front of us. This karaoke event was opened under the guise of our class get-together, but it turns out Arehira-san was actually the one who planned it, and now Arehira-san has taken a seat right across from us. Hey, you must be that Seko-kun. Rumors about you have even reached me. Am I really that famous? Ah, of course. You're the most well-known guy in the school, for better or worse. Did you just emphasize the worst part? Ahaha, it's just your imagination. To put it bluntly, my first impression of Arehira-san is annoying. Despite presumably being an outsider to this space, he carries himself as if he's the main character. It's irritating. In fact, the other classmates have been silent and intimidated by Arehira-san since he arrived. Wasn't this supposed to be a get-together? As for the soccer team members, they aren't as scared as the others and don't seem to be confused. They probably knew Arehira-san was coming. By the way, senpai, aren't you supposed to be studying for exams? Should you even be here? Even students facing exams need a break. Plus, I'm scheduled to get a school recommendation. You can imagine, but teachers think highly of me. I'm confident I'll get it. I see. Arehira-san didn't seem pleased with my curt response, and a vein throbbed faintly on his forehead. But Seko-kun, you're quite the man, holding a flower on each arm. What? Where are you looking when you say that? The guy to my right is a dude. Could it be, senpai, that you see roses where they aren't? I don't know what you're talking about, but that's not it. Look, your true love is Yosaki-chan, right? And next to you now is a girl named Hinata-chan. You three always seem to be together. Hinata is Yosaki's bodyguard. And as you might know, I have been continuously rejected by Yosaki, so I don't have any flowers to hold. Ahaha, cut the crap. In an instant, I felt the room's atmosphere freeze. Arahira-san momentarily revealed his true nature. Arahira-san turned his gaze away from me and faced Haru, who was sitting next to me. He managed a beautiful smile, but I could feel her body tense up. Hinata-chan, right? Since today is a get-together, why don't you come sit next to me? But I am. Being always with the same members can tire out everyone around you, you know? Look, everyone has that kind of look on their faces, don't they? Just as he says, the other members besides us must be wishing in their hearts. Please move quickly. Although Arahira-san is the one creating this atmosphere, if our seat change is proposed as a solution, there's no choice but to comply. Haru usually bites back at me, but she doesn't act as strongly towards others. In fact, she can't. She acts according to the mood of the place, and if things continue this way, they'll proceed exactly as Arahira-san wishes. No, really. The three of us are kind of a set, doing everything together. Even when we have to repeat a year, we will do it together. The three repeaters, or so they would say. Are you joking around? I'm being totally serious. Seriously trying to make a joke. Ahaha, don't mess around. At that moment, when a tense atmosphere began to permeate the room, loud music started playing from the room's speakers. The display on the TV mounted on the wall changed, revealing the title of a song. Someone had entered a song. Looking around to see who it was, Yosaki was holding a microphone. She started singing along with the music. Her voice as beautiful as ever, but the song stopped before it even reached the chorus. Arahira-san had stopped it. After fiddling with the machine, Arahira-san glared at Yosaki for a moment but then quickly put a smile on his face. Hey, Yosaki-chan. We were talking right now. Why did you start singing? Is it wrong to sing when we're at a karaoke place? That's absurd. Karaoke isn't just a place for singing, you know. Besides, interrupting someone's conversation is absurd too, don't you think? Cutting off an absurd conversation doesn't seem to be a problem. Could it be that Yosaki-chan is jealous? Hey, that's kind of cute. Fufu. Senpai, you are very good at joking. TSK. An ominous atmosphere lingered. There seemed to be some sort of strife between Yosaki and Arahira-san. It was rare nowadays for Yosaki to take such an aggressive attitude. By singing, we get a glimpse into a person's preferences and character. So let's all sing as is customary for karaoke. Excuse me, but I will enter the song again. Yosaki stated with a different stance than before and reserved the same song once again. Since no one else has made a selection during this time, the same music started to play, and Yosaki began to sing. I thought that Arahira-san might stop the music again, but perhaps thinking that doing so would attract more hate towards him, he leaned back on the sofa with a bitter expression on his face. Judging that I shouldn't break this flow, I entered a song for me to sing next. Then I asked Haru. Hinata, you'll sing with me, right? Yeah, let's sing. A smile returned to Haru's face. I could feel the tension draining from her body, which had been stiff until now. I passed the remote to Oda sitting next to me, whispering, feel free to put in a medley. To which Oda responded with a thumbs up and a got it. As expected of my best friend. Yosaki's singing ended, and next, it was time for Haru and my duet. The chosen song was the theme of some drama. It wasn't a duet piece, but we sang freely without worrying about harmonizing. Then we listened to Oda's anime song, and in the meantime, songs reserved by other classmates started playing one after another. It's inevitable given the karaoke setting, but the volume is actually very loud. It causes a slight headache as it reverberates in my head, but I can't interrupt the current flow. However, the flow was cruelly halted. The remote had been passed to Arahira-san, but he hadn't made any selections at all. Since no next song was cued, only the low-volume advertisements played in the room. Everyone's had a chance to sing. Satisfied now? It looks like there are still people who haven't sung. You guys don't need to sing, right? Yes, we're fine. We're satisfied. The soccer team members instantly answered Arahira-san's question. Not a single one of them had sung. Probably they thought they'd get scolded by him if they did. Then, let's move on to a bit of chit-chat time. Seko-kun, is it true that you confess to Yosaki almost every day? Sigh. Well, yeah. So it's true. You're doing it in the classroom, right? The classmates can see it, can't they? How about it? Can you show us right here? I also want to see your gallant figure. What the hell is this guy talking about? Such an honest reaction nearly slips out of my mouth. While confused by the behavior of someone who seemed unconcerned about other people's circumstances, I watched Yosaki every day. She listens to my declarations of love with an unfazed expression. But now, her expression is different than usual, resembling fear, as if pleading not to say anything. No, it's not for show. Even if you ask me to, I don't want to. Come on, please. You all want to see it too, right? Hey Seko, do your usual thing. Arahira-senpai is asking for it. It's the same thing you always do, so it should be fine. Receiving the jeers from Arahira-san and the soccer team members, I feel utterly dismayed inside. My interactions were just a spectacle to them, and I had forced Yosaki to be a part of that. The weight of this reality bore down on me heavily. Eyes from other classmates pierced me, urging, "Hurry up." I felt unless I did something, this atmosphere wouldn't change. I wanted to escape this suffocating feeling, but I didn't know what the right thing to do was. My head ached. What should I do? As I agonized over this, "Don't mess around." A loud, angry shout echoed in the room. I found myself weirdly thinking how such a loud voice could be made without a microphone. The source of the voice, Yosaki, stood up. Her face was filled with anger, an unusual sight compared to her typical calm demeanor. The surroundings were disturbed, and Haru murmured softly next to me, "Misa, a confession isn't something made for your amusement. It's a precious thing. A manifestation of feelings that overflow within a person and turn into words. Such things shouldn't be belittled. It's unforgivable. You say that, Yosaki-chan, yet you've rejected confessions from many boys, haven't you? Isn't that trampling on their feelings? I also have my own feelings, and whether I respond to someone's feelings is a different matter. Besides, I sincerely and directly receive and reject their feelings." Well, for those who try to take back the words they've spoken because they were rejected, I don't think there's any need for sincerity. After Yosaki said this, Arahira-san's face turned sour. Then I was certain. Previously, Arahira-san had been rejected by Yosaki after confessing, and from their conversation, it seemed he tried to act as if his confession never happened. I finally understood why Yosaki disliked him. The room quieted down again. However, whispering voices could soon be heard from here and there. "Hey, wasn't Yosaki-san's reaction strange? Do you think so too?" It kind of felt like she stood up for Seko. I mean, why is Yosaki-san rejecting Seko's confessions? They seem close. Could it be that Yosaki-san, maybe? Hearing the speculations about herself, Yosaki seemed couldn't bear it and dashed out of the room! Exclamation mark. Hearing the speculation about herself, Yosaki couldn't stand it anymore and bolted out of the room. Yosaki! Instinctively, I stood up to chase after her and rushed out of the room as well. Chapter 37. I rush out of the karaoke room, chasing after Yosaki. I feared she might have left the building, but I found her standing in front of the restroom at the end of the hallway around the corner. I quickly moved towards her. "Yosaki!" I approach her and call out to her. Turning around at the sound of my voice, I see that her eyes are filled with tears. "Say, Rento-kun, I'm sorry. You don't have to worry about this." Yosaki pulls out a handkerchief and wipes her tears, muttering, "I don't even understand it myself." While I'm curious about the reason for her tears, I decide it's not the time to pry and choose instead to thank her for what she did earlier, since she says she doesn't know why either. "Yosaki, Thank you for speaking up for me back there. It's fine. It was for my sake too. For your sake? Yes. I like the words you say to me. What? I'm puzzled by her words. And to my confusion, Yosaki gives a soft laugh. Every time you confessed to me, you always told me about my good points. Some of them I was aware of, but most were aspects of myself that I didn't even know. With every word you say to me, I started to feel that it was okay to be myself. That's why I've started to like myself more. To you, I'm truly grateful. It's true that whenever I confess, I always make sure to praise her. It's not purely because I want to make her happy or anything like that. I wanted to show her that I noticed all her charms, hoping that my strong feelings for her would come across, even just a little. It was all with an ulterior motive. Yet despite that, she expresses gratitude for such actions. I feel a bit embarrassed. To me, your confessions are special. If you were forced to say such things by others, I would feel as if what is special to me was being defiled. That's why it was for my sake. Special. Special? My confessions are special to Yosaki? If that's the case, then why didn't she respond to my feelings? I get it. She said she sincerely receives the feelings of others, but responding to them is a different issue, as she had mentioned earlier. Indeed, she had received my words, but she just didn't have the feelings to reciprocate them, and that's all there was to it. But her words and tears seem to contradict that thought. I can't understand her. My head hurts. Her true intentions must be there, so I have to think about it. Hey Rento-kun, don't you think it's unfair that it's only me that calls you by your name? Lost in thought, I was caught off guard by Yosaki's remark. She slightly puffs her cheeks out in dissatisfaction. It's rare for Yosaki to show her emotions like this. I can't help but think Yosaki is cute. It's unfair, you say, but that's the Christmas present I got from you, Yosaki, and I gave you a scarf in return. I know that, but when we talk like this, I still feel it's unfair. Is that so? That's how it is, Fufu. So, hey Rento-kun, won't you call me by my name? For a moment, the face of Saki-chan flickers in my mind. I sense a devilish quality from Yosaki in front of me. Since she's the older sister of the little devil Saki-chan, does that make her a femme fatale? The word femme fatale doesn't seem to fit Yosaki though, who appears more like a saint. Yesterday, I decided to start calling Hinata Haru, considering that maybe her claim of that being unfair was true. Misa. Sorry. It's noisy around here. Can you call my name again? Misa. One more time, please. Misa. Once more. Misa. Fufu. What's with you calling my name over and over, Rento-kun? Hey, Misa. It feels somehow nice. It gives me thrills. Yosaki. No. Misa has turned into a bewitching woman. My heart has been restless since a while ago. With that being said, I like Misa Yosaki after all. Her appearance, her personality, and now this new aspect I've discovered. Everything seems charming to me. I find myself caught in an inexplicable excitement. I can't predict what I'm going to say next. I want someone to stop me, yet I don't want them to. While struggling with this conflict, I heard loud footsteps approaching rapidly. Seko. You're here. Oda. What's the hurry? I'm sorry. There was nothing I could do. My body just wouldn't move. If it were you, Seko, you would have acted. So what happened? Explain. Hinata has been taken away by that senpai. What? I could feel my heart, which had been so noisy just before, suddenly cooling down. After getting a brief explanation from Oda, we hurried back to the room we had been in before. When we opened the door and entered, no one was singing as usual. However, everyone had a bright expression on their face. It was as if they were relieved that a nuisance had finally gone away. Hinata and Arehiro-san were nowhere to be seen. I entered the room and walked up to that guy. What's the meaning of this, Keita? When I spoke to the classmate who was taking a breather on the sofa, he just replied, what is it? Why did Hinata and senpai go back together? They said they wanted to. I don't know anything about it. I thought this get-together was organized by you. Everyone thinks the same, right? I called out to the others, but they just looked down and didn't even try to reply. I thought so too. Me too. Only the two from our group raised their voices in agreement. I never said I planned it. Well, to be honest, as Arahira-san himself said, he was the one who planned this get-together. He did it to get closer to Hinata-san. Hinata and him? Yes. We were just helping him with that. Seko, you might not understand because you're not in a sports club, but our club has a strict hierarchy. Especially Arahira-san, he's ruthless with his juniors, and we can't go against him. So you're saying you sold Hinata out to that senpai? I didn't do anything like that. In the end, Hinata-san left with Arahira-san of her own accord, right, everyone? At Keita's prompting, nearly all the classmates, including those not in the soccer club, nodded. See? I don't deserve to be blamed for it. Sure, Hinata might have decided to go home with that senpai, but it's clear that wasn't what she really wanted. She was trembling before, and I know the atmosphere that was in this room. I know her kind nature. She was simply intimidated by the mood here, thinking they had an advantage. A classmate I don't even remember the name of, apparently from the soccer club, stepped forward. First of all, why is Seko so angry? You like Yosaki-san, don't you? What? What do you mean by that? You care about Yosaki-san the most, right? That's fine. Why are you getting so worked up over Hinata-san? After all, Hinata-san always goes to stop your confessions and butts in when you're with Yosaki-san. She's a nuisance to you. Shut up. What do you know about me and her? Stop talking about your own delusions. Seeing the dumbfounded faces of my classmates, I realize there's nothing more to talk about with them. I take out my wallet from my bag, pull out a few bills at random, and hand them to Oda. Sorry, but I'm leaving the rest to you. If it's not enough, bill me later. Seko. Turn left when you leave the shop. They probably headed towards the station. Thank you. I thank Oda and briskly leave the karaoke room. Seko-kun. I hear Misa's voice from behind, but I don't look back and just head outside the store. Following Oda's advice, I turned left. Chapter 38. Suddenly, a senpai named Arahira-san started telling Ren to try confessing to Yosaki-chan right here and now. I didn't understand what was happening and was frozen in place. Why would this senpai demand such a thing of him, and what would Misa's response be if he actually did it? I don't know. I just don't know. I'm too scared to even imagine it. I don't want to think about it, so I don't try to understand. In contrast to my pathetic self, Misa stood up to senpai. She said not to insult the act of confessing. Although the subject of her statement was everyone's confessions, I could tell she was referring to Ren's. Her seriousness clearly came through. There's no way I could win. Misa is Ren's first love, and Ren is Misa's first love. How could I possibly compete with that? And yet, this is my first love too. What's the difference? No, I know the difference. It's between me, unable to protect Ren right now, and Misa, who is able to protect him. There's a clear distinction right there. Misa's vigorous defense of Ren began to make the classmates around us sense something amiss in their relationship. This is bad. It could be revealed. The fact that the arrow between the 2 points both ways. If that becomes clear, if it does, there's no chance for me. Misa couldn't stand the murmurs of the crowd and bolted from the room. As I watched Ren chase after her immediately, I was forced to realize there was never a chance for me to begin with. I should already have known that. Yet maybe I had gotten a little carried away with the two of us having a secret relationship. What's with those two? Getting all excited together. What are we supposed to do with this mood, huh? Arahira-san grumbled. But the heavy atmosphere in this room wasn't created by Ren and the others. It was clearly Arahira-san himself. Everyone knew it, but nobody could bring themselves to say it. I could only look down and stay silent. I'm going to head home. This mood is all damp now. Arahira-san was leaving. That was a relief. Maybe without him, we could reset and start the get-together anew. Or even if not, if Ren and Misa came back, the three of us could. Wait, will they come back? They won't just leave together, right? They wouldn't leave me behind, right? Then, come home with me, Hinata-chan. Huh? I was startled to be suddenly called out by Arahira-san. When I looked up, his hand was in front of me. I realized it wasn't a misunderstanding. Suddenly, I remembered the hand that Ren had given me. A hand that I would like to grab right now. On the other hand, I felt no allure to the one presented before me. Me? Yeah. Actually, I've been interested in you, Hinata-chan. Since that close pair seem to have gone off somewhere, maybe you could come home with me today? What? But, I was hoping the two would maybe return, and I wanted to wait for them here a little longer. I was about to decline Arehiro-san's invitation when I felt the stares of everyone around piercing through me. Hurry up and come home with him. Take that senpai somewhere else. If you go home with him, you'll be doing us a favor. Feeling those expectations in their gazes, all I could respond with was, okay. Hinata-san. Are you serious? Otakan sitting next to me spoke up. I could tell he was concerned about me, but it seemed like I had to go. Rather, I don't have the endurance to stay here under these stairs. Otakan, I'll be taking the train home from now on. Please send my goodbye to Seko. Hinata-san. I understand. It's a little gamble. If he comes after me, then at that moment, I'll honestly throw all my feelings at him. Right now, I'm heading home with Arehiro-senpai. I could walk home directly from the karaoke place, but I didn't want Arehiro-senpai to know where I lived, so I led him toward the station instead. And I deliberately walk slower than usual. Arehiro-senpai seems annoyed by my pace, but he courteously matches his steps to mine on the surface. I'm consciously keeping a little distance from Arehiro-senpai, but as we walk, that space slowly gets closed and I'm getting stressed out. If this continues, he might touch me eventually, so I try to widen the distance again slowly. That's the kind of back and forth going on right now. His glances are lecherous. He's been sneakily looking at my chest. He thinks it's not noticeable, but it's obvious. Arehiro-senpai's stories are boring. He only talks about boasting of himself, like how many goals he scored in such and such a game, or how he turned down a scout from a strong soccer school to come to ours, and so on. Even when a dog walking by approaches us, he just makes a face of annoyance and doesn't bring it up. If it were him, he would definitely mention something like, "How cute, I wonder what breed it is," because he knows I like dogs, because he knows I can easily answer that question, and because he knows I'm too worried about the owner's feelings to start a conversation myself. He'd ask the owner for me. "Can I pet your dog?" Then he turns to me with a smile, saying, "They said it's okay." Ren. Even while I'm walking with Arehiro-senpai, my mind is full of thoughts of Ren. Why am I going home with this person? I want to go home with Ren. Why isn't Ren the one next to me? Why? Hey, Hinata-chan, can I talk to you for a second? In the middle of a small bridge over the river that only people can cross, Arehiro-senpai stops and calls my name with a somewhat serious tone. Yes. What is it? Hinata-chan, are you dating anyone right now? No, I'm not. That's great. Then, you see. Somehow, I can tell what he's going to say next. I don't want to hear it, but now that it's come to this, it's inevitable. Go out with me. I've been thinking I really like you, Hinata-chan. The first confession I ever received was from someone so shallow, frivolous, and someone I didn't like at all. Holding back the tears that almost flowing, I reply, "I'm sorry, I can't go out with you, senpai." Why? Is it because you don't know much about me yet? That's part of it. You'll get to know me over time. Besides, your best friend said it, didn't they? You can somewhat understand a person's nature by listening to their songs, but senpai, you haven't sung, have you? Well, anyway, you don't have someone else you like now, do you? Someone I like. There is. If I tell him the truth, will he give up? There is someone. I do have someone I like. So, I can't go out with you, senpai. Who? Arehiro-senpai's expression changes. The smile that was plastered on his face until now has disappeared, and I can feel he has lost his composure. I get a bit scared and lose my voice. Sensing that I won't say anything, Arehiro-senpai starts guessing who my crush is. Could it be Keita? Keita-kun. That guy? No, it's not him. Then, Moriya? Who? I feel sorry for those guys. Keita-kun was the one who invited me today, right? And who is Moriya-kun? Maybe a member of the soccer team. Then, could it be Seko? So that's how it is. Why would you choose someone like him? I hear words that I can't ignore, but I'm too embarrassed to speak up. Being confronted about the feelings I've kept secret within me makes my face unbearably hot. You should stay away from Seko. Why would you say something like that? I managed to raise my voice to argue with him, but Arahira-senpai seemed unfazed by it. I'm saying this for your own good. You saw how those two were earlier, right? It's a well-known fact that Seko likes Yosaki-chan, but surely, Yosaki-chan must like Seko too! Exclamation mark. Even if it's not the case now, eventually, she'll come to favor Seko. It's a prediction based on my experience. When that happens, Seko's number one will be Yosaki-chan, and Yosaki-chan's number one will be Seko. You'll just be second best to them! Exclamation mark. Ha ha. It might be possible to stay as a trio, but you'll only ever be second best to them. Somewhere inside of you'll inevitably feel inferior. Can you really endure that? But I will treat you as my number one. So, go out with me, and, shut up. I know all that without you telling me. Those two are already in love with each other, and at best, I'm only second to them. I know it's impossible for us to be best friends forever. I will never be loved by him. But if there was even the slightest hope, I wanted to cling to it. I was happy just to be by his side, even in a twisted relationship. I understand it all. I get it in my head. But I've worked hard to keep my heart from breaking. I've put up barriers upon barriers so that my heart wouldn't come to understand as well. So don't break it, please. I can't do this anymore. Shut up. What's that supposed to mean? Arahira-senpai grabs me by the shoulders and pushes me against the railing. The force was so strong that it made me realize how careful Ren usually is when he touches me. Let go. I don't want this. What's wrong with you guys? Seriously. Just be quiet and go out with me. Don't you know I'm popular? I struggle desperately to remove Arahira-senpai's arms. As soon as I think I'm away from him, I'm quickly grabbed by the shoulder again and eventually pushed back against the railing. Damn it, mocking me. I'll make you regret this. I don't know what he's going to do, but I understand that this is a desperate moment for me. I struggle desperately, but Arahira-senpai's hands no longer leave my shoulders. I don't want this. I don't want this. I don't want this. Help me, please help me. Help me. Ren. What are you doing, senpai? Exclamation mark. When I opened my eyes, which had been shut tight from fear, there he was right before me, the figure I had wanted by my side all this time. He grabs Arahira-senpai's arm, pulls it away from my body, and then steps in between us. It's Ren. Ren came for me. Ren. Chapter 39. I headed towards the station. With that piece of information, my feet kicked the ground. Looking back on it now, that guy had indeed been targeting Haru from the beginning. The classmates called up this time, aside from the soccer team, were all quiet types. I had been convinced that others were busy with club activities, but likely he had K to choose people who wouldn't interfere with his plans. Haru and Misa said they were invited by Keita just before lunchtime during the morning classes. Probably, Haru was the first one he approached. Then, Haru replied, if Misa and Seko are going. So when he next approached Misa, she responded, if Haru and Seko-kun are going. And in the time before he approached me, there must have been some sort of discussion with Arahira. That's why it was last minute when he invited me. That's probably how it went. Ah, damn it. If I hadn't said I'd go, none of this would have happened. Misa wouldn't have cried, and Haru would not have acted unwillingly. I wonder if it was a mistake to chase after Misa and leave Haru behind at that time, but I couldn't just not follow Misa in that state. Maybe I should have had Haru come with me too. I've still left Misa at the karaoke place, but I didn't sense any malice from Kato and the others. They must just be following Arahira's orders. Plus, they couldn't be too forceful in a public place. Is this way of thinking too naive? Reflecting on it, there's no use fussing over what's already happened. Anyway, I need to keep moving. Usually, I don't run except during classes, so gradually my speed starts to slow down. My legs feel heavy, but this is no time to falter. I hit my thighs, trying somehow to maintain my strength. I run straight towards the station, but I still can't spot the two of them. I sent a message to Haru just in case, but it hasn't even been read, so that hope is thin. I have no choice but to chase after them. After passing through an area lined with shops, I come out onto the riverside. The station is ahead, so I proceed along the river, aiming to cross the deserted bridge. Then, I see a man and a woman on the bridge. I squint to see if it's them. It's Haru, and Arehiro is with her. From there, I approach slowly, observing the two of them. I had intended to rush in, but I stopped on the bridge when I saw them talking with serious expressions. I can't hear their voices from here. I can only guess the content of their conversation from their gestures. They couldn't possibly be confessing, could they? I felt a tight sensation in my heart, and I instinctively pressed on my chest. It's the same pain I get when I think about Misa being confessed to by someone else. I wonder if the same phenomenon is happening to me now. While holding my chest, I watch their movements. I can see Arehiro talking heatedly about something. That was when it happened. Shut up. It was the first time I heard Haru's voice so clearly. A loud, unmistakable rejection from Haru. The moment I heard that voice, I started running again. Pain still shoots through my heart, and now it is coupled with the pain from my breathlessness. But I felt that being by Haru's side might ease this pain. While running, I observed the two of them. Arehiro is pressing Haru against the railing, and Haru is struggling and resisting. For a moment, I see something falling into the river below. Worried she might fall too, I quicken my pace. Help me, Ren. Haru was calling for help. She was calling my name. What are you doing, Senpai? I rushed to them and pulled Senpai's arm off Haru's shoulder, stepping between them and shielding Haru behind me. Ren. I could hear Haru's frail voice behind me, sounding as if she might cry any moment, and warmth spread across my back. Before I knew it, the pain in my chest had disappeared. Sigh. Why are you here? What happened to Yosaki? Arehiro asks, scratching his head with an annoyed expression. This must be his true nature. I came running when I heard that my important friend ended up having to go home with an unpleasant senpai. Then I stumbled upon this rather dangerous scene. Rather, I should be asking you. What the hell were you trying to do to Haru? Haru? Wait, did you use Hinata-chan's first name? Don't dodge the question. Answer me, you Mr. Great Ace Striker. TSK. It was nothing, just some trash in her hair that I was trying to get out. That doesn't make sense. Then why is Haru trembling so much? Please explain. Damn it. You're annoying. Fine. I was trying to scare her a bit because she rejected my confession. That's all. That's all. I can't understand the meaning of his words. Maybe our ways of thinking are fundamentally different. That's all. You say? HMPH. There's only so much I can do here. I was only going to play a little prank on her. You bastard. I was about to pounce at him when Haru, clinging to my back, pulled at the hem of my uniform with a feeble voice, pleading, let's just go home. Maybe there's no point in talking to this guy anymore. Just like Haru says, we should head back soon. Besides, for Haru's sake, I want to get her away from him as soon as possible. Well then, senpai, please don't come near us anymore. As I said this and tried to leave, Arehiro put his hand on my shoulder, saying, wait. He gripped hard enough to make my shoulder creak slightly. After interfering with me and talking back to me just now, you think I'll let you go just like that? Haru clung tighter to me in fear, but I kept a cool head as I stared down the bloodshot-eyed man. Is this okay with you, senpai? I thought you're getting a recommendation. I don't know much about it, but don't you lose any chance of that if you cause an incident? It seemed Arehiro-san still had some self-control left, as he grimaced at my words and let go of my shoulder, clicking his tongue again before turning and walking away. While I was inwardly reflecting on the presence of such a person, the warmth on my back disappeared, only to be replaced as Haru hugged me from the front. Ren, thank you for coming to save me. I believed in you. I believed that Ren would come, that you'd come to save me. Thanks for leaving a message with Oda for me. I'm glad you noticed. I feel like I've seen Haru's smile for the first time in a while. Looking at it warms my heart. Ren really does understand me. I can be happy when I'm with you. I want to be with Ren forever. Ren. Haru is burying her face in my chest and muttering something in a small voice. Having been frightened, it's natural she would want to be a little spoiled. Are you hurt anywhere? I think I'm okay. My shoulder hurts a little, but it's not like I'm injured. Haru repeatedly touches her head, specifically her bangs, checking something over and over. Gradually, her complexion turns pale. It's gone. Gone? Do you mean your hairpin? Yes, my hairpin. My important hairpin. Where did I drop it? Oh, now that you mention it, when that guy attacked Haru earlier, I saw something falling into the river below. Could that be it? Exclamation mark. As soon as I say that, Haru starts running off, crossing the bridge and immediately turning to descend to the riverbank. I start running after her. The expression on Haru's face as she runs is one of desperation. Yet, as I looked at her profile, my heart inappropriately started to race. Chapter 40. I chase after Haru, descending to the riverbank. Haru has already made her way down to the river and proceeds to wade into the water. Although the river itself is shallow, the footing is inevitably wet. However, she moves onward into the middle parts without any concern for getting wet. Giving up any hesitation, I jumped into the river too. Water flooded my shoes, making each step uncomfortable. Haru has moved to the area directly below where we were standing on the bridge, desperately scanning the surroundings. I briefly look around as well, but I don't see anything that resembles the hairpin. A light object like a hairpin could easily have been carried away by the river's flow. The area we need to search could be quite huge. Haru, I'm sorry, but you won't find it. No, let's give up before you catch a cold. No. Despite my attempts to persuade her, Haru doesn't stop searching. It's late April, and even though the air temperature has warmed, the water remains very cold. Since entering the river, I've felt my body temperature dropping rapidly. It's true that hairpin looks good on you, but you don't need to search so desperately. You can always buy another one. That's not the point. That one I bought because Ren said it suited me. It's the reason I came to like sunflowers. It's what made me realize that I have feelings for Ren. What? That hairpin is a symbol of my connection with Ren. I don't want to lose it. I remember how she bought that hairpin. It was on a day when Misa had to go home early during one of our usual outings, and Haru and I were about to part ways when Haru said she was going to stop by a general store, and I went along with her. When Haru was looking at that hairpin, I told her it suited her. I strangely remember that day. Haru's smile when she decided to buy the hairpin was so radiant, beautiful, and cute. I was completely captivated. But that day was around this time last year. That means Haru has had feelings for me since a year ago? Then, Haru's intention in proposing that twisted relationship is completely different from what I had assumed until now. Haru continues to search for the hairpin with tears streaming down her face. She looks fragile and so adorable. Before I knew it, I found myself hugging her from behind. Let's stop this, Haru. Ren, let go. I'm not giving up yet. I will find it. So, the proof of our connection isn't just in things. What? I let go of Haru for a moment and grasp her arms to turn her towards me. Tears are still overflowing. Her eyes are swollen, and her cheeks are tinged with red. There should be plenty of other things that symbolize the connection between Haru and me. Memories are one of them. Those things that exist only between us are special, too. But I feel uneasy if there's no physical form. I get anxious. Ren, you might leave me someday, and memories fade with time. What should I cling to if that happens? We can make more memories together. Don't say that when you can't promise me. I promise. Let's hang out a lot, talk a lot, and experience many things together. Why are you willing to go that far for me? Why? That's because to you Haru, I wonder what you two are doing. Just as I was about to convey my feelings to Haru, a familiar voice came from the riverbank. My body instinctively moved away from Haru, and in that sudden motion, I slipped and fell, getting completely soaked. As I struggled to lift my waterlogged clothes, I apologized to Haru. Are you okay? Ouch. Haru, sorry. You got wet because of me. No. Don't worry about it. More importantly, continue what you were saying. Sorry, I'll tell you another time. Okay. I'll be waiting, then. After the conversation, We headed back toward the riverbank, toward Misa, who was looking at us with a puzzled expression. "Why were both of you down there?" Faced with Misa's question, Haru doesn't answer, keeping her head down. So, I decide to answer for her. There was a little trouble between that senpai and Hinata. During that, the hairpin that was holding back Hinata's bangs fell into the river, and we were searching for it. It seemed like you two were deep in conversation, though. I was just persuading her to give up the search. The current could have carried it downstream. Eventually, Hinata agreed. "I see. By the way, you got wet. Do you have a change of clothes?" "No change of clothes. We didn't have today." "Right, but I think you should at least wring out the water." "Yeah, I should at least wring out the top." "Here I go." First, I took off my blazer and wore it out. A large amount of water comes out. Well, I'll have to go back without it on. And as for the shirt, while thinking that I must wring it out properly, I start unbuttoning and taking off my dress shirt. Not minding the wrinkles, I squeezed hard, and a lot of water came out. Looks like I have no choice but to walk home. "Fufu, that's true. I'll accompany you." "No, you don't have to." "It's fine. Rento-kun should rely on me more." "Rento-kun." I heard Haru muttering behind me, but it seemed Misa didn't hear it. I felt a chill. Maybe it's because I got wet. My underwear was soaked too, and while it would be impossible for the bottoms, I decided to squeeze the top undergarments as well. I took off my upper undergarment and wrung it out just like before. While doing this, Misa seemed to notice something and said, "Oh, did you get into a fist fight with that person?" "No, I managed to avoid that." "I'm not confident since I've never fought anyone before." "Then what's this here? You've got a bruise." When I looked where Misa was pointing, I remembered. That bruise was a hickey that Haru had given me yesterday. That's a kiss mark I made. I felt the air freeze in that instant, as if winter had returned. It was colder than before. Misa's gaze shifted to Haru, who had just dropped the bombshell. There was no light in her eyes, and Haru's eyes also darkened. "Haru, what do you mean by kiss mark? Why would you put such a thing on Rento-kun's body?" "Hey, why?" "Because Ren is mine. It's Misa's fault." Misa kept turning down Ren's confessions. "So it's okay for me to make Ren mine. I've already marked him as proof." Don't you know how I feel?" "Yeah, but I couldn't hold back anymore. I'm sorry." "Then I won't hold back either." "What?" With that, Misa turned toward me and stepped closer. One step, then another, and stole my lips. It was a pecking kiss at first, just lips touching and parting, then touching again. It was somewhat characteristic of Misa Yosaki, but gradually, her lips lingered, and finally, they sent a warm and soft sensation into my mouth. MMFH? Confused by the sudden event, I was frozen, but the shock brought me back to reality. The new sensation of our tongues touching sent shivers through my body, and my brain swirled with pleasure. I looked at Misa's face. Her eyes were closed, but her desperate expression was somehow adorable. It made me want to stay like this forever. "No, no, 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 no. Stop, please stop." Haru's anguished voice echoed in my head. Misa must have heard it too, yet she didn't stop, and I couldn't move my body. "I haven't kissed yet." "Ren's first kiss." "Give it back to me. It's mine. It's supposed to be mine." While screaming, Haru pulled Misa away from me. Separated, we both gasped for air, clearly lacking oxygen. My brain didn't seem to be working properly, and my vision had been spinning since a while ago. "Fufu, I'm glad to hear that. I guess I got his first kiss." "No, Misa, that's wrong. If you force it like that, Ren will be sad." "Oh?" "Even though he likes me, he's been expressing his feelings for me for a year. Haru knows that, right?" Even so, that's not the way to do it." "That's wrong." "Then, what about the kiss mark you left? How did that happen?" "That is, you did something you can't tell others about too, didn't you?" "But that's wrong, because Ren is mine. Misa shouldn't do things like that." "Oh? Since when did he become yours?" "Just now." Wait, I haven't heard it yet. I haven't heard the end of it." "Hey, Ren, the rest of what you were saying earlier. Let me hear it." Rento-kun." Their arguing voices reached my ears, but the content didn't sink in. It only caused me a headache. An intense pain ran through my head, making me crouch down in agony. Noticing my state, both of them rushed over to me. Why did it come to this? We were supposed to have been getting along for a year. Yet, could our relationship really break this easily? This fragilely? The reason is very simple. It's me. I am the cause. If I hadn't done unnecessary things, if I hadn't kept persistently confessing to Misa, if I hadn't succumbed to Haru's temptation and built this twisted relationship. I'm sorry. In the end, all I can do is make someone unhappy. I should have realized this back then. Back then? When was that? I can't remember, but it's somehow there in my memory. What is this? I'm sorry. Am I going to lose them again? Those important to me? I'm sorry, Ran. At that moment, my consciousness faded away. Chapter 41. When I woke up, I was faced with an unfamiliar ceiling. Looking around, everything was stark white. It wasn't that there was nothing around, it's just that everything was white. Oh, the idiot son finally woke up. It was a voice I was accustomed to hearing. Hearing it brought a big sense of relief. What kind of parent calls their own child an idiot? What's wrong with calling a son who jumped into the river in late spring and was carried away half naked an idiot? That's really embarrassing. I'm sorry. When I apologized sincerely, Mom chuckled lightly. It's the usual. For now, I'll go and tell the doctor. Okay. Thank you. Also, you should contact those two. They were quite depressed thinking it's their fault, but it's not their fault that, well, if you understand that, then fine. The fact is, all of you share the blame for what happened this time. Saying that, Mom left the hospital room, probably to go and inform the doctor. I realized a bit later that Mom's remark, if you understand that, then fine, referred to the two believing they were responsible for the incident that led me to be hospitalized. I was surprised by her unexpectedly stern comment, as I had thought she was very protective of the two of them. Right. I was told to contact the two. Spotting my smartphone on the bedside table, I turned it on. Mom must have charged it for me because the battery was almost full. What surprised me first was that a whole day had passed since the day we went to karaoke, which meant I had been asleep for almost a full day. Despite this, I couldn't understand why Mom had such a mild reaction upon seeing me waking up. The amount of notifications was also astonishing. There were countless messages from Oda, worried about my well-being. While thinking I owed him one, I replied with a sorry to keep you waiting using a Torupani character stamp. It was read immediately, and he replied with a stamp saying, I was worried about you. This casual exchange warmed my heart. There were messages from some unexpected people too. It was Kada. According to Oda, after I left the karaoke place, Yosaki gave a little lecture to the remaining classmates. Kada seemed to have been left with a strong impression by what I said and seemed to be reflecting on his actions, asking if I could forgive him. To that, I replied, that's for Hinata to decide. Surprisingly, I received a message from Misa every hour. She usually does not send such messages. They were all saying things like are you okay? And please contact me when you wake up. But there were many of them, each with their own. It must mean she was really worried. For now, I replied with, I just woke up, with Haru. It was also unexpected. Only one message had come. We don't usually keep in touch, but I thought Haru would be the type to worry excessively in situations like this, so it was surprising. And that single message just said, I'll be waiting for you. Nothing more. But when I replied with good morning, it was read immediately, and a message came back, are you okay? Once again, short. As I was exchanging these brief messages with Haru, I got a reply from Misa, and my fingers were busier than ever after waking up. My mother came back, saw me busy typing on my smartphone, and let out a wry smile. You know what caused you to collapse, don't you? Yeah, it's probably the usual. Well, the doctor suggests we should do a brain examination just in case. You'll do it, won't you? I don't think it's necessary to go that far, just do it. Okay, Mom, sorry for making you deal with this on your holiday. It's okay. That's what being a parent is all about. Thank you. Actually, this wasn't the first time I had fainted and been taken away in an ambulance. There was one time each during my kindergarten and elementary school days. However, my memory of those times is quite hazy. and I don't remember what caused me to collapse. I am aware that I am causing trouble for my mother and father. I am angry at myself for not being able to manage this condition, even though I was aware of it. By the way, you seem to be saying something just before you collapsed. Do you remember? What? Did I say something? If you don't remember, then never mind. Forget it. What's that? It seems I've forgotten something again this time. Maybe I can find out if I ask them. From now on, what will become of my relationship with the two of them? It's probably going to be difficult to maintain the status quo. It's all because of this poison called love. Few people remember the exact moment they fell in love. By the time they realize it, it is spread throughout their entire body, leaving them unable to move freely. Body, heart, everything. Love is truly a slow-acting poison. My whole body is tormented by it. Author's note: I apologize for the inconvenience. Thank you for reading. The best friend of the person I like is secretly approaching me, also known as, the best friend of the person I like is managing my sexual desires. Volume 1. I truly appreciate all the comments and reviews. It seems that I have successfully managed to shatter everyone's sexual preferences, which leaves me immensely satisfied. Let's all break together. I'm broken as well. If we're to die, we'll all go down together. By the way, everything up to this point is just the introduction. The main theme of this work is love as a slow-acting poison. Love is something you find yourself falling into before you know it, and by the time you realize it, you're already so deep that it's too late. I tried to depict this feeling that it's already poison by the time you're aware of it in the story. And the hidden theme is I want to depict girls falling in love and breaking apart. This is my true motive. It's my pure, unadulterated honesty. The future of these three's love is undecided. I believe it will move on its own and find its resolution. As Rento's mom says, the three of them maintained a delicate balance. Misa supports Rento, Rento supports Haru, and actually, Haru supports Misa. So, if a pair forms among them, it becomes troublesome. That's why Rento's mom said she hopes they will maintain that balance. In the end, the person who understands Rento the best at this point is his mother. Mother worship. Misa is saved by Rento's proactive actions. The same goes for the Saki incident. However, behind that lies his inherent nature of being considerate. Haru is saved by his true character. He notices when she puts effort into her appearance when they go out and when he stays by her side during the haunted house. And the eraser forgetting incident that made them closer happened because he was able to take proactive actions. It's a complicated love situation. Or rather, I hope it's become a heartwarming story. Well, it's not a recommended form of romance, but I am rooting for their love. By the way, I casually added Haru's liking for sunflowers. It was just a feeling that active girls match sunflowers. That was the spirit. When I looked up the language of flowers later, it had meanings like admiration and passion. Haru admires Misa and has the passion typical of a sports girl. Nice, right? There's also I only have eyes for you, which seems to fit Haru perfectly. It appears that large sunflowers mean false love, which seems to point to her twisted relationship with Rento. It's scary how well it fits. For now, I'd like to apologize for 3 things. Firstly, I changed the period when Haru started track and field from the 3rd grade of elementary school to the 2nd grade. Secondly, about the title being a bit clickbaity. Originally it was something like having a twisted relationship with the best friend of the girl I like, but I thought that it was unclear, so I changed it to the current title. It's clearer but I kind of regret it. Thirdly, I apologize for the timeline being jumbled and hard to follow. Due to the novel's structure, it had to be this way. I've summarized it briefly for clarity. 3rd year of junior high school. Rento is helped by Misa. Rento becomes aware of his feelings for Misa. Misa starts to have expectations of others after seeing Rento. Haru loses confidence in herself. Haru is helped by Rento during entrance exams. 1st year of high school. Spring. Rento confesses to Misa and is rejected. Thereafter, he declares his love almost daily. Rento, Misa, and Haru form a close-knit group. Haru realizes her feelings for Rento. Summer. The 3 enjoy the summer together. Rento meets Saki. Autumn. Cultural and sports festivals. Misa starts to realize her feelings for Rento with Saki's support. Misa shares her changing feelings with Haru. Haru proposes a twisted relationship with Rento. Rento misses school due to a headache, not depicted. Winter. Arahira confesses to Misa and is rejected. Haru goes on a Christmas Eve date with Rento, not depicted. Misa goes on a Christmas date with Rento and becomes aware of her feelings. Second year of high school. Spring. Arahira organizes a karaoke targeting Haru under the guise of a get-together. Haru confesses her feelings to Rento. Misa learns about Rento and Haru's relationship. Misa kisses Rento. Rento collapses. That's all for now. The next chapter will start Volume 2. End of Volume 1.